from Cooperman's. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston. It is just past 1:08 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime, Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is 7:08 p.m. in South Africa. It is 8:08 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it is 8:38 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. Well, I wish we had time to get caught up for you today on day 32 of the U.S. war on Iran. But we don't have the luxury of that today, my friends. Yes, Pete Bunny Towel to begin the day. Everyone loves Pete Bunny Towel. I forgot to take Pete Bunny Towel down from the end of last night. He's the channel mascot. His name's Pete Bunny Towel. Towel Mom Bunny got me these awesome cards and Funko Pops that have like a guy with a cigarette. The cards are like Arcanine from the Pokemon, and then also a bunch of wrestling cards. They're very special. Kofi Towel and Bo and Bunny Towel, you are all wonderful. And they got me an Albert card that's signed from the WWF Attitude Era, and then also a Jerry Lawler card, which is just epic. So I was thrilled, and I'm grateful. And that's Pete Bunny Towel. He's the channel mascot. He's not around right now because he's a card stand. He's just hanging out. He has a whole bed to himself. He just sits there. He doesn't really do anything. He's just a card stand. So good to see you all, Francine. I know that you are thrilled because you got to see Pete Bunny Towel. He is wonderful, isn't he? He is just a wonderful Pete Bunny Towel. He's adored and loved by countries around the world. And I wish I could say we are going to spend our entire day with Pete Bunny Towel, but we are not going to be doing that. Unfortunately, there are numerous updates which we must discuss. First and foremost is the fact that Iran has bombed Tel Aviv, I don't know, 7 times in the past, 20 minutes? No, I'd say I can't tell how many missiles were in each one, so let's go with 3 times over the past 15 minutes. I'm going to show you now, this just happened. We didn't really even have time to do a catch-up from last night because immediately Tel Aviv was struck by an Iranian missile just minutes ago, and they fired again in the last 10 minutes as I was going live. Good to see you, Hair Saturn. Hello, George. Hello, Translator Towel. Hello. Yeah, Iran just hit Tel Aviv really bad because America bombed a bridge in Tehran. So Tel Aviv just got it was really bad. Yeah, no, Iran is not out of missiles. They're just getting to their new stock. We've only seen their 2008 stuff. We haven't even seen their new stuff. Some of the stuff they've been firing is the stock they had from 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I'm going to show you this again full screen. It's going to take me a second to get it set up. This is Tel Aviv just minutes ago. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Tel Aviv just minutes ago. Go ahead. I might have to get it to play again. Hold on. Yes, would you mind playing, please? This is Tel Aviv, Israel, just minutes ago. Iran is already bombing Israel today, and it is in particularly vicious. And it was because, and also Amazon has been bombed in Bahrain. But the bombing in Tel Aviv after what America did to Iran's new bridge has been brutal. It's been very, very intense in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv minutes ago. And I guess the Iranians tried to warn them, but no one listened. This was the hit on Tel Aviv minutes ago. No one listened to the Iranians, so they just started bombing Tel Aviv. I don't know what to tell you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis from the War Desk in Boston. Tel Aviv has been lit up.
Show!
He's far away. I'll tell you how far away he is. Hold on.
Sure.
1,
Sure.
2, 3, 4,
Sure.
5, 6. He's like a mile away.
Yo.
Michael Brown, God bless you. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much again for your very kind rand donation yesterday. I was in heaven all day. I was so grateful for you, my dear friend. It is so nice to see you. We love all our South African towels. Oh, Standing Stones became a member and said, Towel News Network, the best coverage. Oh, Standing Stones, it is my honor to have you as a member. You have a goat emoji. Oh, you got the upgraded emoji when you become a member for certain amounts of time. You get a special upgraded emoji. Standing Stones has joined the League of the Goat. It is a great honor to join the League of the Goats. As you can see, Standing Stones has a special goat emoji perpetually next to his name because he made it either I think it's 3 months, maybe 2 months as a member. So enjoy. Standing Stones, you are now officially a member of the Noble Order of the Goat. NOTG, the Noble Order of the Goat. Hello. We are a very friendly bunch. So I'm going to, despite the sadness, I just want to say thank you to Standing Stones for being wonderful. And we haven't got coffee yet, but I also have had some health issues. And Standing Stones has too, but we'll get there, my friend. Here's the latest from Trey Yingst, Fox News' reporter in Tel Aviv 22 minutes ago.
Under another Iranian ballistic missile attack, there was a significant explosion over the city that shook the building that we're in.
Yep.
As this is taking place, air defense systems are working to shoot down the incoming fire, but more than a month into this conflict, the Iranians still have the ability to launch coordinated attacks against Israel. Right now, Tel Aviv is under another Iranian ballistic missile attack. There was a significant explosion over the city that shook the building that we're in. As this is taking place, air defense systems are working to shoot down the incoming fire, but more than a month into this conflict, the Iranians still have the ability to launch coordinated attacks against Israel.
That's true. Yes, Standing Stones. I can't wait to see that painting. I want to take a picture with it. All right, now I need to show you what caused all of this. So I'm going to show you a documentary on a bridge that was being built in Tehran. Now this is a new bridge between Tehran and Karsh in the west, a small suburb or a big city. It's like a suburb that's so big it's a city to the west of Tehran. This bridge would have reduced the travel time from Tehran to Karsh from 1 hour to 10 minutes. Here's a documentary on the bridge being built. You can imagine what happened this morning if I'm showing you a documentary about a random bridge between Tehran and Karsh. Oh, that's beautiful Standing Stones. A 16 by 20 Alfred Saleh style painting. I'm gonna be so
سرمون در جنگ تحمیلی 12 روزه عبور می‌کردن. ما اینجا مشغول به کار بودیم. از کابل 1 تا کابل 8 ما طول از 40 متر به حدود 200 متر افزایش پیدا می‌کنه. داخل هر یه دونه‌اش 109 رشته کابل هست. طبق یک الگوریتم اینو دونه به دونه مثل دونه تسبیح کشیده میشه و میره داخل و به اصطلاح به اون مقاومت میرسه. یکی از خاطرات حالا خوب ما اتمام هر کدوم از این کابلا بود. تمام رسانه‌های خارجی هم دارن به توان مهندسی و تلاش مهندسان ما سر تعظیم فرود میارن، چرا که ارزشمند بودن این پروژه به اینه که این پروژه 100% ایرانیه بدون حضور حتی یک نفر کارشناس خارجی. شما ببینید این بادی که میبینید کار هر روز بچهای ماست. این ارتفاع رو ببینید 130 متر ارتفاع. یکی از شیرین ترین اتفاقات این پروژه برای من نداشتن حادثه بود. قبل از این پل هم ما پل 20 رو داریم. پل بسیار عظیمی هستش. در 3 سطح پل عظیمیمون حدود 1100 متر طولشه. پل بی 16 و بی 17 مون که باز پل‌های طبقاتی هستن بر روی اتوبان، خیلی شاخصه. اون قسمتی که دارید اونجا مشاهده می‌کنید و ماشینا دارن رفت آمد می‌کنن اتوبان همته. ما 2 قدم داریم تا بهش متصل بشیم و ان شاءالله این پروژه رو با این عظمت با اون پروژه فاخر متصل کنیم، هم تهران رو نجات بدیم، هم کرج و هم 14 تا استانی که دارن از اینجا عبور میکنن. امیدوارم مردم وقتی که مسیر 1 ساعت و نیمه رو در 10 دقیقه طی میکنن و ازش عبور میکنن و تسهیلی شده در رفت آمدشون، ما رو هم از دعای خیر خودشون فراموش نکنن. خدایا چنان کن سرانجام کار تو خوشنود باشی و ما رسم.
Okay, so that's the bridge connecting Tehran and Karsh, okay? I can actually show you what I'm talking about. I love this map, actually. It's very useful for my purposes. So, this is... That's too far, sorry. There we go. And the map, I forgot how zoomed out it is. So that's Tehran, and that's Kars. Okay? Tehran. Okay? Tehran. It's a big city. And then Kars. Okay? That's Kars. Tehran. Okay? Behind me, see the map? That's Kars. That's Tehran. Okay? So, why am I showing you this? Well, because if I take you to the next video, you're going to be a little perturbed. And frankly, you know, it's hard to argue with like the anger of the Iranians from this, because this was not a good idea by the Americans. I don't know what to say. Like, the Iranians have a lot of missiles. I've studied this extensively, and they haven't even started using their new missiles. And so I don't know why we did this. I really don't know. It was not a good life decision. All right, I'm going to show you right now what happened earlier that caused the Iranians. They're going to bomb bridges tonight. They're going to bomb probably the bridge between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, frankly. And they already bombed at AWS. Like, Amazon Web Services took such a hit. So yeah, that's that bridge. That bridge does not exist anymore. Well, it exists, but it's done. It just was about to open. Northeast Tehran, yes. So that's that bridge right now. It was hit. It blew shrapnel all the way, like, across, like, to houses near the area. And people celebrate a religious festival. Like, it's a very nice area under the bridge. And, like, people were under the bridge when it got hit. So they took the bridge out. It was their brand new bridge, too. And it was, like, a very important tactical piece of infrastructure to link those two cities, Kars and Tehran, and now it's gone. Hello, Ziraka. It's so good to see you. I have been to Fenway. Oh, you're talking to George. That's right, Standing Stones. We got to talk about the series with the Cubbies against the Red Sox in the fall. We definitely got to think about a trip to Fenway. I want to bring Triplet Bob, too. Triplet Bob is a big fan of Tippecanoe. The only person in the world that I've ever met that gets excited about Tippecanoe. And Tyler, too. Alright, let's take a look at more of what happened earlier. Sorry, I got distracted by the Red Sox. So the Kars B1 bridge has been destroyed. Okay? This was the result of the hit. I'll show you more footage, but the bridge is gone. It is still standing in parts, but it does not function. It would be Standing Stones. As soon as this bridge got hit, Iran got really, really mad. It cost a serious amount of money, too. Oh, God bless you as well, Skynet activated. Blessed Holy Thursday to you. I have some footage from the Pope coming up shortly. Now I'll show you Fisherman, south of Basra. So this is south of Basra, looking, it's kind of like near Kuwait and Iraq. It's near this thing called a Penne exclave, which is where, like, Kuwait to the west, Iraq in the middle, and Iran to the east all touch at the north of the Persian Gulf. I can show it to you on the map behind me. So what you're looking at right now is this water, okay? You're looking at somewhat like a fisherman, or probably in the water, like right here, looking over, well, actually, I can't tell exactly where he is. He actually might be closer to, like, here, looking over the water. He might be, like, near Mayamir or Al-Far, and he's looking over towards the Iranian side, okay? So this is somewhere near Aptar, or around, like, Abu, or, like, Kofas, or, like, around there. You see what I'm saying behind me? This man is in this river, okay, looking over here. Everyone on the same page? Sorry. Let me make that not have my mouse. One of them I don't want to have my mouse, and then the other one I do want to show my mouse. Yeah, okay. Alright, so see this where I'm circling behind me? See this river? That's where the man is. Okay, I'm going to play the video for you now. He's right here. And the bombing is taking place probably on that piece of land, like right in here. Okay. I would say like right there. looking at the Iraq-Iran border earlier. Hello, Diane. God bless you. I just realized I can use the map behind me to show you the strikes on the video in real time, like where we are looking. I just know the area really well. With so much sadness in the world, you know, I feel like being with you all brings me a certain sense of solace and serenity, and I'm very grateful for that. Hold on one second. That's better. Now I feel like you can see me. I'm getting taller, you know what I'm saying? Oh, the Iraqi fishermen? Yeah, they're very unfazed. They've seen it all. Iraqi fishermen south of Basra? They've definitely seen it all. This was that bridge being attacked. I'm pretty sure. I can't confirm it. It might just be another attack on Karsh. I'm going to try to get you footage of the bridge from after it was hit. I don't know if anyone actually was on the ground near the bridge. Give me 1 second. Once that bridge got hit, it was a serious problem. Like a serious, serious problem. That was the IRGC Aerospace. I have a good cat video. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to get you an update on the bridge. Oh, also Russia attacked... Russia, for some reason, started attacking Ukrainian, like, domestic infrastructure facilities. I guess... So, Ukraine has been targeting Russian, like, state... like military oil depots. Russia uses something called the Shadow Fleet to fund its like operations, and so their military runs oil for cash. Basically, it's a complex like thing. You should look into the Shadow Fleet to find more. But so Ukraine's been kind of like working with the West and the Middle Eastern countries to like isolate Russia by decimating the impact of the Shadow Fleet. And Russia got so mad they started bombing civilian infrastructure in Ukraine this morning. And they also bombed civilian apartment buildings in Kiev. Like, Russia is actually getting tactically kind of beaten down by the Ukrainians, and they're lashing out against civilians. They, like, Russia and the Iranians act very similar when they're mad. So you're looking at footage from Kharkiv today. Kharkiv, which is, I'll show you where the city is. We got to go up to Ukraine now. So you're looking at what the Russians did in Ukraine
Національна
today.
поліція так само разом з підрозділами ДСНС робить поквартирний побудинковий обхід для того, щоб виявити людей, кому необхідно надати допомогу. Поки внаслідок атаки одна людина, жінка, отримала поранення. Атака триває, повітряна тривога, лунає, шахеди спостерігаються, в тому числі над містом Харковом.
So you're looking at the latest from what Russia did in Kharkiv, or Kharkiv. I'm not as familiar with the pronunciations of Ukrainian cities. This was earlier today. It's right here, Kharkiv. Okay, so if you look behind me on the map, it's right here. That city, the apartment complex, just brutally bombarded by Russia. Because Russia's mad that Ukraine has become like a geopolitical powerhouse because they signed all these deals with Saudi Arabia and a bunch of the other Gulf nations on like drone interception technology. And then what Russia's really mad about is that Zelensky, the President Zelensky of Ukraine, cut through a lot of the Russian propaganda, and now Zelensky's messaging about like the intel that the Ukrainians have about what the Russians are doing to help the Iranians is having a big impact. So I'll let you hear Mr. President Zelensky earlier today.
As the United States is participating in these negotiations with Ukraine and Russia, how confident are you that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence that is either threatening or taking the lives of U.S. service members here in the Middle East as we speak?
We have confirmation that from my intelligence that Russia shared and shares the intelligence with, they share all this, a lot of satellite images of different objects on the territory of Middle East countries. By the way, it's about Emirates, it's about Saudi Arabia, it's about Qatar, it's about Jordan. On some points, on some objects, we shared it with the journalists and we said it to American side. They did it thrice. And after we said the number of these objects, what we saw, I think that American side, I think their intelligence is better than, that they have more technologies than we have. So I hope that they understand that Russia.
Oh, wait till you hear about how MBS gets down, Jamiroquai. Listen, you show me a leader on this earth, I'll tell you what drugs they do.
Russia helps Iran to attack on your bases, to attack energy system of Middle East countries, to attack different objects. What they do in Ukraine, when we see in Ukraine that they do images, look, we are preparing for attack. We know 1, 2, 3 days they will attack us. This is how we prepare. We don't know everything, but when we see it, we begin to prepare.
All right. So, yeah, whatever you may think of the various positions in the U.S., in the Russian-Ukraine war, Ukraine has pulled off probably one of the greatest geopolitical realignments I've ever seen. They literally changed the future of their country by, because once you get tapped into Middle Eastern, defense money, you're set for life. They figured out, they cracked the code. I don't know how. I guess I do. They survived the Russian war for so many years. But Ukraine has changed sort of the complexion of this fight. And they've also changed, their own standing in the world. It's a very big deal. All right, I'll show you the latest now from the Iranians. Okay, so this is what the Iranians said after their bridge was targeted. And yes, it's bad in Israel right now, and I'll show you the footage.
Urgent. Iranian TV reports. The important bridges in the region that may become targets for Iranian revenge operations following the targeting of Iranian bridges. Sheikh Jaber Al Ahmed Al Sabah Bridge, Kuwait. King Fahd Bridge, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. Sheikh Zayed Bridge, Abu Dhabi. Al Maktoum Bridge, Abu Dhabi. Al Nabi King Hussein Bridge, Jordan. Demir Adam Bridge, Jordan, West Bank. Sheikh Khalifa Bridge, Abu Dhabi. Abdan Bridge, Oman, capital of Jordan. Rate this.
Okay, so that was what was threatened. The Iranians haven't hit any bridges yet, but I expect them to. That was 1 hour ago. All right, now I'll show you the latest from Hezbollah as well. Okay. And then this was the latest from the Iranians who immediately after their bridge was attacked Amazon.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Breaking. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces the destruction of the cloud computing center affiliated with Amazon in Bahrain. This response is the first practical warning to the enemy that if the warnings are ignored and the assassinations continue, we will punish the companies we previously announced with even...
You rest well, Sarah. It was so good to see you.
This response is the first practical warning to the enemy that if... This response is the first practical warning to the enemy. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announces the destruction of the cloud computing center affiliated with Amazon in Bahrain. This response is the first practical warning to the enemy that if the warnings are ignored and the assassinations continue, we will punish the
New York Times confirms Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. New York Times confirms in a flash Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Per New York Times confirmed in a flash on their wire, Pam Bondi out as Attorney General.
This response is the first practical warning to the enemy that if the warnings are ignored and the assassinations continue, we will punish the companies we previously announced with even greater severity. And the responsibility for the complete destruction of these companies in the region falls on the shoulders of the American president himself. Rate this
Yes, Mary P. I just saw it come across the wire from the New York Times. Pam Bondi out as Attorney General. Here's the latest from the UN, where there is a vote in the works to authorize military force to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Conversation. The UN Security Council is convening now ahead of a potential vote tomorrow on a resolution, drafted by Bahrain, authorized...
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. God bless you on this Holy Thursday. It is so good to see you. I hope you're doing well.
The UN Security Council is convening now ahead of a potential vote tomorrow on a resolution, drafted by Bahrain, authorizing countries to use military force if necessary to open the Strait of Hormuz for the free flow of shipping and commerce. Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, Jassim Mohammed al-Boudiwi, our countries are subjected to sinful Iranian aggression, and GCC countries have a legitimate right to self-defense. The Security Council must take measures to ensure the protection of waterways, and we demand that the Security Council issue a resolution securing freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Bahrain's Foreign Minister, Abdulatif bin Rashid Al Zayani, Iranian attacks on neighboring countries cannot be justified. The draft resolution is consistent with international law and looks forward to a unified position.
Hello, Rigged Outcome. Hello, Elm FM. It's good to see you both. Okay, so that was the latest from the UN, who's going to be asked to vote on a resolution authorizing military force by the Gulf countries against the Iranians. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Okay, I'll show you the latest statements coming in. There have been a litany of attacks against Israel. I showed you the attack of Kharkiv. Okay, overnight in Iran, the former American embassy that was taken over, the CIA station in Tehran in 1979, where all the CIA officers were captured, was bombed symbolically and destroyed by the Americans overnight. You're looking at the latest from Tehran, where the former American embassy was bombed in a symbolic moment. A number of shops around the old building were also destroyed. Joanne, God bless you. We love the people of Ireland. God bless the people of Ireland. Hashtag free dairy. May God bless and protect the people of Ireland and also the civilians in Iran. There was extensive damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran this morning after the Americans bombed their old embassy symbolically in Tehran. Again, the American embassy in Tehran, the former embassy. Happy Easter, Lavender and Rose. God bless you. Okay, now I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the latest from. Hold on one second. I'm going to show you the latest from on the ground in Beirut. This is in Spanish, okay? I'll translate it for you afterwards. This is in Spanish from Beirut.
Ha vuelto a ser una noche muy violenta en Beirut. Ahora estoy en el barrio de Yana, muy cerca de Dahie. Dahie son los barrios del sur de la capital que son constantemente bombardeados por Israel y que están casi completamente evacuados. Y de hecho, por esa cercanía con Dahie es que aquí en esta zona se estaban quedando muchas familias desplazadas. Estoy también a pocos minutos de una de las principales escuelas, Bir Hassan, que acoge a desplazados del sur y de Dahie. 3 misiles destrozaron anoche esta calle, había varios coches aparcados, un ataque sin previo aviso, ya hay 7 muertos, casi una treintena de heridos. Hemos visto también muchos animales callejeros muertos. Israel dice que
they killed the animals.
Era un comandante de Hezbollah.
Oh no, she said that there were dead animals. No! Oh no, I didn't see any goats, but she said there were dead animals in the streets. Oh no. No, the strike with 3 missiles on cars in the street killed animals.
Con vecinos que cuentan que no, que aquí no había nadie del grupo armado, que eran solo familias desplazadas durmiendo en sus vehículos. Es una estrategia habitual de Israel el perseguir hasta asesinar a quienes huyen de sus bombas para generar miedo y desconfianza entre las comunidades que acogen hacia los desplazados. Ayer hubo varios ataques en Beirut, pese a que estaban siendo días de relativa calma. A unos kilómetros de aquí, otra explosión en Halde mató a 2 personas. En total son 9 muertos desde anoche en Beirut y al menos 8 en ataques entre la ABK y el sur, que se suman a los ya más de 1.200 en un mes de guerra en el Líbano.
It's not 1,000. Well, 1,200 perhaps killed, but it's over 1 million displaced. I'm going to play this video for my friend Francisco when he comes in, because Francisco speaks Spanish and I speak Spanish. and I want to show him this report. It's the first report we've got from Lebanon in Spanish. He's going to be so excited because my friend Francisco Castillo solo habla español. Entiendo español un poco, ya puedo hablar también en español un poco. No entiendo o puedo hablar todas las palabras en español, pero creo que español es un idioma muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo y creo que si yo puedo hablar español todos los días, alguien yo voy a entender más gente en el mundo. Sí, muy bien. So, yeah, I said there that I said a lot of things, but I said I can understand and speak a little bit of Spanish, and I also am able to speak Spanish, and I would like to speak Spanish more because I think that Spanish is an important language for a lot of people in the world, and if I'm able to speak Spanish on a daily basis, then I am going to speak Spanish better and be able to communicate with more people in the future. That was basically what I said. Hello, El Cid. Hello, how's everyone doing? That's true, Mary P. I definitely do not have a developed Spanish. The more I speak with Francisco, the better it will get. But yeah, right now it's very rudimentary. I know all the verb tense conjugations, and I know like certain important constructions, like I have to, tengo que, and like I can, like puedo. I know like important words, but I don't know how to actually speak fluently again. It's been many years. Taking you to the Vatican now, where Pope Leo washed the feet of 12 priests during Holy Week, and Pope Leo made a note to say that although Pope Francis had made it a tradition to sometimes wash the feet of laity or the poor outside the church, Pope Leo wanted to honor Jesus by washing the feet of 12 priests, much like Jesus washed the feet of the apostles. So taking you to Rome now, where Pope Leo washed the feet of 12 diocesan priests in Rome in tribute to Jesus on Holy Thursday. God bless you, Larson. Oh, God bless you, Diane. Very beautiful. No. I understand that for a lot of people it will seem like a very strange tradition, but consider it more like a sacrament. There was a time when washing someone's feet was considered like a very humble act of service. It has a weird connotation, I think, in the modern world, but it does not have a weird connotation at all in the biblical literature. It's like a very solemn, honorable, like in a lot of religious traditions that sort of from the time of Jesus, that was a very venerated, I don't know how to like emphasize it like enough. It was like the most humble like act of service you could do for someone. Okay. Thank you all again. All right, now I'll show you the impacts on Ner Tanya from Hezbollah earlier today. I also don't know if Jesus washing the feet of the apostles is in the Holy Quran. I will look. It's definitely in the Bible, but I don't know if it's in the Holy Quran too. It's true, CBA, it really is. You can look, I'm not joshing you, you can look up the historical connotation of it. It was at a time when people didn't really bathe as much. Excuse me, certain people bathed like a lot because they didn't have changes of clothing, but bathing wasn't as common. There wasn't as much fresh water. I even hate my feet, says Rigged Outcome. Well, it's okay to hate your feet. You don't have to love them. The only time I think about my feet is when I'm putting my shoes on. I want to make sure that my shoe is comfortable. Otherwise, I don't really think about my feet a lot during the day. Alright, here's more from Netanya in the north of Israel, where Hezbollah struck earlier today multiple times. God bless you, Scott. It is my honor to be with you on this Holy Thursday. Footage from Netanya earlier. That's a Hezbollah drone. CBA, I would say that Pope Benedict XVI, I think, once said that, there are, of course, bad men within the Christian church. There are bad men everywhere within every church. It's not the bad men that define a religious institution. It's how the church or the people of goodwill or spiritual flock respond to it. So, for example, I look at Crimean Solicitationes, the papal bull from 1962. It has to do with something called Canon 904B or A. You want to look into Crimean Solicitationes. But anyway, it's the crime of solicitation. It was a secret papal bull. It started back in 27, actually, or maybe 22. It was like this Vatican instruction that, if a priest violated the sacrament of penance in the Catholic Church, prior to 62, the church had to report it to the local police. But after 62, there was this secret promulgation, and it was all bishops were ordered by Rome to, it's called a papal bull. It's like a binding interpretation of church law. All the bishops were ordered to tell all their priests to, if there was a violation of the sacrament of penance, read hurting a parishioner. Then the priests were to report that violation internally to the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. It was like a church body headquartered in Germany in the 70s, 80s, 90s. By the way, guess who was the head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith in the 70s and 80s? Papa Ratzinger. He went on to become Pope Benedict XI. Did you know that? I wonder why he resigned. Anyway, so that office moved around all the priests, and that's what led to the church abuse scandal in the 80s and 90s getting exposed. Now, actually, the man who was a very dear family friend of mine, Archbishop Darcy, in the 80s in Boston, don't only think of the Catholic Church as bad, because it was men like Bishop Darcy who saw what Father Geoghegan was doing and went right to Cardinal Law and was like, listen, this is not cool, who literally sacrificed their careers. Archbishop Darcy got moved all the way to South Bend, Indiana, and was forced to become the Archbishop of the Notre Dame football team, his most hated football rival. He used to hang out with Father Neenan and my uncle, actually, and watch Boston College football in the 60s and 70s. And Boston College football is like a religion unto itself around here. If you it's not a huge thing, but if you like Boston College football, you just watch it for life, even though they're terrible. It's like a very holy thing. I don't know. So anyway, some of the guys who ran BC, for the priests who ran BC for a long time, were Father Leahy, he's retiring, Father Jack's coming on. Father Jack's really cool. And then also Father Neenan. And Father Neenan was a dear friend of mine. I used to hang out in his office, and he would tell me about his time in St. Louis speaking Latin while he was becoming a Jesuit in the Midwest rite of the Jesuits. Anyway, so Archbishop Darcy was a really big football fan, and he went to St. John's Seminary, and he was a really nice local guy. His family was from the area, and he reported Father Geoghegan in 85 to Cardinal Law, and Father Geoghegan was a bad man. And then they moved Father Geoghegan around, and that's one of the things that blew open the church abuse scandal. So for every bad person within the church, I like to think there's 50 or 100 good people, and it's just who's in positions of power. It's like any other political or sociological sort of hierarchy. It's not are there bad and good people, it's are there more good people than bad in positions of power. Bad people tend to get power more easily than good people because they're willing to do more ruthless things for it, like worship Baal and things like that, and murder and steal and cheat and manipulate and lie and like do terrible things and use like sex as a weapon, and just like there's just a lot of like evil in the world, and those people tend to centralize power. But I truly believe in every institution there's more good people than bad, and it's just a matter of like a delicate regulatory balance to get the good people in positions of power and let those acts of goodness ripple outwards. After all, darkness is just the absence of light, so if there's more light and goodness occurring in institutional bureaucracies than dark, then everything will be better. That's my opinion. So yeah, hi Robin Hood, it's good to see you. I'm updating us before Iran does its next strike. No matter how much I try to tell the well, Iran did say something nice today. We got to give credit where credit is due. Look at this very nice message the Iranians wrote on their missile. I don't really love having to say it that way, but look at this very nice message that the Iranians wrote on their missile when they launched Wave 90 earlier. I'll read the message first, I'll read the text of the statement, and then I'll read the message.
Conversation. IRGC Wave 90. Under Operation OU, who was severe in punishment, Wave 90 continued to strike deep into the Zionist entity in the regional U.S. logistical shield. Salvos prioritized the destruction of the Rafael Advanced Defense Systems facilities in the Haifa area, specifically targeting the manufacturing backbone of the Iron Dome and David Sling interceptors. Simultaneously, heavy ballistic missiles and loitering munitions saturated the Telephone Nov and Palmakim air bases, along with the military sectors of Ben Gurion Airport. These strikes achieved direct impacts on gathering centers in Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Eilat, while also penetrating the Negev, Negev, and Beersheba, Be'er al-Sabi corridors to disrupt southern mobilization. In a direct eye-for-eye response, IRGC Aerospace and Naval Forces incinerated U.S.-linked steel and aluminum complexes in Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. These sites, identified as the economic pillars of the interventionist forces, were hit alongside Ahmad al-Jaber and Ali al-Salem air bases in Kuwait and the Al-Kharj air base in Saudi Arabia. Reports confirmed dozens of U.S. personnel casualties and the total quarantine of strike zones as emergency services worked for hours to evacuate the wounded.
So I'll show you now the latest from the IRGC, and I'll read you their message in English, okay? Give me 1 second. So here's the latest. Give me 1 second. It's a little hard to see, but I think I can do it. So here's the latest from the IRGC. They have a message to the American people. It says, "Thank you to all those who, even in America itself, condemn the war waged by the criminal gang in the White House against the people of Iran. Because this gang continuously attacks our homeland, our citizens, and Iranian interests, we are compelled to expel American military forces to defend our people and secure the future of," there's more missiles in the north now, "the future of the area." It's a little hard to see. "The enemy," this is, They're something war and armies. Our duty is justice and prosecution. And then it says, "Sign the civilized nation of Iran." So it's just hard to read because the video wasn't uploaded by someone on X in enough good quality to actually see what it says. But yeah. Oh, "the future of our children." And then it's just a little hard to read because of the quality. Here's the latest from the Iranians from Wave 90 as Hezbollah launches more missiles into northern Israel. It's going to get loud.
It's wrong. You're fired like a pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand.
What did they say? Wait, was that a direct message to President Trump? Hold on.
It's wrong. You're fired like a pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand.
Hey, President. They didn't say president. They said, "Hey, Trump, you're fired like a pharaoh. Do you know who Pharaoh is? Read the Quran to understand." Can someone help me understand? I'd love to learn about this. What did they say? A
It's
pharaoh?
wrong. You're fired like a pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand.
Pharaoh? Can someone help me understand that? Like, oh, Mercury Star, they were saying that Iran was saying they were defending the lives of their children. Is it saying Pharaoh or Fettel? I can't really understand. I'll play it one more time.
It's wrong. You're fired like a pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand.
Do you know who was Pharaoh? You're fired like a Pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand. They said, hey Trump, you're fired like a Pharaoh. Do you know who Pharaoh is? Read the Quran to understand. Is Pharaoh someone in the Quran? Holy Quran, Pharaoh. I've never heard. I've read a little of the Holy Quran because Jesus is mentioned a lot. It sounds like it's a character, not like an animal. Who drowned in the sea? It's saying Pharaoh. P-H-E-R-R-O-W. P-H-E-R-R-O-W. Hold on. Holy Quran. Okay. So it's Firan. It's Pharaoh. The Quran contains several references to the Pharaoh, who is described as a cruel and merciless tyrant who enslaved and prosecuted the children of Israel. He is not named, but his story is detailed, particularly his confrontation with Moses, and his subsequent drowning. The Quran states that his body was preserved after his death as a sign for future generations. Wow. What? Yeah, real. Oh, wow. What a message. So I don't know if anyone's actually going to decode this for Mr. President Trump, but what it means is thus. It's the Pharaoh, F-I-R-A-U-N, in the Holy Quran. The Quran contains several references to the Pharaoh, who is described as a cruel and merciless tyrant who enslaved and persecuted the children of Israel. He is not named, but his story is detailed, particularly his confrontation with Moses, and his subsequent drowning. The Quran states that his body was preserved after his death as a sign for future generations. Wow. That's wild. Truly. I don't know if this message is ever going to get to Mr. President Trump. I don't know. I'd like to read. I don't know how reading I don't want to disrespect the Holy Quran. I don't know if I'm allowed to read it. It's a very sacred text, so there might be rules about reading it. But I would, if I can read it, if it's permissible for me to read it academically to learn about what this story is, I would like to do that, but I don't know the rules about like showing the text, so I don't want to be disrespectful to our Muslim brethren, so I'm not going to do that. However, what I would like to learn more about is this story, so maybe what I can do is read like an academic commentary about this story. So I'm going to let you watch this video, and I'm going to do some research. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay, I'm allowed to show it. I can read it. I have no intention of mocking it. I want to read it for academic purposes. I don't even want to show the text, though, if it's considered like not allowed. Okay, it's permissive. Okay, thank you, DD Thames. Yes, apparently I'm allowed to read the... I just wanted to double check. I don't have any intention of depicting the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I have no intention of doing so. Very good. Thank you, Translator Tal. Yeah, I just want to, like, I know that, like, with the Bible, like, okay, like, there's an online Bible, and, like, I know, like, I've read it before. I know that's okay, like, but I don't know the rules for every holy text, so I'm not going to do it with that. But I think I've checked in, and it's okay. Well, I mean, I should be clear. When I mention the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him. It was because one time I was watching Iranian TV, and when they said Jesus, they said peace be upon him, and Jesus is quoted a lot in the Holy Quran. So I figure when I'm going to say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I'll just say peace be upon him every time. It's respectful to our Muslim brethren. God bless you, God Banners. It's so good to see you. Thank you, Real. I appreciate you. So you all take a watch of this, and I will go find more about the Pharaoh in the Holy Quran. I'll be right back. So the sign says, "Hey, stupid," insert I'll put President Trump. "The Strait of Hormuz is a bigger piece than your mouth. Your own strait is also in the hands of Epstein and Little Bibi. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Hormuz guys." Alright, I just want to say, at least they can take it too. They didn't get mad about the Iranian comedian who was mocking them. If they got mad about that, and I kind of would have called them out on being a little bit hypocritical, but they didn't get mad. So they meme, they get memed. So that's how I look at it. They didn't get pissed at the guy, call him out. They just took it in good fun and moved on, and that's exactly how you should respond. So they get to meme. That's my opinion. I found it. I found a respectful academic commentary on the Holy Quran's explanation about the Pharaoh. So let's just listen to this one more time, and then we'll read an article I found. I'm very excited to learn about this. It's a respectful academic.
It's wrong. You're fired like a Pharaoh. Do you know who was Pharaoh? Read the Quran to understand.
Okay. Everyone ready to learn about what the Iranians just sent as a message to Mr. President Trump? I found a very respectful academic article. Here we go. The Quran Project.
Home Misk Pharaoh in the Quran, a symbol of arrogance and tyranny. Pharaoh in the Quran, a symbol of arrogance and tyranny. The Quran narrates the story of Pharaoh, known as Pharaoh in Arabic, as a profound lesson in the consequences of arrogance, oppression, and defiance of divine guidance. Pharaoh is portrayed as one of history's most infamous tyrants, whose rejection of Allah and persecution of the children of Israel serve as a warning for all humanity. This article explores the character of Pharaoh in the Quran, his interactions with Prophet Musa, Moses, peace be upon him, and the moral lessons derived from his story. Pharaoh is mentioned in the Quran multiple times, primarily in the context of his confrontation with Prophet Musa. He is depicted as a ruler who claimed divine status and wielded his power to oppress and subjugate his people. And Pharaoh said, "O eminent ones, I have not known you to have a god other than me." Surah Al-Qasas, 28-38. Pharaoh's actions symbolize the ultimate arrogance, rejecting Allah's authority and seeking to dominate others through fear and injustice. Pharaoh's tyranny is exemplified in his treatment of the children of Israel, whom he enslaved and subjected to harsh punishments. The Quran describes his oppression as a great trial. Indeed, Pharaoh exalted himself in the land and made its people into factions, oppressing a sector among them, slaughtering their newborn sons and keeping their females alive. Indeed, he was of the corruptors. Surah Al-Qasas, 28-4. This systemic oppression led to immense suffering, and Pharaoh's actions epitomized the consequences of unchecked power and injustice. In response to Pharaoh's tyranny, Allah sent Musa as a prophet to deliver his message and liberate the children of Israel. Musa was supported by his brother Harun, Aaron, peace be upon him, and they were commanded to confront Pharaoh with both firmness and gentleness. Go, both of you, to Pharaoh. Indeed, he has transgressed. And speak to him with gentle speech that perhaps he may be reminded or fear. Allah, Surah Taha, 20:43-44. Despite their patience and repeated efforts, Pharaoh arrogantly rejected their message, demanding miracles as proof of Musa's prophethood. The Quran recounts several miracles performed by Musa, including his staff turning into a serpent and the parting of the Red Sea. These miracles were intended to demonstrate Allah's power and convince Pharaoh of the truth. However, Pharaoh dismissed them as magic, accusing Musa of deceit. Indeed, this is a conspiracy which you conspired in the city to expel its people from it. But you are going to know. Surah Al-A'raf, 7-123. Pharaoh's arrogance and fear of losing power blinded him to the truth, leading him to intensify his oppression of Musa and the children of Israel. The climax of Pharaoh's story is his dramatic downfall. As Musa led the children of Israel out of Egypt, Pharaoh pursued them with his army. Allah miraculously parted the Red Sea for Musa and his followers, allowing them to cross safely. When Pharaoh and his army followed, they were drowned. So we took him and his soldiers and threw them into the sea. So see how was the end of the wrongdoers. Surah Al-Qasas, 28-40. In his final moments, Pharaoh attempted to declare belief in Allah, but his repentance was rejected. Until, when drowning overtook him, he said, I believe that there is no deity except that in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am of the Muslims. Now, and you had disobeyed him before and were of the corrupters. Surah Yunus, 10-90-91. Pharaoh's end serves as a reminder that repentance must not be delayed until the moment of death. Pharaoh's story is not merely a historical account, it carries profound moral and spiritual lessons. Pharaoh's claim to divinity and refusal to submit to Allah highlight the dangers of pride and self-worship. His ultimate destruction underscores the futility of defying Allah's authority. Prophet Musa's unwavering commitment to his mission despite Pharaoh's resistance teaches the importance of steadfastness in the face of adversity. Pharaoh's abuse of power serves as a cautionary tale for leaders, emphasizing the need for justice, humility, and accountability. The Quran repeatedly affirms that oppressors will face the consequences of their actions, while the righteous will be granted victory. Indeed, we will support our messengers and those who believe during the life of this world and on the day when the witnesses will stand. Surah Ghafir, 40-51. The story of Pharaoh in the Quran is a powerful reminder of the perils of arrogance, the significance of humility, and the inevitability of divine justice. It teaches believers to trust in Allah's wisdom, remain steadfast in their faith, and strive to uphold justice and compassion in all aspects of life. As the Quran beautifully encapsulates the moral of Pharaoh's story. So today we will save you in body that you may be to those who succeed you a sign. And indeed, many among the people are heedless of our signs. Surah Yunus, 10-92. This verse underscores the enduring relevance of Pharaoh's story, urging humanity to reflect on the consequences of tyranny and the importance of submitting to Allah's will.
Well, the Iranians certainly know how to speak in allegory. What a beautiful story in the Holy Quran. Did you know, now I've read a little bit of the Quran, mostly because I was trying to learn about what Jesus was saying in the Quran, but also I wanted to understand a little bit about, the text. Now I know even more. What a wonderful story. I want to learn all about it. I happen to be a Catholic myself, but, former Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he did say that there's a compatibility between those who venerate or revere Jesus and the Virgin Mother and Islam. So I think that's a tenet and that's a good place to start. That would be the first question I would have for the Iranians. See, the Iranians are very smart. They're very highly educated, a lot of them, and they really like to Ali Laranjani wrote a whole book about Rene Descartes. They really like to analyze philosophy. Even their spokesman has a degree in Western philosophy. So I feel what the U.S. is doing wrong, and what Iran probably wants to see is not to achieve their objectives, but just to get to peace. They want to see someone who can engage with them on that level, on a level of mutual respect, even if there's not a complete alignment of comprehensive doctrines. And I could do it. That's why I'm going to run for president. #Towel2028. I'm really going to do it, though. You all are I'm not going to do anything. You all are just going to go out there and spread the word, and then people will vote for me. It's going to be the first ever international presidency campaign, 180 countries. I'm going to get the Pope to endorse me. Is the Pope allowed to endorse someone for president? Let's just break with tradition. You can do it, Holy Father. I just want to be president. I think it would be really nice. I could do a lot of good, And I could make Clerk Margaret from Norfolk Superior Court the, what's it called? I could make Clerk Margaret from Norfolk Superior Court the Secretary of Commerce. Here's the latest from what's caused all the chaos today, which is the attack on the new bridge in Kars, between Kars and Tehran. Oh, goodness. This was the moment the bridge was hit. Hold on. Oh, goodness. They actually got the moment the bridge was hit. Did you see that? Wow. Oh, wow. He turned I think it was a guy filming. They turned the camera away, but look at this. They got the moment. Looking right here. Hold on. Right there. That was when the bridge got hit. That's wild. Wow, that was a huge bomb. Alright, so I'll show it to you again in slow motion with no volume because it will be too loud. Take a look at this hit. It's in the bottom left. That's the moment that bridge got taken out in Tehran. It just decimates it. I can't believe someone was able to film that. There must have been 2 strikes. There must have been another strike first. So the bridge wasn't fully taken out, and then you're going to actually see it get taken out in 1 second here. I'll fast forward. So the bridge was still around after that first strike. Someone started filming. I don't know how they knew. They must have anticipated it, and then they got the moment that the new bridge was destroyed. That's true, Gut Manners, but this was a very long project that took a long time to build. It was designed to cut the commute from Tehran to Kars from 1 hour to 10 minutes, and it's gone. It's going to take a while. All right. Multiple explosions in other areas of Kars today as well. You're looking out over the city of Kars in Iran earlier today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 2:10 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It's going to be a tough day. Tel Aviv has been shelled extensively. Iran is threatening to bomb bridges. They bombed Amazon. Amazon has been bombed. Do you know how bad it has to get for Amazon to get bombed by Iran? Iran has figured out what to do to really get at America. They go at our companies. They're gonna, like, AWS took a hit today. I saw it on some apps. It took a serious hit. A lot of apps that rely on AWS just stopped working. So that was the latest from Kars. Now I'll show you the latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon. Released today, but from the 26th of March. This is the Hezbollah song. Nice jump cut. They found the weak spot. Hezbollah, southern Lebanon, in a battle with Israel to protect Lebanese territory. Okay, more from Lebanon. I'll have this read out to you by British Reporter Tal.
Conversation. A Lebanese-French artist has filed a war crimes complaint in a Paris court over an Israeli airstrike that destroyed his family home in central Beirut, killing his parents. Mahmoud Naib Cherry, 86, and Nadira Hayek, 76, along with a domestic worker and several civilians just hours before a ceasefire in November 2024. Ali Cherry is demanding a formal investigation to classify the strike as a war crime against civilians and to identify those responsible. Forensic analysis confirmed the use of a US-made GBU-39 guided bomb, indicating a targeted attack. Rights groups describe the case as a rare opportunity to pursue accountability in a European court amid repeated accusations of Israeli violations of international humanitarian law in Lebanon and Gaza, where thousands of civilians have been killed without legal consequences. Cherry says the lawsuit is not only for his family, but for victims who lack the means to seek justice as similar strikes continue.
From a strike in 2024. The latest from Iranian news from Fars. The IRCG Aerospace Force will ramp up offensive operations tonight, according to an official from Fars News just minutes ago. Thank you, Herr Saturn. Send any links today, folks. It's cold, so I got the computer running well. It's doing well today. I'm getting you as many updates as I can. I know it's about to kick off. I can tell the Iranians are really, really, really bad. Okay, here's the latest from the UN Security Council, where the Gulf states are seeking permission to use force.
The Bahraini foreign minister, in his address before the Security Council, indicated that the Council will vote tomorrow on the draft resolution proposed by Bahrain regarding the securing of the Strait of Hormuz. According to a diplomatic source, Russia, China, and France objected to the latest draft that was distributed. The fourth revised version included amendments to the following paragraph, which constitutes the core of the draft resolution. The draft resolution authorizes member states, acting in their national capacity or through multinational maritime partnerships previously notified to the Security Council in that regard, subject to quarterly reports from participating member states on any actions taken pursuant to this authorization, and implemented with due regard for the safety of international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, using all necessary defensive and proportionate means in the circumstances in the Strait of Hormuz and adjacent waters, including within the territorial waters of the coastal states situated within or adjacent to the strait, to ensure freedom of transit passage and deter any attempts to close, obstruct, or otherwise interfere with international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, for a period of no less than 6 months from the date of adoption of this resolution and until the Security Council decides otherwise.
Okay, so that doesn't actually mean anything, though, because any one state can veto something. Security Council resolutions are binding. This is the only body at the UN that can allow use of force. So if they vote to authorize the use of force, all the Gulf states can go to war against Iran, and it's legal under international law. Okay, so that's the deal there. To Ukraine now, where First Lady Melania Trump announced today the expedited return of 6 children to their families after they were separated because of the war between Russia and the Ukraine. Reunifying children with their loved ones in this region of the world remains one of the most important global issues today. I am encouraged that both sides remain committed to the ongoing cooperation, raising the safety and well-being of children above this abhorrent war, said the First Lady. A 7th Ukrainian child will be brought home to family members later this month as part of this fourth reunification facilitated by the First Lady, Mrs. Trump. First Lady Melania Trump and her representative remain engaged in ongoing work with Russia and Ukraine to identify and reunify those individuals who have been displaced as a result of the ongoing war. The latest from the office of the First Lady. Now I'll take you to Tel Aviv now, where as a reporter for BBC Arabic was showing the damage from one Iranian strike, another siren sounded mid-report.
در این روز عید پسح که مردم در خانه‌هاشون هستند و میخوان جشن بگیرن، در این روز همشون به پناهگاه‌ها میرن. همین حالا یک بار دیگه صدای آژیر اومده و ما متاسفانه بعد این مصاحبه رو تموم کنیم. کسرا. خیلی خوب. در این روز عید پسح که مردم در خانه‌هاشون هستند و میخوان جشن بگیرن، در این روز همشون به پناهگاه‌ها میرن. همین حالا یک بار دیگه صدای آژیر اومده و ما متاسفانه بعد این.
Okay, an update from the kidnapped journalist Shelley Kittleson, who did not make it to a hospital. Kataib Hezbollah, which is not Hezbollah in Lebanon, Kataib Hezbollah kidnapped her.
Conversation. Update. An Iran-aligned Iraqi militia, Kataib Hezbollah, has reportedly expressed willingness to negotiate the release of the kidnapped American journalist, Shelley Kittleson. In exchange, the group is demanding that Iraq free several of its detained members. Source, NYT.
There you go. By the way, the journalist Shelley Kittleson, moved to Italy when she was 19. She was a field reporter. Taking you to Massachusetts now, where 4 high-ranking state police officers were brought to court today and indicted after a trooper named Enrique Delgado Garcia, while training with the paramilitary state police unit, was killed during a boxing match. 4 individuals associated with the state police were brought to Worcester Superior Court just minutes ago. You can see a number of protesters standing outside the building where, again, in Massachusetts, where this newscast is based, a number of police officers in the past month have been arrested for everything from cover-ups of driving drunk and killing people in their official vehicles to apparently cover-ups of the death of cadets training to join the state police. Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia worked as a victim's witness advocate in that very courthouse, in fact, before going to attempt to join the state police, dying while participating in a boxing match. A grand jury, specially convened by state prosecutors with the Attorney General's office, I believe, and then one district attorney's office was involved, charged 4 state police officers, including one supervisor, with negligent homicide in the context of Trooper Delgado Garcia's death. Another state police trooper was indicted in the past 48 hours for driving drunk in 2023 with a BAC of 0.11 over the legal limit, having his official vehicle cross marked lanes and kill a disabled man in a van, a situation which was also covered up for years, according to an independent investigation led by a former judge in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. During that investigation, the judge found that one state police officer in 2026 said to a member of the DA's office in Middlesex County, "Take to your grave what I told you about the state trooper's blood alcohol level." I tell you folks, there is a reckoning coming in Massachusetts for what was in effect a criminal gang operating under the auspices of the state and local police departments throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace to this Commonwealth. It was a disgrace to the badge. It was a disgrace to the victims. And most of it centered back on something I believe called the B-Fit Squad of the state police, which I believe had connections to a man named Robert Devine, who in turn was connected through something called the Learning for Life charity and also the Police Explorers program to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and a network of brothels operating out of restaurants in the south coast of Massachusetts and in Boston and in Dedham. I know where they were. I went to the Congress. My point is the state police in this Commonwealth were rotten to the core. And you're looking at the protesters who have been there for years trying to get the word out. Do you know how many little birdies, I call them little birdies, do you know how many women just wanted to become police officers and ended up abused as children and then brought into brothels and forced to work? Do you know how many of them were extorted with false criminal charges? Look at Tiffany Overstreet from 2014. These women, they would get brought in, they would be used, they would be thrown out, and then some of them could even be relegated down to street-level pimps. The cops were the pimps. The whole system's collapsing. Murder, cover-ups, abuse of children, I don't want to give away too much. My point is, listen to me. There is a very serious reckoning coming in Massachusetts, and it was centered on a very serious network of corrupt police, and they're all just getting indicted. I never thought I would see the day, change has come to Massachusetts. Now, there's a lot of good cops too, but unfortunately, this was another one of those examples, kind of like the Catholic Church going awry, where because the bad cops got in such high, powerful positions of influence, they were able to facilitate what was in effect like a brothel network. But it used like extortion and also incentives. Like you could be brought in, say you wanted to be a cop when you were a 14-year-old girl, they would get their hooks in you. They would abuse you as a kid, and then if they thought you could do it, they might let you be a cop. If not, they would make you go work in the brothel. They'd get you a job as a teacher, give you an apartment. But God forbid you have any kids, you're either going to get kicked down to the street level pimps, or like Sandra Birchmore alleges the federal government, they will kill. Okay? Sandra Birchmore was a young woman in Massachusetts on February 1st, 2021. She was dating a police officer named Matthew Farwell. Dating. I say dating because Matthew Farwell was not dating her. He had abused her and groomed her since she was 14. When she sought to enter the Police Explorers program run by Robert Devine in Stoughton, Massachusetts. Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton cop, along with Billy Farwell, his brother, and Mr. Robert Devine, who was the deputy chief for a number of years. All right, as Sandra Birchmore at 14 was groomed and assaulted multiple times by a number of Stoughton cops. By February of 2021, Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with what she told Matthew Farwell, the Stoughton police officer, was his baby. All right, on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. exactly, Matthew Farwell went to Sandra Birchmore's home in a mask, He went into her apartment, alleges the federal government. He hung Sandra from a door, killing Sandra and her 8 to 10-week-old unborn baby boy. Okay? On February 4th, 2026, the Canton Police Department in Massachusetts responded to Sandra's home in order to do a wellness check because she didn't show up at work where she was a teacher's assistant in a neighboring community. When they got there, they found her dead. Within 48 hours, the Canton Police picked up 3 pieces of information that were crucial. One, they identified Matthew Farwell as the man who was on the surveillance video by talking to a building maintenance worker at Sandra's apartment, and they confirmed Matthew Farwell was the man who moved Sandra into her apartment a year prior. 2, the the local police went to Sandra's school and found out that Matthew Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was a child. They also found out that Farwell said that if Sandra was going to carry the baby to term, Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself. Okay, on February 6th, 2021, the Canton Police turned over this investigation. By law in Massachusetts, all homicides or unattended deaths are investigated by the DA and the state police unit detailed to the district attorney in that county, okay? In Norfolk County, it's called the State Police Detectives Unit, SPDU, attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, okay? When the Canton Police turned over all this evidence to the state police, 2 of the people on that state police unit, John Fanning, okay, and another man by the name of Yuri Buchanan, both had connections to the Stoughton Police Department, all right? As a result, there was a report written by Fanning himself exonerating Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's death. It was a cover-up. In August of 2023, the federal government, after obtaining new information, opened a federal probe into Matthew Farwell for murder of a cooperating federal witness, which doesn't require actually talking to the federal government. It's a complicated series of cases. It just involves like the person who does the murder thinking that the person that they're going to kill might talk to the federal government. And then by August 2024, Matthew Farwell is charged for Sandra Birchmore's murder. To this day, the state police, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and otherwise have still continued to refuse to change the cause of Sandra's death from self-harm to homicide. That's how bad this is. And those girls, there was information that came out that someone had approached Sandra before she died and talked to her about money she owed, quote, the girls at the dorm suite. Sandra didn't live at a dorm suite, okay? And that person who threatened Sandra said if Sandra didn't pay, that she was going to get information exposed about herself, about Sandra, about her relationship to the Stoughton Police Department, okay? She was working in a brothel, in my opinion, against her will. Okay, she was working for a network of pimps that were cops, okay, and to this day, we do not know who the father of Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby was because it turns out years later it wasn't Matthew Farwell. His trial's scheduled to start next August. There's something seriously wrong with policing everywhere, but in Massachusetts, we got him. We got him. Thanks to Karen Reed, thanks to this guy who kind of threw himself on the fire. His name is Aidan Turtleboy Carney. He really exposed a lot of this. If you read his September 2022 article about Tiffany Overstreet, like he got him. He kind of used himself as bait, which is very noble, but like he's like facing a criminal trial. I think it will end up going away. I think we'll see some kind of like 211, like interlocutory appeal that pushes the trial back past January. And in turn, it will lead to a new DA coming in and the charges going away. That's my opinion. But anyway, my overall opinion is that like the reason this all got exposed is primarily because of Turtleboy and then also because of Karen Reed a little bit. But there's a lot of gamesmanship because I think these like cops are really dangerous, like retaliatory charges, like murder. They'll do anything, okay? And so that's why I think like the comeuppance, the reckoning that's happening right now, it really took a village, but it started from just some very brave people willing to just stand up. And the Epstein stuff coming out is what I think made it all fall. Like once people realized that Epstein was in Massachusetts, like traveling here, like very clearly connected to the Police Explorers program, traveling here right after Tiffany Overstreet, who was a woman in the fall of 2013 that was dating, quote unquote, Robert Devine, threatened to expose him to his wife. Devine was like the area coordinator for Epstein, in my opinion. All right. Right as Tiffany Overstreet threatened to expose Devine in the summer of 2014 to his wife, all of a sudden, Jeffrey Epstein, a registered SA offender, comes to Stoughton, Massachusetts, the beautiful environs of Stoughton. It's not beautiful. There's nothing there but an IKEA, really, and like a little small town. Rich people like wouldn't go vacation there, not billionaires. No one would go there for this reason. for any reason, really, if you were wealthy and were Jeffrey Epstein. So anyway, he flies in, he goes to an IKEA, a Dunkin' Donuts, etc. on July 8th to 9th of 2014. July 8th to 9th of 2014 happened to be the same exact dates that Robert Devine, the Stoughton deputy chief of police, and also Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA, were hosting a children's basketball camp through the Police Explorers program in Stoughton. Interestingly, that 2014 basketball camp is the only basketball camp that's not listed on the DA's site of press releases related to those basketball camps from like 2012 through 2026. And furthermore, I found a public post on Twitter where the Stoughton Public Schools PR man was at that July 8th and 9th basketball camp, took a picture, uploaded it, I included it in my reporting, and then he made his account private. So how about them apples? Anyway, I told the Congress, so good luck with all that. I actually told a bunch of government officials. When I reported this to one government department, I'm pretty sure I heard the woman on the other end of the phone actually gasp. Especially the Police Explorers thing. They were so mad about that. I've never actually heard someone in government. Well, one time when I called the FBI because I found out that, like, there was this like patent for the Boeing Warrior X system that had been compromised by Saudi intelligence. Like one time, like the guy was like, I have to make a call, goodbye. But otherwise, like, I've never heard the FBI or any government official, it wasn't the FBI I called about this, but I've never heard any government official actually gasp when being told something. But when they heard about that Police Explorers program thing, I will tell you, that was a hell of a moment. I don't know what they're going to do about it, frankly, but you know. All right, now I'll show you Al Rusfara city. Oh, hold on one second. This was rocket shrapnel falling on Tel Aviv earlier. Right, Michael Brown? I have a lot of information in my head. Oh, Ifti Ahmad, you're totally right. Civil forfeiture is such a like insidious domain. Like the way that they seize like cars and property, it's bad. Hi, Sylvia. Hi, Nature Alley. Hi, Dowd. This is Tel Aviv earlier. Tel Aviv earlier. Here's from Hezbollah. This is from Hezbollah. It's called From the Field in Defense of Our People. Hi, Nelatanya. Oh, new Hezbollah song. Oh, they're flexing a little bit, huh? Wow. Oh, I did it. I mean, they're competing with the Blood Guardians, huh? Hi, Peter. All right, so one more time. The latest from Hezbollah, they really upgraded their song, huh? They're trying to like show the Blood Guardians who's boss. It's a little bit of a competition. Hi, Mrs. FAFO. Not yet, Mohammed. We'll see it later today, I'm sure. I mean, their video editor is really good, but the music, they have used, like, they don't, like, they're in a war. They're not exactly thinking about music, but they do know it's important, you can tell. And they definitely put effort into that. I mean, that was serious effort. That song upgrade, that was like really nice. The strings. By the way, a lot of you are going to say, why are you analyzing the song like separate from the imagery? I do that all the time. Like art, I've always said on this channel when looking at any countries, it's like footage, whether Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Iran, Qatar, UAE, Oman, Iraq, the various factions, Hezbollah, Israel, the US, like whatever they're going to put up, I'm going to like separate like the styling of it, like the music, which is just a piece of art, and then the actual imagery. We like analyze these groups. The songs that they use are kind of PGP keys. They kind of sign them with the song. So when they do a new song, you have to know what the song is. Whether or not, like we have a bop scale too. Like that's more of like a classical composition. Like Hezbollah is very classy. Like Israel tries to demean them, but Hezbollah is actually like a very classy organization. They actually like are very like, I don't know, composed with their like presentation of themselves. They're like very modern, and my opinion is that like that composition, it's not like a bop. Like the Blood Guardians want you to dance, like they get people dancing, whereas like this is more like classical, like refined. Here's the latest from the president of Azad University in Iran.
چیزی که الان دنیا حیرت زده و شگفت زده شدن. فکر نمی‌کردن که در این صنایع موشکی ما به اینجا رسیدیم که اونها عقبن. بنابراین در انقلاب اسلامی این اتفاق افتاد و این بحث رو در انقلاب اسلامی صورت گرفت. یک رستاخیز علمی صورت گرفت. یک انقلاب علمی به وجود اومد. یک انقلاب که حالا این انقلاب علمی باید برسه به تولید نظریه و فکر، باید برسه به مرجعیت علمی، باید برسه به رهبری علمی.
Yeah, I agree, Microdots. I think it's kind of like Hezbollah looks at itself as like very refined. If you listen to the Blood Guardians music, they drop a beat. Let me see if I can find you. I'll just play it for you. I don't know if you saw this one last night, but this one always gets like, this song from Blood Guardians gets people like all the time. It's probably like people, I think out of every like song that has been released here, this one is not right. This one is, the best. I reposted something that reported something as a deliberate act when it was an accident, so I wanted to make sure I didn't do that. Let me get the Blood Guardians though. Here it is. So this is the one that always gets people bopping. This is the Blood Guardians from Iraq, Microdot. I don't know why people like it so. It's a really good song. You can't deny it.
والله لا نهزم على العهد على الوعد سيبقى دائما ردي لبيك يا دار الله منايانا قضايانا نقول الردع ألوانا ونحن شيعة الهيهات نحن جنود صاحب الأزمان يا شباب الله والقرآن هيا يا أهالينا قد لاحت أمانينا رد الله في الميدان من منهم يلاقينا نحن أولياء الدم نحن قل نعم نحن أولياء الدم والأمم والله لا تهزم. استعد
I can't help it, it's that good. There's nothing you can do.
والله لا نهزم على العهد على الوعد سيبقى دائما ردي لبيك يا دار الله
You can find it on Spotify under Iraqi Resistance playlist. Translator Towel has the link. Does remind me of like a shisha lounge. I spent a lot of time in those, if you can't tell. I would hang out with the Blood Guardians. Yeah, I agree with you. It's from Iraq. I really like that song. I separated from the visuals, trying to bomb U.S. troops, but the song is really good. I would hang out with them. I've got a good one, but I don't know how to post it to you, Grant. Oh, okay, if the Ahmad. So it depends where the link is. If it's Twitter, you just copy, like you can share a Twitter post from this link. Look for the share. No, we're good. Look for the share link. If it's like on your phone browser, just go to the top of the like phone browser, click the link and click copy and paste it in the chat here. That's the quickest way to get it for me. Like if it's on, like find where it's hosted, like ideally X or something or YouTube, and then post it. This one was posted by Al Mayadeen, for example, Hezbollah's outlet in Lebanon, or a Hezbollah affiliated outlet. I'll show you now the latest from Tel Aviv. I will get you more pictures. There's a lot going on. This was Tel Aviv about an hour ago. Iran is striking at will in Tel Aviv. Okay, I have a new video from Hezbollah. That's 8 minutes long. Okay, I'm going to show this to you now. I have a new video from Hezbollah. It's apparently an educational video about a missile. I don't know much about this missile. It's called the Fadi missile. Give me 1 second while I bring this up for you. Come on now. You can do it. Come on. Let's go. Here we go. So take a listen to this, and then we'll watch the video.
Conversation. New footage from Hezbollah military media documents the operational lifecycle and resilience of the Fadi missile series. The release highlights a specific heavy launcher that remained functional despite surviving 4 direct Israeli airstrikes, serving as kinetic proof that the resistance's heavy assets are being successfully repaired and recycled in the field. Tracing the Fadi's journey from the rearming phase of 2024 to the saturation strikes of 2026, the resistance continues demonstrating significant operational depth and a persistent technical readiness. This confirms that the heavy strike capabilities hitting the occupation's interior are supported by a durable logistical backbone that has survived years of targeted attrition. Every Fadi launch stands as a testament to the unbroken resolve of the field against the enemy's failing defensive layers.
Alright, from Hezbollah War Media. Microdots, this might sing to your soul.
الآلية كانت هون.
Oh, English subtitles, nice. Helps me understand and explain
هذا
to you what's
الحارس
going
نزل
on.
عليها وأذت الآلية كليتها على الخط الثاني على الضغط. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الآلية فادي 5 رمت على شركة تاع امبارح، علما انه الاسرائيلي رمى امبارح طلع على المنطقة هون، حرق المنطقة كلها مثل ما انكم شايفين. بعدها من امبارح بالليل لهلا دايرة بعد فيها صاروخ، بس ما بدنا نرميها بحاجتها للآلية. مثل ما انكم شايفين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. وما توفيقي إلا بالله. الآلية اللي رمت امبارح فادي 5 ولا انرمى عليها الإسرائيلي، حرق المنطقة من هون من تحت بلطف رباني، بس نبرش واحد رايح ودولاب وهينا رجعناها مطرح ما كانت أصلا. صلي على محمد وآل محمد. هون مطرح ما رمت الآلية مرة تانية. هلا الآلية هونيك سحبوها الإخوان. الآلية بعد الرماية استني جاك هون البلاغي. هلا حننزلها
يا ظالم آل محمد، يا ظالم آل محمد.
That sounds almost German.
مثل ما انكم شايفين الآلية بعد ثالث رماية استهدفها الإسرائيلي من فوق. هم محل الصاروخ والكابين من جوا، وبفضل الله عز وجل بقيت شغالة. شوية نبرش هيدروليك وشوية بالشيء له علاقة بالتدوير، طفاية وما طفاية هيك شغلات.
اعطيني ساعة الأمر لك يا أبو علي. شو غطي خالص يا زلمة. لا غطي هديلي هيك شوية. ما أنا بإيدي ما شايف. تستير صاروخ التيل. هلا مرحلة تركيب الصاع. بعد الصاع هيك تركيب القمح. منطلقين حتى نصور رماية صاروخية
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. تل إيليا بعد ما استهدفها الإسرائيلي بعد رابع رماية، وإن شاء الله هلا جايين بدنا نصلحها. هلا هالآلية بعد أول تعديل كما انتم شايفين هاي الدواليب ربطناها من هون مع الشوتر.
أنا لن أهون ولن ألين أرسلت بالأمس السريع
قاتلوهم وعاتبهم الله بأيديهم. هيدا هو الوعد الصادق. ها هو السيد حسن، ها هو الإمام السيد علي الثاني، هود الشهداء الأبرار. الآلية الحمد لله بفضل الله رمت بالحرب الماضية 4 مرات، يرميها الإسرائيلي وترجع تاني. بهاي الحرب رجعنا مهزومين، إن شاء الله رح نرجع نذكرها وترجع تاني.
Yep, and then they repaired it and used it again. That was the point of the video. So it took a lot of damage, but it was able to be used. So, I mean, interesting. Hezbollah kind of releases these like mini documentaries every now and again. They have like a war information office, kind of like any military would. It's pretty well put together. All right, so the latest scenes from Tel Aviv, as I mentioned to you, it's really this where I'm trying to get you a damage impact assessment. There was another round of bombing as well. This was Tel Aviv, maybe 2 hours ago now. Okay, I think I have the impact. It's bad. It was a ballistic missile company that was hit in Tel Aviv. I'm going to show you the impact assessment now. Here we go. This was in Israel. I believe this was in Tel Aviv. This is Bet Tikva. This was a hit in Bet Tikva.
אחד משלוש.
אני! מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה שם של המקום?
Yeah, this is the most recent damage impact assessment from Tel Aviv. It's Bet Tikva. It's being reported as I believe, a missile factory, a defense factory.
אני! מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה שם של המקום? לובינר! לובינר! מה שם המפעל?
אחד משלוש.
אני! מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה שם זה המקום? לובינר, מה שם המפעל?
The latest from Tel Aviv. So the Iranians have promised tonight will be the heaviest night of strikes of the war. Well, I wouldn't say they use those words. They said they're escalating their strikes. Okay, now I have the latest. I have the latest from what started this, which was an attack on a new bridge between Karsh and Tehran. Adiopolis, I think Bondi got fired because she leaked to who's that congressman? One of the congressmen that's a Dem that was under investigation. I forget his name. She leaked information about it to him or something. So Mr. President Trump probably thought she was deep state, but that's just my opinion. So now I have for you, but it is big news that Pam Bondi is being forced out as Attorney General. Here is the latest from what started the chaos today. The U.S. bombed the newest bridge between Karsh, a city in the west of Tehran, and Tehran, the capital of Iran. This is a bridge that would have cut the travel time between the two cities from 1 hour to 10 minutes. It was bombed. Here's the moment of the chaos as the bridge was bombed from the environs where people celebrate among the beautiful nature.
وقتی نزدیک میزنه اینجوری صدا بیا ماشین رو به کجورت رو بچار همینجا رو زد آرال سریع بری خدا هیچی نگو هیچی نگو جمع پاییم سریع بری تموم شد دیگه زد.
Latest from Iran. Very rare pictures to see this.
چه صدا دیدی وقتی نزدیک میزنه اینجوری صدا بیایید زیر این درخته بیایید زیر این درخته بیایید زیر این درخته برو زیر من ماشینم بیا ماشین تو به کجورت رو بچسب همینجا رو زد آرال سریع بری خدا هیچی نگو هیچی نگو جمع پاییم سریع بریم تموم شد دیگه زد.
That was the latest from the bridge that was destroyed in Iran. I have a statement from Mr. President about that bridge. I need to get the latest from the Houthis for you as well. Give me 1 second. I have to ask the bot to do it. There's a bot on X that will do subtitles for short videos. It's very helpful. Here's the statement from Mr. President Trump just an hour ago. Quote, "The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late, and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country." Ooh, they're not going to like that. President Donald J. Trump. All right, so Mr. President is making clear this is not stopping. This is just getting worse. And Iran is responding. Trying to get you the latest from the Houthis, but I have to have it translated. I have footage from a hit in Saudi Arabia. Oh, goodness. The industrial zone in Tel Aviv, Petah Tikva, has been hit very hard. Iran is just going to ramp up, and they're ready. Hello, Lee Agent. Hello, Sandy. All right, here you go. This is Amazon. This is an American website in Saudi Arabia that was hit.
ازعجونا في الكومنتات وزارة الداخلية وزارة الدفاع أنا أتمنى وزارة الدفاع وزارة الداخلية يشوفون بس المواقع المشبوهة اللي عندنا لما الإنسان يموت بس ولا الواحد يتضرر قلتوا أوه وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل بس. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. هذا الانفجار الساعة 5:30 الصبح. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. شوفوا لنا حل الصدق والله شوفوا لنا حل. الواحد لا مات بعدين يقولوا وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. ازعجونا في الكومنتات وزارة الداخلية وزارة الدفاع أنا أتمنى وزارة الدفاع وزارة الداخلية يشوفون بس المواقع المشبوهة اللي عندنا لما الإنسان يموت بس ولا الواحد يتضرر قلتوا أوه وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل بس. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. هذا الانفجار الساعة 5:30 الصبح. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. شوفوا لنا حل.
All right, we have another song from the Iraq. We have more footage now from the Iraqi resistance. My name is Grant Spithellis. It's 3 p.m. on the dot, Eastern U.S. wartime. It's Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is 6 p.m. in Tel Aviv. Excuse me, in South Africa. It's 7 p.m. in Israel. It's 7:30 p.m. in Tehran. It is day 32. Day 32, is it? Of the U.S. war on Iran. I have the latest from the the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Okay, this is targeting vital energy sources in the Victoria base, fuel tanks that power the base's American generators. Okay, here's an FPV drone footage, the latest, just 1 minute old, from the Iraqi resistance. It does have a song too. Wow. Okay, latest from the Iraqi resistance targeting an American base. Incredible. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and that is the latest from the Iraqi resistance flying a drone into the American Victoria base and the fuel tanks. You saw the actual drone flying into the fuel tanks. I have the latest now from the spokesperson from the Iraqi resistance. All right. I think it's working. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. I have the latest from Iran. I'm waiting for the captions to generate, and then I will get it to you. Alright, let me do this. English. I have the latest from Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I just need 1 second. I don't know why they use these. You're not supposed to use emojis on X. It doesn't like that. I'm just preparing this post for you so you can actually listen. The IRCG just put out another statement. It's a long one, but I have to transcribe it because they put it out in Farsi. And no one actually takes the time to make the captions, so you have to do them by hand. Alright, it's done. Alright, I have it for you now. I do this all by hand, by the way. It's a one-man operation. I rip the captions, upload them. Drink energy drinks. Play the videos. This is literally the latest statement from the IRGC. No one even uploaded it with English captions. I just happened to rip them for you in like a second. I have to add them to the video, though. It takes like 1 second. I already downloaded the video, ripped the captions, uploaded the video again, saved the captions file, added the captions file to the video. Now I just have to make sure it's there. Alright, it's there. I have the latest from the Iranians for you. Here we go. This is the latest from the Iranians for you with English captions. Give me 1 second. Alright, the latest from the Iranians. I was doing that all like on the fly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. در پاسخ به شرارت‌های جنایتکارانه و هدف قرار گرفتن صنایع فولاد ایران طی عملیات مشترک نیروهای هوافضا و دریایی سپاه پاسداران موج 90 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا من هو شدیدالعقاب از بامداد امروز آغاز شد. صنایع فولاد و استیل آمریکا مستقر در شهر ابوظبی در امارات، صنایع آلومینیوم آمریکا در بحرین و صنایع تسلیحاتی رافائل رژیم صهیونیستی از اهداف این موج بودند. همچنین مخفیگاه تروریست‌های آمریکایی در نزدیکی شهر منامه نیز هدف قرار گرفت. در این عملیات موشکی و پهپادی ده‌ها نفر از تروریست‌های آمریکایی کشته و مجروح شدند و تا ساعت‌ها در آن محل آمبولانس‌ها مشغول امدادرسانی بودند. ضمن آنکه در پاسخ به اقدامات تروریست‌های آمریکایی صهیونی در حمله به زیرساخت‌ها و مناطق مسکونی، نقاطی از پایگاه‌های هوایی تلنوف، پالماخیم و بنگوریون، مراکز تجمع نیروهای نظامی در تل‌آویو، حیفا، ایلات، نقب و بیروسب و همراه پایگاه‌های ارتش آمریکا در احمدالجابر، علی السالم و الخرج با موشک‌های بالستیک سنگین و پهپادهای تهاجمی مورد هدف قرار گرفتند. یک سامانه راداری هشدار زود هنگام در پایگاه الظفر امارات نیز مورد اصابت دقیق قرار گرفت و به طور کامل منهدم شد. مدافعان آسمان کشورمان در ارتش و سپاه طول شبانه روز گذشته 3 فروند پهپاد متخاصم دشمنان را در آسمان شیراز و 1 فروند پهپاد متخاصم را نیز در آسمان شمال غرب کشور و تحت کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور رهگیری و سرنگون کردند. دلیرمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران از نخستین ساعات امروز محل استقرار جنگنده‌های ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در پایگاه الازرق اردن را آماج حملات پهپادی خود قرار دادند. این پایگاه در هدایت جنگنده‌های پیشرفته و عملیات پهپادهای جاسوسی و تهاجمی دشمن علیه مواضع جبهه مقاومت و کشورمان نقش اصلی داشته و با هدف کاهش توان رزم هوایی دشمن زیر ضرب حملات پهپادهای انهدامی ارتش قرار گرفته است. هشدار می‌دهیم آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی منتظر ضربات شدیدتر و کوبنده‌تر ما در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی باشند و به مردم و ساکنان مراکز اقتصادی، صنعتی و شرکت‌های مرتبط با آمریکا و رژیم جعلی اسرائیل یادآوری می‌کنیم از پیرامون مراکز یاد شده فاصله بگیرند و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
I'll play this one more time. I think they claim they killed US forces. This is the
بسم الله
Iranians.
الرحمن الرحیم. در پاسخ به شرارت‌های جنایتکارانه و هدف قرار گرفتن صنایع فولاد ایران طی عملیات مشترک نیروهای هوافضا و دریایی سپاه پاسداران موج 90 عملیات وعده صادق 4 با رمز مبارک یا من هو شدیدالعقاب از بامداد امروز آغاز شد. صنایع فولاد و استیل آمریکا مستقر در شهر ابوظبی در امارات، صنایع آلومینیوم آمریکا در بحرین و صنایع تسلیحاتی رافائل رژیم صهیونیستی از اهداف این موج بودند. همچنین مخفیگاه تروریست‌های آمریکایی در نزدیکی شهر منامه نیز هدف قرار گرفت. در این عملیات موشکی و پهپادی ده‌ها نفر از تروریست‌های آمریکایی کشته و مجروح شدند و تا ساعت‌ها در آن محل آمبولانس‌ها مشغول امدادرسانی بودند. ضمن آنکه در پاسخ به اقدامات تروریست‌های آمریکایی صهیونی در حمله به زیرساخت‌ها و مناطق مسکونی، نقاطی از پایگاه‌های هوایی تلنوف، پالماخیم و بنگوریون، مراکز تجمع نیروهای نظامی در تل‌آویو، حیفا، ایلات، نقب و بیروسب و همراه پایگاه‌های ارتش آمریکا در احمدالجابر، علی السالم و الخرج با موشک‌های بالستیک سنگین و پهپادهای تهاجمی مورد هدف قرار گرفتند. یک سامانه راداری هشدار زود هنگام در پایگاه الظفر امارات نیز مورد اصابت دقیق قرار گرفت و به طور کامل منهدم شد. مدافعان آسمان کشورمان در ارتش و سپاه طول شبانه روز گذشته 3 فروند پهپاد متخاصم دشمنان را در آسمان شیراز و 1 فروند پهپاد متخاصم را نیز در آسمان شمال غرب کشور و تحت کنترل شبکه یکپارچه پدافند هوایی کشور رهگیری و سرنگون کردند. دلیرمردان ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران از نخستین ساعات امروز محل استقرار جنگنده‌های ارتش تروریستی آمریکا در پایگاه الازرق اردن را آماج حملات پهپادی خود قرار دادند. این پایگاه در هدایت جنگنده‌های پیشرفته و عملیات پهپادهای جاسوسی و تهاجمی دشمن علیه مواضع جبهه مقاومت و کشورمان نقش اصلی داشته و با هدف کاهش توان رزم هوایی دشمن زیر ضرب حملات پهپادهای انهدامی ارتش قرار گرفته است. هشدار می‌دهیم آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی منتظر ضربات شدیدتر و کوبنده‌تر ما در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی باشند و به مردم و ساکنان مراکز اقتصادی، صنعتی و شرکت‌های مرتبط با آمریکا و رژیم جعلی اسرائیل یادآوری می‌کنیم از پیرامون مراکز یاد شده فاصله بگیرند و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز.
We had a sorry for cutting him off. We had a request from hello Francine. We love Pete Bunny Towel. We had a Francine. I'll show you your favorite friend. Oh, that's not him. Here he is, Francine. It's Pete Bunny Towel. Francine loves Pete Bunny Towel. He's a card stand. He just wants to say hi to you, Francine. He loves you very much. He wants you to say hi. Well, he wants to say hi to you. Take a look now. We had a request from Miss Clutch for the English version of that read aloud. Here you go from British Reporter Towel.
Conversation. English captions. Spokesperson for the central headquarters of the Seal of the Prophets, Ibrahim Zulfikar. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. In response to the criminal and aggressive acts, and the targeting of the Iranian steel industry. Starting from dawn today, Wave 90 of Operation True Promise 4 has begun as part of a joint operation between the aerospace forces and the naval forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, under the Blessed Code, OU who are severe in punishment. This wave targeted American steel and iron industries located in the city of Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, American aluminum industries in Bahrain, in addition to military industries belonging to the Rafael company affiliated with the Zionist entity. The hideouts of those referred to as American terrorists near the city of Manama were also targeted. In this missile and aerial operation using drones, dozens of those described as American terrorists were killed and injured, and ambulances remained operating at the scene for hours. Likewise, in response to what is described as acts by American Zionist terrorists, in targeting infrastructure and residential areas, sites in airbases were targeted, Telephone Nov, Palmakim, and Ben Gurion, and military force assembly centers in Tel Aviv, Haifa, Eilat, the Negev, and Beersheba. In addition to U.S. Army bases in Ahmed al-Jaber, Ali al-Salem, and Karj. These sites were targeted with heavy ballistic missiles and offensive drones. Additionally, an early warning radar system at Al-Dafra Air Base in the UAE was hit precisely and completely destroyed. Moreover, the air defenders in the army and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have, over the past 24 hours, managed to detect and shoot down 3 hostile drones in the airspace over Shiraz, and another drone in the northwest of the country, under the supervision of the Integrated Air Defense Network. The Iranian Army's armed forces have also been targeting the deployment sites of U.S. Army fighter jets at Al-Azraq Air Base in Jordan since the early hours of the day through drone attacks. This base is considered a main center for directing advanced fighter jets and managing reconnaissance and attack aircraft operations against sites of what is called the Resistance Front in Iran, and it was targeted with the aim of reducing the enemy's air combat capability. We warn that the United States and the Zionist entity should expect harsher and more painful strikes in the region and the occupied territories. We also remind residents living near economic and industrial centers and companies associated with the United States and Israel of the necessity to stay away from these sites. And victory comes only from God, the exalted, the wise.
Okay, that was the latest from Miss Clutch from the Iranians. Hello, Avery. It is a full moon in the Middle East. Here's the latest from Ali Hashim. Ali Hashim actually just wrote an article in Foreign Policy. I'd like to hear his thoughts. So my friend Ali did an interview with Breaking News. Here's a Breaking Through News. Here's a short clip of it. Ali's in Tehran. Let's take a listen.
This is not just a short war. This is something that's going to change the whole direction, not only for Iran, but for the region and maybe for the whole world. Iran, Lebanon, now Yemen, Iraq, these are all connected fronts, and they serve one war. It's a war between Iran and its allies, the Axis of Resistance, as they call it, and the United States, Israel, and their allies. These fronts are serving each other. So we see the Iranians and Hezbollah sometimes coordinating strikes. Now the Yemenis, the Houthis, the Ansarullah are coming into the battle. When it comes to Lebanon, Lebanon is the only geographical collision between Israel and this axis. So now what's happening in Lebanon isn't just related to Lebanon, it's also related to the whole war. One of the most, let me say, impressive things about the people of this region that originated from this region, that resemble the land and earth, they are here. They adapt. Whatever happens, when there is a storm, the mountains go nowhere. They stay where they are. When there is a storm, the valleys, everything stay where they are. The rivers, everything will stay. People of this region are just like the nature of this region. They adapt and they stay.
Isn't that great? Isn't he amazing? Ali Hashim, he always has, what makes his style the best is when you're, Ali Hashim has been doing journalism for a long time, like longer than I've been alive. Him and Zena Kador and Trey Yingst have a combined 100 years of experience reporting in the Middle East. I don't know who's the dean of that press corps. It's probably Zena Kador. Might be Ali, though. One of them has been there since the 80s, probably. The point is, Ali Hashim is such an incredible Oh no! Oh no! We have had a small spill. I have dropped a little bit of my wonderful energy drink. Everything seems to be okay. That was bound to happen. I'm a little tipsy. Everything is fine. Thankfully, I have a towel. Wouldn't you know that? Look how useful towels are as objects. Right as I happened to spill my energy drink, you know what I had right next to me because I was actually mopping the floor earlier? A towel. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why whenever you're going someplace new, or even when you're just hanging around your own place, you should always have a towel. You never know when you're randomly going to spill an energy drink on the floor and then immediately need a towel. I had one just right next to me. Back to my compliments about Ali Hashim. Ali Hashim is a wonderful reporter. I don't know who's the dean of that press corps. It might be Ali. But what he's doing there, what makes his style so unique is he's been reporting for so long. He tells you the facts, but then when he wants, and he does this live too, I watch it on Al Jazeera, he throws in these quips like he just did. Like, when the storm comes, the mountains go nowhere. Like, that's beautiful. It's beautiful language. And he's just able to just do it like that. I know, Professor, I'm trying so hard to stop drinking these damn energy drinks. Maybe the fact that one of them just like fell on the ground is a sign that I shouldn't keep drinking it, you know? Don't forget to bring a towel. But it is hard. So for me, like, caffeine is my fuel. I'm trying to find like other forms of it. I hear there's like caffeine pills. There's like teas that have caffeine. I'm trying to like switch my caffeine consumption to not these energy drinks. They're definitely like not healthy. I recognize they are not healthy. I'm not pleased that I like drinking them, but yeah. Don't forget to bring a towel. You know you're getting old when you never leave home without tissues. But yeah, I'm definitely trying to not drink as many energy drinks. They're helpful for the work I do, but like I want to switch to tea or at least like more homemade coffee, things like that. But yeah, Ali Hashim has a great way of just not only humanizing a story, but using those little quips to kind of like really emphasize the point. No, I don't want to. Please, why must you? Oh, okay, I get the whole article. All right, let's listen to the latest from Ali Hashim. Oh, nice. Someone who's a subscriber gifted it. No! I don't need to unlock it because they gifted me free access. Okay? Now read it, please. No, I don't need to register.
By using this website, you agree to our use of cookies. This use includes personalization of
So
content
this is the
and ads,
latest
waiting for the war to end in
Ali
Tehran.
Hashim.
For Iranians under fire, surges of patriotism and criticism of the government. By Ali Hashem, a journalist and researcher covering wars, diplomacy, and political transformations across the Middle East. A man in a suit walks near the remains of a residential and commercial building in the Sharak-e-Garb neighborhood of Tehran. A man in a suit walks near the remains of a residential and commercial Tehran, just after 1 a.m. in Tehran. My friend and I were still sitting in a crowded cafe. Hookahs passed from hand to hand. People scrolled through their phones, speaking in low voices that occasionally broke into laughter. Then came the blast, deep and heavy, the kind you feel through the floor before it reaches your ears. Conversations stopped. Heads turned toward the windows. For a few seconds, the room went silent. Then life resumed. In Tehran, this is what war looks like a month into the war. A dizzying juxtaposition of anxiety and resilience, surges of patriotism alongside criticism of government policies, and a vexing question on everyone's lips: how does it end? Strikes are no longer confined to military targets. Residential neighborhoods have been hit. Health centers and universities have been damaged. War is now a condition of daily life, something that people absorb and navigate. That same night, my friend Farhang received a call from a neighbor. A nearby explosion had shattered the windows of his family's home. His mother, alone and in her late 60s, was inside. His father had died only days before the war began. He picked up and tried to calm her, telling her it was thunder, a storm passing over the city. She didn't believe him. Tehran shook every few hours that night. This was supposed to be a short war. Washington's strategy followed a familiar logic: apply overwhelming but limited force, escalate in controlled steps, and force a rapid political outcome. A few days of sustained strikes, the thinking went, and Tehran would concede. Israel, in parallel, appeared to calculate that external pressure might align with internal fractures, weakening the system from within. 1 month into the war, the Islamic Republic remains intact and the popular uprising Israel and the United States hoped for has not materialized. No doubt, many Iranians continue to oppose the government. It's hard to expect people to protest when missiles are landing in the streets. But the war has also revived something that many believed the country had lost. In some neighborhoods, rallies take place almost every day. Families walk through the streets carrying Iranian flags, sometimes with children perched on their shoulders. Zoreh is one of them. She attends the rallies with her husband and their only son. For her, the conflict has restored what she calls Iran's revolutionary spirit. Read more. 1. Does Iran's future look like Cuba, Syria, or North Korea?
Great article by Ali Hashim. Also, Raturo, God bless you. I have not tried Kava or Grog or Yogana. I'm going to copy your comment. God bless you and thank you for that. And I don't know, I believe you might have sent me an email. It was truly an honor to receive your email, and God bless you, my dear friend. I'm so grateful for all the work you do, and I'm inspired by your passion. And I would love to learn about those drinks for energy in Fiji, and I would love to visit Fiji. I have plans in the next year. I may come visit multiple people. It would really be an honor to come visit some of you. I'd like to learn about your countries, and I think it would be an honor. It will call a towels trip around the world. I'm now going to show you the latest scenes from Tel Aviv, where the Iranians have hit hard. Also, the Iranians mentioned taking down an American drone, 3 of them, over Shiraz. Here's one of those pictures from today. Hi, Towel Bomb Lynn. God bless you. I'm so glad your back's feeling better. The penguins and I were worried. We were sending you Towel Mom Lynn hugs every day. I was telling the penguins they had to make sure you were feeling better. That's good. This is the latest from the Iranians claiming a shoot down of an American drone over Shiraz. Okay. So much for degraded anti-air capabilities. Now I'll show you the latest from Tel Aviv, where Iran has started the night bad and it's getting worse. Okay, this is from Liri Shirvit, where an Israeli group is stuck outside during an alert from the shelter. Alright, so this is in Tel Aviv, where a group got stuck outside during an air raid. I'm not sure Osama bin lagging. I love that username. Logging or lagging. I don't know. I don't know. It could be a long war. It could be 3 weeks. It could be 3 months. It could be 3 years. I don't know. This is the latest from Tel Aviv.
אנחנו יכולים להיכנס? יש אזעקה, מרחב מוגן? סליחה, אפשר להיכנס? יש התקפה של טילים מאיראן. סליחה. יש אזעקה, אפשר להיכנס לממ"ד? כבוד השר, יש כאן מורה. אני מורה בישראל. היי, אני מורה. אתה יכול לפתוח לי בבקשה? מה? תפתח לי אבל. יש התקפה של טילים מאיראן. היי, שר חינוך. שר חינוך, אני מורה בישראל! תגן עליי מפני הטילים! אתה עם הממשלה שלך! אתה תקפת אותם! והטילים האלה זה באשמתך! תגן עליי! תן לי להתכנס! אם ייפול טיל, אם שערה משערת ראשי תיפול, זה על הצוואר שלך! כבוד השר! שר כישלון לא נותן לנו להיכנס לממ"ד שלו. 2 באפריל, ערב, פסח. תנו לנו להיכנס, רבותיי! איפה המרחב המוגן? הופה! עירותים מעלינו, ואנחנו כאן ולא נותנים לנו להיכנס. שמור עלינו, אדוני! תשמור, אם לא אתה, מי ישמור? ריבונו של עולם! פיצוצים ברקע. מטורף. וואו. אנחנו מופקרים, כבוד השר, אנחנו מופקרים. מטורף. שר כישלון, הפקרה. ריבונו של עולם. תן לנו להיכנס למרחב המוגן. לא נורמלים. פיצוצים. יש פה פיצוצים, איזה הפקרה! בושה וחרפה. נבל!
Well, that's not a good scene. No, what did you say? Ms. Clutch, I'm on the fence about that. It's not very kind, but it's an opinion, and it's not a personality towards a member of the chamber. So, I think I'm going to allow it. I don't endorse the opinion, but we're very critical of certain leaders, and it's a personality not towards a member of the chat. It's a criticism of a politician. So, I'm going to allow it. Oh, wait a minute. I thought he was talking about Claude the AI. He was talking about Claude from chat? Nope. I'm deferring to Ms. Clutch. I thought the issue was over what was said about Mr. President. I didn't realize. I thought I just want to tell you, I was a little paying attention to the video. I thought that what happened was Christopher Preston was talking about Mr. President making the AI Claude cry. And I was like, oh, that's kind of a joke. I didn't realize that Christopher was talking to Preston. So that is a personality. I defer to Ms. Clutch. I overrule myself as the chair, defer to Ms. Clutch, and we will move on. Ms. Clutch, I'm sorry for misinterpreting. I literally thought that Christopher Preston was talking about the AI Claude because of its being in the news recently. Claude, I'm sorry for that misunderstanding. I defer to Ms. Clutch's ruling. The chair has settled this. It was 60 seconds. We're moving on. Thank you very much, Ms. Clutch. I'm sorry for my misunderstanding. Now let me show you what Iran did to Tel Aviv. I'm not sure if that was the same strike that you just heard, but I'll show you the damage in Tel Aviv.
אני. מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובין. אני. מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובין.
This is the latest from Tel Aviv tonight. I'll show you more pictures now. The Iranians are striking. They're striking hard. They're striking and they are striking hard. This is Petah Tikva in the industrial zone. We saw this video earlier. I'll show you 4 clips now.
אני. מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה שם של המקום? לובינר. לובינר. מה שם המפעל?
1-3.
Okay, the latest from Tel Aviv. There was serious damage. Iran is this is Tel Aviv. It's specifically Petah Tikva. Petah Tikva. Okay, I'll show you more footage of the strike soon. There is serious damage in Israel. This is near Tel Aviv. Petah Tikva. The industrial area of Petah Tikva has been destroyed, according to reports. I'm going to show you the hit now. This is Petah Tikva, which was reportedly the industrial area has been decimated. It knocked the camera backwards. Wow, this was just recently. This was tonight. Okay, though, and then this is more of the impact damage. This was in Petah Tikva, near Tel Aviv. This was the damage after the strike. There is serious damage in Israel tonight. Very serious damage. I'll tell you more now. This is Petah Tikva. It was hundreds of kilograms. Impact damage. All right, it was an industrial area in Petah Tikva. It was this building. It was this building. Okay, this building has been destroyed. The whole building is gone. The whole building is a crater. It was that building. It's gone. I have to geo-confirm it because there's a lot of fake stuff that gets out about Israel. But for anyone who's geo-confirming, lat is 320625.52. Longe is 345302.80. Repeating, the building that was destroyed in Israel is lat. It's near Tel Aviv. Lat 32062552. Longe 345302.80. You got it, Francine. I will bring Peep. I will come there and visit. I'll bring Peep. He can go on the airplane. He doesn't need a seat. He can sit with me in the plane. But the problem is I can't. It's going to be hard to get me around the world. Like, I have to sit. I can sit, like, recline, but sitting up like this is very hard. We'll figure it out. We'll get me around the world. It's just, like, a matter of, like, the angle of the seat. There are some planes that are easier for me to go in than others, but yeah, like, it's painful for me to fly, especially with the compression on my neck. I don't do well at, like, elevated atmospheric pressure. But overall, I'm fine. In terms of traveling, I've been cleared to fly. It's just, like, I'm uncomfortable. I think that's the best way to explain it. Alright, I'm going to show you now more. Again, this was the impact of a multi-hundred kilogram missile on Tel Aviv. God bless you, Paul Bowman. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad the channel has been a resource for you. God bless you. And I will show us some goat videos. We did a little decompression earlier when I spilled my energy drink. Let's see. Oh goodness. 29 minutes. Will we get a goat? We'll play a goat video in 29 minutes, or if we get our goal completed. Sometimes I do an early goat video. It's a nice interactive way to help the channel. So yeah, there's a goal that's up, and if we hit the goal, I'll play goat videos. Here's the latest impact. I believe this is near Tel Aviv. This was at 8:25 p.m. local time tonight. Wow, oh goodness. You're looking at an impact at 8:25 local time. So about 2 hours ago in Tel Aviv, near Tel Aviv. Hello, Ghetto Gus. It's so good to see you. This is the latest from Tel Aviv. You can see it shaking the ground. Oracle's data center in Dubai has been hit. Wow, yikes. I have an intense report now from Iranian media. All right, I'll have it read out to you. I don't have the captions yet, but I'll have it read out to you. 1 second. I have to ask for English subtitles. But I'll play for you the latest report from the Armed Forces Commander-in-Chief of Iran.
Conversation. The Iranian Armed Forces Commander-in-Chief, Major General Amir Hatami, ordered the operational headquarters to monitor enemy movements closely and warned that, in the event of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive, according to Iranian state media.
So, someone asked why it's towel news. Oh, someone made a joke about me being a towel, or like my pronouns being towel, like many years ago, and I thought it was hilarious, and like in 2024. So over the time on this channel, through different coverage of criminal cases, civil cases, etc., regulatory hearings, we all kind of have adopted different towel personas. Some people are towelettes, washcloths, beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels. Someone's a soap dispenser. That's a form of towel, I suppose. It's kind of like an homage. It's like a mixed homage. It's like my own thing, but it's a mixed homage to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where towels are like useful utilitarian objects, and then also to Tally from South Park because he's wonderful. But it's just generally kind of like the idea of like we're fluffy, lovable like towels. So yeah, thanks for asking. Why is there no sound? Why would you upload the video with no sound? It just doesn't have sound. It says it has sound, but it doesn't play with sound. Maybe he forgot to include the sound? There's just no sound on that video, so that's not helpful. Here's a video that hopefully has sound. Translate Mom's going to be confused because there's no sound. Here's a video from the spokesman for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces. Go ahead, British reporter.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. URGENT. Spokesperson for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces. Trump is the most impudent and lying American president. If Trump destroys our armed forces for the 5th time as he claims, will missiles rain down on American bases and Israel from Mars? If our forces are destroyed, how will the advanced equipment, bases, companies, and American targets be destroyed?
That's why they're doing it. Every time Mr. President says they're destroyed, they show they're not. Here it is.
که ترامپ دیشب در سخنرانیش گفت که ما نیروهای مسلح ایران رو نابود کردیم، نیروهای دریایی رو نابود کردیم. برای چندمین بار این رو برای چندمین بار. خب ما یه سوال میکنیم اگر شما اینا رو نابود کردید از مریخ داره به مغز و سر فرماندهان و افسران شما موشک میباره، تجهیز منطقه نابود میشه، مراکز اقتصادی و شرکت‌های آمریکایی چجوری داره نابود میشه اگر نیروهای مسلح ایران ضعیف شدن؟ خب دنیا اینو میفهمه. یک نفر در حالت خواب هم یک چنین تحلیلی نمیکنه. آخه چی نابود شده؟ کجا نابود شده؟ دیدی که ترامپ دیشب در سخنرانیش گفت که ما نیروهای مسلح ایران رو نابود کردیم، نیروهای دریایی رو نابود کردیم. برای چندمین بار این رو برای چندمین بار. خب ما یه سوال میکنیم اگر شما اینا رو نابود کردید از مریخ داره به مغز و سر فرماندهان و افسران شما موشک میباره، تجهیز منطقه نابود میشه، مراکز اقتصادی و شرکت‌های آمریکایی چجوری داره نابود میشه اگر نیروهای مسلح ایران ضعیف شدن؟ خب دنیا اینو میفهمه. یک نفر در حالت خواب هم یک چنین تحلیلی نمیکنه. آخه چی نابود شده؟ کجا نابود شده؟
So he's mocking Mr. President, the head of the Iranian Armed Forces, the General Staff, the spokesperson. He's saying, if we don't have any missiles, where are these bombs hitting you from? Are they coming from Mars? If everything's gone, why are your companies being destroyed? He's mocking him. It's a very bad situation. Here's the latest from Hezbollah, showing an operation to confront an Apache helicopter belonging to Israel over the skies of Kafar Kila in southern Lebanon. Probably from recent days. Latest from Hezbollah, South Lebanon. Latest from Hezbollah in South Lebanon. Here's the latest from Masad Airport. This is from Thursday, April 2nd in Masad, Iran, the airport. The airport at Masad, Iran. Latest from Iran, Masad. The airport was struck hard earlier today. This is Masad, Iran. The yellow circle was an Apache helicopter belonging to Israel. Updated draft from Bahrain for the authorization of the use of force. This is the latest from Mashhad, Iran, the airport. Oh, God bless you. Water under the fridge. Oh, goodness, my dear friend, you helped us meet our goal. Do you know what this means? Goat videos. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our goal. This is a very special moment. It is thanks to none other than the wonderful water under the fridge. God bless you. Water under the fridge. Under the fridge. It is so good to see you today, my dear friend. Hashtag goat videos unlocked. Hashtag save the goats. Oh, you're so wonderful, Water Under the Fridge. You have just earned the channel along with all of the other wonderful people who have contributed today. We met our goal. I will start a new one in just a second, but I am thrilled to tell you all that as a result of meeting our goal, you have unlocked goat videos. Hashtag save the goats. Now, if you've never been on this channel, oh goodness, Standing Stones, you are wonderful. I'm going to have to count that towards the next one. I should have started a new one right away. Goats are wonderful. God bless you, Standing Stones. Each and every day, you are wonderfully talented and loved. I can't wait to meet for coffee and to get my stunning painting. Standing Stone's a very talented painter, if you don't know. Oh, Water Under the Fridge and Standing Stones back to back. So congratulations. You all get your goat videos. I'll start another one just in case you want more goat videos. Apparently goat videos are just very popular. Standing Stones loves goat videos. I love goat videos. Water Under the Fridge loves goat videos. Everyone loves goat videos. Hi, Island Girl. It's so good to see you. Are you excited for a goat video? I'm so excited to show you all a goat video. Everyone ready? Here we go. This is what started our love of goats on this channel. Mimi loves goats too. But this started it right here, ladies and gentlemen. The goats in southern Lebanon. Hashtag save the goats. The goats! We love the goats. Hi, John Q. Public. Yes, these are the infamous goats. We love the baby goats. We love the goat. One of the goats is a little limping, the baby goat, but we still love them. These goats were driven up. These goats were driven up from southern Lebanon on March 9th, 2026. We don't know where the goats are, but every time we say save the goats, we're talking about all goats and animals. We want them protected during the war. But like when we say save the goats, and the sheep, but we're specifically talking about these goats. You see the little baby goat here? He's limping. I was worried about this little baby goat. You see him? He kind of limps a little bit. But anyway, the nice farmer and shepherd was driving his goats up from southern Lebanon. There's 1 million displaced people. We don't know how many animals are displaced in southern Lebanon. Oh, see that little goat? Oh, I imagine that's what Mimi would be like, our dear friend Mimi. If Mimi were saving the goats in southern Lebanon, Mimi would ride with one of the goats and put the baby goat on the horse with Mimi, and then Mimi would ride. Did you know Mimi has a baby goat? Her name is Ellie. Anyway, Mimi hugs the baby goat all the time. But yeah, Mimi would ride with the baby goat just like that. Mimi would be like, I'll save you, baby goat. And Mimi would then ride with the baby goat. That's called a mental decompression break. I've been reading trauma research. It says that every once in a while, like 3 to 4 hours, I'm supposed to give you a trauma break by showing you like images. So you can, like, we can unlock trauma breaks early by meeting the goal, or like every 3 hours, 2 to 3, sometimes 4, depending on how intense the day is. I show you goats. We want to know where those goats are. They've been displaced from their home in southern Lebanon. Hashtag save the goats. Here's the latest from Bahrain regarding the vote at the UN tomorrow on the authorization of the use of force to protect the Strait of Hormuz. Go ahead, Bahrain.
Bahrain draft on securing Strait of Hormuz is in blue now, confirming vote will be held tomorrow. This is what OP2 looks like now in the final version. Authorizes member states, acting nationally or through voluntary multinational naval partnerships for which advance notification has been provided to the Security Council, subject to quarterly reporting from participating member states on any action taken under this authorization, and carried out with due regard for the safety of international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, to use all defensive means necessary and commensurate with the circumstances in the Strait of Hormuz and adjacent waters, including within the territorial waters of littoral states within or bordering the Strait of Hormuz, to secure transit passage and to deter attempts to close, obstruct or otherwise interfere with international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, for a period of at least 6 months from the date of adoption and until such time as the Council decides otherwise.
It's going to get vetoed. Here's an analysis. Probably from an AI, but I just want to hear, not an AI, probably like helped, but I just want to hear
Bahrain
it.
draft on securing Strait of Hormuz is in blue now, confirming vote will be held tomorrow.
No, I wanted this specific thing read, please. Why can't you read this specific thing? No, I don't want to actually read that one. The more I read it, it's just basically saying Russia or China will veto it, which is fine. Going to North Andover, Massachusetts now, where the police department, in a very shocking development, has announced that someone facilitated or engaged in unauthorized access to their Facebook account in regards to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons situation, a police officer herself in North Andover who was shot and had her baby taken from her and then was criminally charged and acquitted in the context of some strange dispute between this very powerful apparatus within government that weaponizes different processes to take people's autonomy. But anyway, Kelsey won, and now Kelsey's talking about potentially suing this department, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and someone yesterday on Facebook posted from the North Andover Police Department's official page in a way that was mocking Kelsey. And so this statement was just released by the North Andover Police right now. North Andover. Police Chief Charles Gray reports that the North Andover Police Department is investigating after an unauthorized user posted a comment on behalf of the department using the department's official Facebook page. A preliminary investigation has determined that a former employee who is not authorized to use the page was able to access the North Andover Police Department's Facebook meta page and left a comment on another user's page. The department has temporarily disabled its Facebook page during the investigation. The North Andover Police Department and the town of North Andover have engaged with its information technology vendor and will conduct a full audit of all town and public safety social media accounts and websites to ensure that no further unauthorized persons may access official government pages in the future. Oh, they got screamed at. Oh, someone screamed at them from the government. The town and police department will also review its social media policies in consultation with legal counsel. The investigation into the unauthorized use of the North Andover Police Department Facebook page remains active and ongoing. The former employee, oh, this part gets really ridiculous. I can't believe they put this in there. The former employee resigned in 2023 in lieu of termination after an internal affairs investigation sustained allegations of racially inappropriate comments made by the employee. Their certification to work under the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, the Post Commission, has previously been restricted. The town of North Andover will also engage an outside agency to review social media access and information security practices to ensure that former employees and unauthorized users will not be able to access town and department accounts. The North Andover Police Department will restore its social media channels as soon as possible. Quote, the inappropriate comment made about a serious issue and speculating about possible pending litigation is deeply troubling, and this comment is certainly not in line with the policies, procedures, and values of the North Andover Police Department, Chief Gray said. I am deeply disturbed and troubled by these statements, and I pledge that we will conduct a thorough investigation and review our social media practices to ensure that something like this does not happen again. Our police department prides itself on its missions and values, and this comment does not reflect the fine work done every day by the men and women of this department. How to cause chaos in the town of North Andover. All these people around the world are like, what is going on with police in Massachusetts? What is wrong with you all? Oh, goodness. Now taking you to the Lebanese front with Israel in a drastic change of pace, considering that our
An
GOAT
IOF
videos...
reservist,
all right,
fresh from the Lebanese front, has
I
openly
said
admitted
pause.
to the French network BFM TV.
I said pause.
Conversation. An IOF...
Thank you. Switching away from our mental decompression regarding the North Andover Police Department spending taxpayer dollars writing the most absurd press statement I've ever seen, and also the GOAT videos, to something more serious now, which is an update from French TV, which I just found as I was looking down now, regarding what is going on the South Lebanon, North Israel front.
Conversation. An IOF
Thank
reservist,
you, Nature
fresh from the
Alley.
Lebanese front, has openly admitted to the French network BFM TV that the occupation's military is reaching a state of total collapse. The soldier, visibly drained after 350 days of service, described an army so exhausted and broken that it can no longer sustain the relentless pace dictated by the resistance.
Okay, so let's take a listen now to this interview on French TV.
C'est le visage caché, pour des raisons de sécurité, que ce réserviste accepte de nous répondre. Tout juste revenu de 2 semaines sur le front libanais, il nous raconte la fatigue et les difficultés des troupes mobilisées.
Mais c'est vraiment dur, tu es fatigué. Nous payons un prix élevé dans nos vies privées. Et bien sûr sur mon corps, sur ma santé mentale.
Depuis les attaques du 7 octobre, il a effectué 350 jours de service. Un rythme effréné, mais devenu courant dans l'armée israélienne.
Imagine que quelqu'un prenne un tiers ou un quart de toi ici, de ton temps avec ta femme, tes enfants, ton travail, tes loisirs, peu importe. Nous sommes épuisés.
L'une des solutions envisagées par le gouvernement, c'est le recrutement des juifs ultra-orthodoxes au sein de l'armée. Jusqu'à présent, ils sont exemptés de service militaire. Alors lorsque l'on vient dans les quartiers où ces communautés vivent, eh bien, on observe beaucoup d'affiches comme celle-ci, dans lesquelles il est écrit qu'il faut absolument tout faire pour que cette loi ne soit pas votée.
Une manne de soldats, sans laquelle l'armée israélienne pourrait ne pas remplir ses objectifs à l'avenir, selon cet expert.
Le service obligatoire n'est pas suffisant face au front auquel nous faisons face aujourd'hui et auquel nous devrons faire face à l'avenir. L'armée israélienne a actuellement besoin de 12 000 nouveaux soldats. Sans changement majeur, je ne vois pas d'autre solution que de réduire nos missions.
Les réservistes ne travaillent pas pendant leurs jours de service et sont payés par l'État. Leur mobilisation massive et continue par l'armée pourrait dans les mois à venir avoir également un impact majeur sur l'économie du pays.
So, that is the latest. I'd like to get you the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera because there is intense shelling on Tel Aviv. There has been a serious hit, and Iran is intending to escalate tonight. So I'd like to take a look at Al Jazeera English for the top of the hour, which will get us wrapped up because there's people on the ground who have seen some things.
But what about a house of a militant?
1 second.
Target that was very common in many operations before in Gaza. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-story building that you will wipe out with a half 1-ton bomb just because on the second floor, the flat to the left, Hamas militant lives. There's no way this is a legitimate target under IHL. I have no doubt that after October 7, they've loosened some of the restraints, some of the restrictions they had from previous wars. What exactly, we don't really know yet. But all what you need, for example, is to decide that the amount of civilians you're allowed to take out for each strike goes higher than before. And you lower the rank of a Hamas operative that you're allowed to strike. So if before, let's say, for a company officer in Hamas, you were allowed to take out 5 civilians, hypothetically speaking, and now in this war, for every rank and file guy in Hamas, you're allowed to take out, i.e. to kill, 15 civilians.
He's not describing it exactly right. I don't mean to be a jerk about this, but he's not describing it exactly right. The actual rule is depending on the value of the target. The value of the target is what dictates that. You know what I'm saying? It's not the war, it's the value of the target. That's every military. There's a little propaganda here.
A move like this can explain a lot of what we see.
Coming up in part 2, wasn't there a viable alternative to all this? To the scale of the killing?
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing realities.
Does Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate?
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
How many have been displaced inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
It is 20 GMT. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha, with continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. The latest this hour, the US president posts video of what he says is a bridge destruction in Iran and warns Tehran to make a deal before it's too late. US-Israeli attacks target Tehran and the northeastern city of Mashhad. More than 2,000 people have been killed in Iran since the conflict began. Gulf states expressed their fury against Iran's attacks on their territory and economic interests at a UN Security Council meeting. The rush to fill up the tank in Pakistan. The government there raises fuel prices. Petrol goes up by 42% and diesel by nearly 55%. And in other news, US Attorney General Pam Bondi has been removed from her post. President Trump says she's moving to the private sector. We begin with the latest news of renewed US-Israeli strikes on targets in Iran. Posting on Truth Social, President Donald Trump says that it's time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. The US and Israel launched new attacks across Iran, hitting a bridge west of Tehran, with state media reporting 8 people killed and 95 wounded. Rescuers were on the scene as the second strike hit, according to Iranian authorities. In response, Iran's foreign minister says the strikes will not compel the government to surrender. Another senior military official says the Strait of Hormuz will be closed, quote, long-term to the US and Israel. The warnings leave countries in the region on high alert. Gulf leaders denounced Iranian attacks at a UN Security Council meeting demanding that all maritime waterways stay open.
The GCC also calls on the Security Council to take all necessary measures to do the following. First, immediately halt Iranian attacks against GCC state. Second, protect maritime corridors and guarantee uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways, taking all necessary means to achieve that. Third, include GCC states in any discussions and agreements with Iran to enhance the general security and prevent further escalation or the...
Just now, I have the latest from the IRGC. They claim to have video of the shooting down of a fighter jet. Just now from the IRGC. Just now. I will read you this now. Go ahead, British reporter Tal.
Conversation. IRGC. Following the false claims by the lying US president regarding the total destruction of the IRGC's air defenses, moments ago, an advanced enemy fighter jet was hit in the south of Qeshm Island by a modern, advanced defense system of the IRGC Navy, under the control of the country's integrated air defense network. After being hit, this fighter crashed between Hengam Island and Qeshm Island and sank into the deep waters of the eternal Persian Gulf.
Okay, here is the footage. This is Iran claiming they have shot down an American fighter jet, and they released the proof. Iran is claiming they have shot down an American fighter jet. Today, right now. So much for no capabilities. Anyone able to analyze this? I'm not like an expert in the body of fighter jets. A lot of people here are, though. Is that a fighter jet being shot down? I have to give a few times. Like, people will want to watch it a few times. So, I agree, Ifti Ahmad, but this is very recent. I'm wondering if it is indeed footage of an American fighter jet just shot down. It looks like a fighter jet. Hello, Mace 400. Yes, Tel Aviv has been shelled very hard. There was a massive warehouse that was destroyed. Keith believes this is an F-15. Silent Dog says it's a little unclear. Looks kind of like a shoot down. I'm giving you the best I can. It's a little hard. I guess I could isolate it. It will be really hard to isolate, though, because it moves so fast. That does look like an F-15. And then they say they shot it down with an air defense system. There's some OPSEC here they shouldn't have revealed. Look at that. You see that? So whatever... What language is that in? And you see that at the bottom there? They definitely didn't mean to put that in there. They always censor that. What's that? You see this? What does that say? That doesn't look like Farsi. It says bit rate. What is that? What language? It looks like English. Anyone recognize that GUI on footage of an interceptor? Or like technology that would shoot down a plane? It's not Russian. Russian doesn't use English characters. Yeah, you could screenshot it. I'll give you a link to the video. If anyone wants to figure it out, they show it at the very end of this video. I should save this video too, just in case they didn't mean to put that up. They already recorded it though. I'll save it anyway. I like to archive things. I used to be a librarian. Oh, so whoever asked if... I know my microphone is on. I'm talking. I'm trying to answer questions about what this is. See this text right here? I'm talking about, like, I'm analyzing it on the full screen, but I really was just interested in what it was saying. I was kind of like talking to the chat. And then someone else earlier, by the way, had mentioned like a trip, and I may go on some kind of trip, like a towel trip in the coming months, so keep your eye out for that. I'll talk about what countries I might be going to. We'll talk about it. But yes, I was analyzing with the... yeah, it does look like it was a mistake, I agree. It's alien technology, says Jack. All right, Jack, I'll entertain the possibility that it's the aliens. Here's the latest from the spokesperson for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. Urgent. Spokesperson for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces. One of the companies we targeted is equivalent in value to twice the value of the Mobarak Steel company in Isfahan. The targeted company belongs to Americans in terms of its capital and products, and it will not be rebuildable for many years.
Okay. Latest from the spokesperson for the General Staff. A lot from Iran right now. Very little. Well, there is footage coming out. But look at one of the hits on Tel Aviv tonight. Very serious hits.
Yo, Nefila! Yo, Nefila!
That was the hit in Tel Aviv tonight.
Yo, Nefila!
And I believe this is the impact. It was a multi-100-kilogram warhead. It hit in Tel Aviv. Okay, I'll show you another angle. It was at 8:25 local time. God bless all of you, by the way. We made it to the beginning of another month. It is Holy Thursday. Thinking about what I might get for dinner. I'm going to be with you for, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to be with you for at least probably 7 to 9 more hours. There's been a drone strike on the U.S. base in Erbil. I have that for you now. There has been a drone strike on the U.S. base in Erbil. Only a small amount of Iran's ammunition has been used, according to the Iranian military spokesperson. The police in New Hampshire, state north of me, are asking for help identifying a naked man who has been roaming their neighborhoods. That's a little odd. Not really sure what to tell you about that one. IRGC is claiming they have attacked Oracle. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There is a number of attacks, and Iran is saying tonight is going to be bad. 666 Ray of Light, which specific piece of news are you asking about? Hagseth has asked the army chief to forcefully quit or quiet. I have not seen that 666 Ray of Light, but if you have a report I can read, good to see you, dear friend. God bless you. I absolutely will read it. All right, so here's the latest from the drone strike on Erbil. Okay, latest from the drone strike on Erbil just now. There's been a drone strike. There's been a drone strike on the U.S. presence in Erbil. This is in Iraq. What? No way. This is not possible. No, that's wrong. That's not right. Brent is at 108. It's not 140. Someone was like, Brent's at 140. Not on this chat. Someone was reporting on Twitter that Brent was at 140. No, it's at 108. So that is an attack on Erbil. Yep, U.S. military bases, oil fields, also a key route to get missiles to Israel from Iran. That's why there's a lot of fighting in the north of Iraq. Here's the latest from the USS Navy in South Africa.
Conversation. USS Gerald R. Ford, CVN-78, departed Split, Croatia, on April 2nd, following a 5-day port visit for scheduled repairs and resupply. Gerald R. Ford remains poised for full mission tasking in support of national objectives in any area of operation. I sure hope the technical glitches are worked out, fire damage repaired, and the 400K acid flushes on the toilet system cleared.
All right. Thanks, British Reporter Towel. This is the latest from the Gerald Ford. Latest from the Gerald Ford. Latest from the Gerald Ford. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and that is the latest. Dated Brent. I've never heard of Dated Brent. I'm still learning about oil markets, Pete Santos. Thank you, 666 Ray Light, checking out that report now. But I've only learned about West Texas crude and Brent. Never, what's this other one? Dated Brent. I'm going to have to learn about that, Pete. You can help me learn. Interesting. So here's a report from CBS via Faitux News. I can't confirm this. I haven't seen it on
Conversation.
CBS yet.
Breaking. Pete Hegseth has asked U.S. Army Chief of Staff Randy George to step down and take immediate retirement. Sources familiar with the decision told CBS News.
All right, so that's the latest. Now I'll show you the latest from the Iranian Armed Forces spokesperson.
Conversation. Iranian Armed Forces spokesman Abolfazl Shakachi. Only a small portion of Iran's ammunition has been used or damaged. Our enemies cannot find the main production centers of our guided weapons, and even if they do, they will not be able to damage them.
Let's take a listen.
بسیار مهمی هست. جایی میگن آقا مثلا مهمات ایران نابود شده و تمام شده. نه، ما که شما یه خیلی ناچیز به بخشای تولید سلاح‌های راهبردی ما، موشک‌ها، پهپادها، بخشای جنگ الکترونیک، سامانه‌های نوین پدافند هوایی آسیب جزئی وارد شده. اون در واقع مراکز راهبردی تولید ما همچنان عرضم اینجاست که هیچ اطلاعی شما از اونجا ندارید، اصلا نمیدانید کجا هست که بخواید کاری بکنید، و اگر هم بدانید در جاهایی هست که امکان اقدام روش نخواهید داشت. هم نمیدانید و هم امکان اقدام رو ندارید. ما دستمون پره برای ادامه این جنگ و هیچ جای نگرانی نداریم. مردم ما هم نباید نگران باشن. البته خب ما جنگ طلب نیستیم، ما مورد تجاوز قرار گرفتیم، باید پاسخ بدن این خسارت هایی که به مردم ما وارد کردن.
Latest from the IRGC military spokesman, the Iranian armed forces. Okay, here was the strike on Tel Aviv earlier. If you missed it, it was bad. This was the strike on Tel Aviv just hours ago. Tel Aviv. I'll now take you to Al Jazeera's top of the hour update that we missed. I'm
brought into the region.
No, I don't need your analysis. I'm like 18 minutes behind. I also don't need the chat. I like the chat, but it takes too much data. All right, we're going to go back 18 minutes, catch the top of the hour update. There's been a lot going on. Take it away.
There's no way this is a legitimate target on.
All right. I listened to his analysis already.
That you might be one of.
Top of the hour.
It is 20 GMT. Hello, I'm Adrian Finnegan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha, with continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. The latest this hour, the US president posts video of what he says is a bridge destruction in Iran and warns Tehran to make a deal before it's too late. US-Israeli attacks target Tehran and the northeastern city of Mashhad. More than 2,000 people have been killed in Iran since the conflict began. Gulf states expressed their fury against Iran's attacks on their territory and economic interests at a UN Security Council meeting. The rush to fill up the tank in Pakistan. The government there raises fuel prices. Petrol goes up by 42% and diesel by nearly 55%. And in other news, US Attorney General Pam Bondi has been removed from her post. President Trump says she's moving to the private sector. We begin with the latest news of renewed US-Israeli strikes on targets in Iran. Posting on Truth Social, President Donald Trump says that it's time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late. The US and Israel launched new attacks across Iran, hitting a bridge west of Tehran, with state media reporting 8 people killed and 95 wounded. Rescuers were on the scene as the second strike hit, according to Iranian authorities. In response, Iran's foreign minister says the strikes will not compel the government to surrender. Another senior military official says the Strait of Hormuz will be closed, quote, long-term to the US and Israel. The warnings leave countries in the region on high alert. Gulf leaders denounced Iranian attacks at a UN Security Council meeting, demanding that all maritime waterways stay open.
The GCC also calls on the Security Council to take all necessary measures to do the following. First, immediately halt Iranian attacks against GCC states. Second, protect maritime corridors and guarantee uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways, taking all necessary means to achieve that. Third, include GCC states in any discussions and agreements with Iran to enhance the general security and prevent further escalation or the repetition of such attacks in the future.
We are live this hour in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, Washington, D.C., in Tehran and Riyadh.
That's my friend Ali in Tehran.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, who's in Tehran. Ali, tell us more about what we know about the latest.
Oh, also, so some people asked the other day, yes, I'm going to get dinner tonight. I think I would like to get some pizza or something. I don't know. But anyone who's able to help tonight, some dinner donations. I only need a little bit. I'm going to get a pizza with a coupon, I think, from Domino's maybe. Any donations are appreciated. I don't need a lot. I can get through to tomorrow. But yeah, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo @ Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. It's a one-man news operation. I do this all at a loss. So yeah, God bless all of you. I'm doing better each day, and I appreciate each and every one of you for keeping Towel alive. God bless you all. Let's take a listen to my friend Ali Hashim in Tehran.
Strikes, including the one that destroyed the bridge.
Well, Adrian, the Iranian government announced that 8 people were killed and 95 injured. This is the initial toll of victims after the U.S. attack on the B1 bridge in Karaj. This is a bridge that was under construction. It was supposed to be completed by next June, and it aims mainly at preventing traffic on the way between Karaj and Chalus. It's the main road towards the north. Now, we are seeing also a tweet from Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said that targeting civilian infrastructure, including unfinished bridge, will never force Iranians to surrender. These actions only demonstrate the failure and moral collapse of an enemy that is confused and desperate. Every bridge and every building will be rebuilt, this time stronger. Now, this is one. The other thing is that this bridge was attacked a couple of times today. So the first attack, then emergency teams came, and then there was the second attack, and most of those who were killed in the second attack. Another attack on a significant medical research center here in the capital, Pasteur Institute. It's close also to the presidency office. Pasteur Institute was founded in 1920, and it's a very remarkable medical research center known all over the region and contributed to the making of vaccines in Iran. So these are two main strikes. Also, now we're hearing from the Iranian army that they've shot down an American or a hostile fighter jet over the island of Qishm. So now this is just in that they've shot down a fighter jet above the island of Qishm.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim reporting live from Tehran. Ali, many thanks indeed. US President Donald Trump issued his threat to Iran earlier on Thursday, warning that it's time for it to make a deal before it's too late. As we've been hearing in a social media post, Trump wrote that the biggest bridge in Iran had come, quote, tumbling down. He added that there was much more to follow. Let's bring in John Hendren, who's live for us in Washington, D.C. What more are we hearing out of the White House, John?
Well, the president said that Iran needed, as you said, to act before it's too late. But he went on to say, and there is nothing left of what could become a great country, slightly contradicting what he said just hours ago when he said the U.S. had planned to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age where it belongs. Quite a long way from his slogan of Make Iran Great Again. That sounds well, hostile and pejorative to a lot of people. And what's being talked about in the U.S. among sort of the chattering class is that Trump delivered a speech that he should have delivered at the beginning of this assault, that is, according to his critics, and that he had changed his objectives, and that the U.S. is still struggling to meet any of those objectives. That's what you're hearing on Capitol Hill from Democrats. It's what you're hearing from a lot of people on American television. And just to lay it out, the objectives are, in his 15-point plan, to dismantle the nuclear sites, end uranium enrichment, hand over enriched nuclear material, limit missiles for Iran, end proxy networks such as Hezbollah, and open the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump has also said in the last 24 hours that the U.S. doesn't need a deal with Iran in order to end the war. But if that is the case and things remain the status quo as it is right now, the U.S. will have met none of those objectives. So it really remains to be seen whether negotiations are going to produce anything in terms of what Trump has promised the American people and the world that the U.S. would seek to deliver here. So Trump is being heavily criticized, and his popularity has taken a real hit. He is in the mid 30% range when it comes to approval rating in the U.S. That's a historic low, even for him. The war itself is highly unpopular, with less than a third of Americans, as few as 27% 27% by some polls are approving of that war. And it's a rare case when the U.S. launches a war that's not popular in the beginning. So he's really in trouble. His party is taking hits, and Republicans are concerned about the effect this is going to have on them in the midterm elections. So Trump's fielding a lot of criticism after this big speech.
John Hendren reporting from Washington. Many thanks, John. Let's take you live now to Riyadh. Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar is there. These threats that Iran has made against bridges in the region only further prove, for the GCC at least, that ending the conflict needs to happen sooner rather than later. Do they have the ability to influence that?
Indeed. So the GCC simply is having like...
To pause for a local story out of Massachusetts now, those of you who follow the Karen Read case, I have a breaking piece of news now, originally from Dee Dee. We all love Dee Dee, and we love Kyle. Kyle loves the goats. So my friend Kyle and Dee Dee, they monitor the court dockets a lot, and so they get all these documents before the news. So I just want to break some news right now. British Reporter Towel, will you break the news from Reporter Towel? Would you be so kind?
Conversation. Breaking news. : Karen Read's lawyers have filed a document confirming that former state trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone contains misogynistic, racist and homophobic remarks. Some of the texts involve currently suspended Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good. Wow.
Wow. Wow is right. Okay, I'll just read the motion. The Commonwealth and Michael Proctor collectively oppose Karen Read's motion seeking permission to use the documents subject to the court's February 27, 2026 order in 2 civil superior court proceedings rather than 1. This was a cop who investigated Karen Read for a charge of murder that she was acquitted of related to the death of another cop, a Boston police officer named John O'Keefe. The actual suspect is still out there. He's the mystery man. We don't know who actually murdered John O'Keefe, in my opinion, or killed John O'Keefe. We're going to find out. We're going to find the mystery man. I'm on it. My point is, this now is Karen, as part of a federal investigation into the allegedly corrupt cops that investigated Karen. There was a record of Michael Proctor's cell phone obtained. One of the cops that investigated Karen, he called Karen bad words. But this document is about whether Karen can make public certain contents of Michael Proctor's phone. It's called the speaking motion. Lawyers can't get in trouble really unless they violate a court order for what they say in a motion. To use the documents, which is Michael Proctor's entire cell phone, to the court, it goes back like 13 years, to like 2013, to the court's February 27, 2026 order in 2 civil superior court proceedings rather than 1. Karen got sued by John O'Keefe's family for causing John's death, separate from the criminal case, and then Karen filed her own suit in a different court that got moved to federal court, but will probably come back down to the local court in Massachusetts. And Karen wants to use Michael Proctor's cell phone in the civil cases, but she has to argue it on a docket related to other individuals that Proctor investigated whose cases are still going on, which is why it's on the Miles King, Dos Santos, and etc. docket. In 2 civil superior court proceedings rather than 1, despite Read's willingness to do so subject to the exact same restrictions the court has already accepted and opposed. They do so the Norfolk DA, the people who prosecuted Karen and lost the case, are now opposing Karen's request to use the stuff from Michael Proctor's cell phone, because the Norfolk DA got it handed to them. We don't really know how. The basis of the government's objection are 1, Proctor's privacy, and 2, the claim that this motion is premature. Neither warrants denial. First, this is the whole kit and caboodle. First, the Commonwealth has already reviewed the data recovered from Proctor's personal cell phone in compliance with the court's earlier orders and identified specific material that may be relevant to Proctor's bias. Proctor's counsel then had an opportunity to review the material the Commonwealth identified and remove anything privileged. Only the documents that remain were produced to Read. These are statements to and from Proctor and his friends, including Canton Police Department Sean Good. They are not family communications. They are not private. They are not personal. They are, on the other hand, shockingly misogynistic, racist, and homophobic. Proctor and the Commonwealth, that's the money sentence. Because they can't really talk about the contents of them, but they can generally describe them for the purposes of argument. It's this weird, convoluted protective order. Anyway, like, Karen's moving in the direction of being able to use these communications, but, like, for now she can only summarize them. So her lawyer summarizes them by saying they are shockingly misogynistic, racist, and homophobic. There have been rumors swirling that Proctor, this state police officer, over years used racist terms about defendants he was investigating. This is the first confirmation. Trust me, I've read every court document. The word racist has never been mentioned before. So this man has been hiding this. They were apparently, Mr. Proctor, according to unconfirmed reports that I have not been able to verify, Mr. Proctor used racist slurs about the defendants that he was investigating. This was a guy on a high-ranking state police unit. The same unit that covered up, allegedly, Sandra Birchmore's death. The same one that investigated Karen Reed. The same one that are investigating that journalist, Aidan Carney, the Turtle Boy man. Hashtag Save the Turtles. And then the same unit that investigated Tiffany Overstreet to help Robert Devine. Like, this unit was bad to the bone, and these are all their communications, and just the surface level we now know about are shockingly, we don't know the content. We know the misogynistic content a little bit because Proctor used the C word to refer to Karen. Racist, we didn't know. This was a state trooper probably using racist terms, according to unconfirmed reports, about people he was investigating, and homophobic. Very bad look for the state police. Not related to the war, but it's a breaking piece of news that a lot of people who have followed this channel for many years will need to learn about, so that's why we had to do the update.
Over $2 trillion of the GDP, and also daily, the GDP.
Wow, Miss Clutch, about other cops? That's intense, racist language about other cops. God bless you, Mark. Thank you so much for your kind words. This channel does try to cover the war in an accurate way. There are some local updates we do. I'm from Massachusetts. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 4:34 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is 10:35 in South Africa. It's 10:35 p.m. in South Africa. It's 11:35 p.m. in Tel Aviv, and it's 12:05 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, April 3rd, 2026, in Tehran, Iran. Back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
GCC countries are producing more than 16 million barrels of oil, which makes it annually around 6 billion barrels of oil, and then the GCC countries have 33% of global oil reserves, 21% of the global natural gas reserves. So annually, they're producing 42 billion cubic meters of the natural gas. So that is quite huge energy resource for the whole globe. And that's why they believe that any disruption to this energy supply, any disruption in these choke points, and any instability in the GCC is not only a regional problem, a regional issue, but it has tremendous effects on the global trade and the economy. And that's why they believe that they have this significant leverage when it comes to any political settlement.
God bless you, Tao Momlin. My phone hasn't been doing too good today, but I'm going to check right now. Tao Momlin, it didn't even notify me because my phone hasn't been, like, for some reason the internet's been off. Tao Momlin, it came in. God bless you. It did not even give me a notification. Wow, Tao Momlin, I think something's wrong with Amazon servers because they got attacked by the Iranians. I'm going to order a special dinner tonight, Tao Momlin. It's going to be a special pizza. I'm going to save half of it for tomorrow like Grammy Linda taught me, and I'm very grateful to Tao Momlin. God bless you. You are wonderful, and I am very grateful to you. You are loved and appreciated by so many, Tao Momlin. I would give you a hug if we were next to each other right now.
And in the war. And they have, of course, their concerns over the status of the Strait of Hormuz because
Oh, sorry about that. My mic was muted. So as I went to go play, mute fixed. Hold on. I got to beat the people in chat. Mute fixed. I just wanted to say before I can even play the video, someone also sent a donation on the Cash App, and if you don't take credit for the donation, I fixed the mute. If you don't take credit for the donation in the chat, I won't announce it because some people ask to remain anonymous. But just know if you did send a donation, thank you very much for telling me the mute was fixed. That's the only reason I paused it. Someone literally sent a donation as we were going back to the Al Jazeera. God bless you. I sent a heart. I took a screenshot because it's such an amazing, nice compliment. They said, good job, Grant. So God bless all of you. Thank you for your support. I'm going to order some dinner now.
Iran is now explicitly saying that even after the war, it is going to keep its control over the Strait of Hormuz. And the GCC countries are saying, well, Strait of Hormuz is under the guarantees of the international conventions, and they are against any change in this status. And indeed, they say it's unacceptable. And the other concerns, Iran's missiles program is quite a huge concern for the GCC countries, because since the beginning of the war on, more than 6,000 projectiles have been fired from Iran to the GCC countries. So Iran's missiles program, drone program, is another concern, and Iranians saying that any peace settlement has to solve this issue, make sure that these missiles are not going to pose threat to GCC anymore. And the third one, of course, is the Iranian proxies, particularly the ones in Iraq, the armed groups that are allied to Iran. It's not only that Iran is firing the projectiles, but we have seen there have been projectiles fired from the Iraqi armed groups to Kuwait and to Saudi Arabia. So after the war, they want to make sure that in any peace settlement, there is a guarantee that these proxies are also not going to remain as a threat to the GCC countries.
Rasul Sardar reporting live from the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Many thanks, Rasul. Waves of missile attacks have continued on Israel, and while the majority are intercepted, some are making it through. This was the moment a missile landed in Petah Tikva in central Israel, where several impacts have been reported. Israeli media is reporting that sirens are warning of incoming attacks in Jerusalem and the occupied West Bank. Al Jazeera's Noor Odeh is in the occupied West Bank following developments in Israel from Ramallah. Noor, Iran says that it's going to keep up these attacks basically for as long as it needs. Talk us through what we've been seeing on Thursday there in Israel.
Well, the first day of Passover holiday in Israel, Adrian, and millions of Israelis have had to go to the shelter several times throughout the day. And at one point, there were warnings of missiles coming from the Houthis in Yemen, from Iran, and from Hezbollah. In fact, Hezbollah is said to have fired about 150 rockets in the past 24 hours alone, striking at Nahariya, at border communities as well, like Limtilli and Kiryat Shmoni and others, and doing a lot of damage. Most of the damage that we saw from Iranian missiles happened, as you said, in Petah Tikva, a very large ballistic missile said to have a very large warhead of explosives landed in several areas or damaged several areas, including a factory. The military censor hasn't cleared more information about it, but we know that extensive damage was caused to the factory as well as the homes nearby. In all, in the past 24 hours, the ambulance service in Israel says it treated 68 Israelis from those strikes, from the various strikes across the country. But certainly this is not what ordinary Israelis wanted to spend their day of this holiday doing. And it is in stark contrast to the talk of victory they heard from the Israeli Prime Minister on the eve of this holiday. That sure to accumulate a lot of pressure on this government, which is talking a lot about victory, but not really delivering any easing of restrictions, any change in their reality. A state of emergency for over 30 days, unprecedented in Israel's many wars and 80 years of history.
Noor Odeh reporting from the occupied West Bank. Noor, many thanks. In Lebanon, at least 4 people have been killed in an Israeli attack in the south of the country. In response, more than 100 rockets were fired from Lebanon towards northern Israel. A kindergarten in the northern city of Nahariya was reportedly hit by rocket shrapnel. The Lebanese Health Ministry says that more than 1,300 people have been killed since Israel resumed its attacks on Lebanon last month. The situation is dire for more than 1 million people who've been displaced.
I don't see anything ahead of me now. All I see is how to keep my children safe and provide for their needs during the day. I'm living one day at a time now, checking on the children, my father, my sister, the family, what they lack. Maybe we won't return, maybe we will be martyred, or maybe God will allow us to go back. Only God knows. But telling me to think about the future? In war, you can't think about the future.
Well, Lebanon's Prime Minister says that his country has become a victim of a war that it doesn't seem to have an end in sight. In an address to the nation, Nawaf Salam said the situation inside the country is critical.
It has become clear that the Israeli aggression against Lebanon will not be limited to continuing the military operations we have witnessed for the past 16 months. Since the declaration of the cessation of the hostilities agreement in November 2014, the statements of Israeli officials and the actions of their army reveal far-reaching objectives. There has been a significant expansion of the occupation of Lebanese territory, dangerous talk of establishing buffer zones or security belts, and the displacement of more than 1 million Lebanese.
President Trump said late on Wednesday that the US was close to completing its core objectives in Iran, but didn't offer a firm timeline for when the conflict might end.
Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Earlier, I spoke to Tommy Pigott, the U.S. State Department's principal deputy spokesperson. He says President Trump has been clear about what the war's objectives are.
Well, fundamentally, what we saw yesterday was a powerful speech from President Trump that outlined how we got here, the rationale, the clear objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and the path forward. Those objectives being crystal clear from this president, going back, honestly, to the beginning of this administration, when underlying all of this is the reality that the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. I think importantly as well, the president, of course, always wanted to see that option for diplomacy. But as he made clear in that speech, the option for diplomacy was given before Operation Midnight Hammer, was given after Operation Midnight Hammer, and yet we saw that pursuit of a nuclear weapon by the Iranian regime. That is an intolerable threat to the United States and to the world.
As the conflict widens with developments in Lebanon and now with the Houthis in Yemen, what diplomatic efforts are underway to prevent further escalation?
Well, look, I think the broader context here is incredibly important. And that's the maximum pressure policy that President Trump has had from the beginning of this administration, even in his previous administration. And that included terrorist proxies, terrorist groups across the region. Sanctions and other restrictions designed to deny them the funds necessary to continue their malign activities. We've seen that from the beginning of this administration. We've seen those efforts continue. So that's the important context here. The emphasis the president has put on stopping the financing, stopping the ability of terrorist proxies to destabilize the region, to stop their malign activities.
Barbara Slavin is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center. She's a specialist on U.S. foreign policy and Iran. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Barbara, are we now on a path where further escalation is more likely than diplomacy, at least in the near term?
Yeah, hi. I believe that is indeed the case, judging from the numbers of U.S. forces that are being brought into the region. And also the president's comments last night, I mean, talking about bombing Iran back to the Stone Age. Today, he's posting videos of the destruction of a major bridge, a rather beautiful one, or at least it was, in Tehran. And he seems to be quite gleeful about blowing up more and more of Iran's infrastructure.
And Trump also said today that Iran had better make a deal soon. He's also suggesting that military options like taking Hague Island are still on the table. I mean, how do you interpret that mix of pressure and threat?
Yeah, I think he's trying to cover his tracks because the war has not gone the way he thought it would. He expected that perhaps the regime would fall after the protests that we saw in January. He thought the decapitation strikes by Israel would somehow bring down a system that's been in power for 47 years. When that didn't work, he thought that Iran might reach a deal about other issues, including the nuclear issue. But he didn't anticipate that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz and put a chokehold on oil and fertilizers and helium and other products that the world urgently needs. So I think he badly miscalculated, and he's trying to find a way out of this that doesn't look like it's capitulation on the U.S. part.
Oil prices continue to rise sharply again. At what point does economic pressure begin to shape Washington's decision-making?
I think pretty soon. We saw the reaction of the markets to his speech. They were very disappointed with what he had to say. He's already moved on to other issues, firing his attorney general. Who knows what will come next? They fired also the Army Chief of Staff, I just read. So we're already seeing heads fall in Washington, at least metaphorically speaking. I think pretty soon. I mean, this war was, he talked about 4 to 6 weeks, and we're beginning to get very close to those limits. So I think he does understand that these are perhaps the final blows to do as much damage as he can to Iran, assuming that somehow this is going to make Iran more compliant, when in fact it's probably going to make it less compliant.
What's going on behind the scenes? If we can lift the curtain for a moment, we've got the public-facing bluster, particularly from President Trump, who insists that he is negotiating through Pakistan with a new regime elements in Iran. Iran says that it's not talking to anyone. What is going on? Are there diplomatic channels still open? Are they talking to each other? Or are both sides simply positioning here?
Yeah, there are messages that have been passed, but no, I think the chances for some sort of negotiated agreement between the U.S. and Iran are dim, to say the least. I mean, Trump has now attacked Iran twice during negotiations, so it would be foolhardy for Iranian officials to engage in any real negotiation with the United States. That said, hopefully there will be a ceasefire at some point, and some de-escalation, particularly involving the Strait of Hormuz and so on. I think Iran is...
Latest from CENTCOM denying that Iran shot down a U.S. fighter jet. CENTCOM denying that Iran shot down that fighter jet. CENTCOM denying the jet was shot down.
Prepared to stop its
attacks. Jump forward a little
if
bit
the U.S.
here.
and Israel stop theirs.
That's in...
Good to talk to you, Barbara.
Going to jump forward a little
Strike
bit.
against her. The Senate, she was a man.
What about Pam Bondi now?
To meet the refiners. Independence is achieved. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Lagos, Nigeria.
President Trump has fired Attorney General Pam Bondi. Her dismissal comes almost a month after Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was removed from her position. Our chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher reports.
She wasn't his first pick for Attorney General.
Such a nice person.
But Pam Bondi was always a Trump loyalist. One of the first cabinet members confirmed by the Senate, she was a MAGA favourite, mainly because of her stated commitment to release all the Jeffrey Epstein files, the FBI investigation into the notorious child sex trafficker with high-profile links. She told Friendly Media his client list was on her desk. She was prepared to release it. But in July last year, the FBI, which comes under Bondi's control, admitted there was no list. That was a strike against her. When questioned about it in Congress, she said it should be more interested in the economy than Epstein.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it.
In his first term, Trump raged against his attorneys general. Meant to be independent, he wanted someone who would pursue his enemies. He made it clear what was required when he posted what was meant to be a private message to Bondi, demanding action against his perceived enemies. She pushed a case against former FBI Director James Comey. It fell apart. That was another strike against her. Trump liked Bondi personally, loved she was combative in his defense.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing.
You're a big fan of Elvis, Pamela.
My mother was.
She travelled with him a lot, and he often publicly praised the job she was doing.
Pam Bondi has done a fantastic job. And Pam, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for your leadership. And this is all about collaboration.
But her inability to stop the questions over Epstein, her failure to follow through against the president's perceived enemies, frustrated him. And her departure is the latest but biggest upheaval at the Justice Department in Trump's second term. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Our extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran continues in 25 minutes right after Gaza, a forever war. Next.
Excellent program, Gaza, a forever war. I'd like to listen to a little bit of Dr. Casagrande while I get us updated. I'm going to comment on just a few minutes of this. Dr. Casagrande is one of kind of like the smartest people that I know. I've never met him, but I watch his commentary.
Conda and Jeremy hanging out, chatting about things. We have somewhat of a guide to what to talk about, but it never really works. So we'll see what happens. Hey, Roy, how are you doing?
I'm good, Jeremy.
Very
Good,
smart
good.
professor.
So we were just talking before we hit record about kind of the back and forth between Trump. We're on day 32 now.
I'm only going to analyze a few minutes of this.
So we're in month 2 now.
This is the kind of like analysis I'd like to see on more news channels. Dr. Casagrande can't like do every interview. I'm sure that like he gets asked, but if he could go on every channel, the level of analysis would be a lot better. Instead, he just has a channel so I can comment on a few like sections of it. We're not going to watch 2 hours. We're going to watch maybe 5 minutes at the beginning, but he's very smart.
And he has said that the war's
Thank
over
you,
12
Valhalla.
times now, while also saying we're about to blow you up and we're about to invade. So
yeah.
Thank you, Mace.
I mean, he clearly has no grounding in reality, so he can just say whatever he wants to, and that becomes his reality. So 1 minute, the war is over, that's his reality. The next minute, he's going to invade ground troops, that's his reality. And then the next minute, he's going to blow them up, and that's his reality. He's decoupled from reality. We live in a post-truth, post-fact world anyway. I mean, ever since the internet started spewing all these insane lies. Don't get me wrong, there was conspiracy theories, forever, but just it went into hyperdrive, and so I think he's just a representation of that at some level.
yeah, I'm actually somewhat impressed and a little distressed that he somehow finds the time to make all of these statements and then jump back, and he's like, you know what, let's get rid of birthright citizenship and attack all these other people. I'm like, dude, how, like, spend some time with your grandkids. You're 79. Like, what are you doing?
He's in his 80s. Isn't he in his 80s already?
Well, he feels like it. I thought he was in his 80s. He will be in his 80s soon. He is on the path to being the oldest president in the United States. Already holds the record for the oldest elected. So
yeah, okay.
Oh, fun times. So going back to...
I mean, speaking of aging people, I just want to point out in the book, in the Dune book, Frank Herbert has Harkonnen as a pedophile. So he's an overweight, aging, ill...
We must be talking about a book that I have not read.
Sent me a meme. So
Dr. Casagrande is like a very serious academic. He's read more books than anyone. Like when he gives lectures, he does it from memory, and he references like 100 books per lecture. So they often like refer to their previous talk. He does a lot of research on like corruption in government, like what makes government work well, what makes it work bad, how does culture and government interact. He's a very smart man.
Just credit.
But I don't know what book that was, so I'm not weighing in on that.
It's a good meme.
Well, I don't know if Trump has read the book.
I have so many Saeed friends right now. There's going to be like 15 guys going, "What, me?"
Oh, I don't know what Dune is.
The
I'll
real
have to
Saeed
check it out.
knows.
The real Saeed.
The real
knows.
way. You're all the real ones. You know what I mean.
Yeah, it means happiness. It's a good name.
It is good. It is a good name. Or the probability of troops and equipment.
Oh, okay, here we
Talk
go. This is
about
what I wanted
the
to hear
potential of, or the probability of a U.S. ground invasion. I mean, we've already mobilized thousands of troops and equipment into the Middle East. So
That's true, Dowd. He's
usually
very
when
smart.
that happens, we tend to use them instead of just doing a show of force, especially with this administration. Initial thoughts.
Okay, before we do that, I just thought of something.
Here we go. Let's do it.
Which is what you were talking about. Like he said that we've won 12 times. I don't remember who said it. I don't know if it was Trump or somebody else, but somebody at some point said, we win as soon as we open the Strait of Hormuz. And that's what winning means. And then Trump has recently contradicted that and said, we don't need to open the Strait of Hormuz to win. But before we get to the we win, before we get to the second part that Trump contradicted. Yeah, Jeremy?
Question, Roy. Wasn't it open before we attacked them?
That's my point. If you cause a problem and then fix the problem, that's not a win. That's going back to where you were. It's just baffling. Okay, so I want to give a classic example of this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off on this classic example because it's just not worth it. But if you win a war, if you start a war and that triggers a crisis and then you solve the crisis, you didn't gain anything. You just...
Yeah, but that's classic. That's classic. Create the crisis and solve it. That's classic tactics.
Yeah. So this is a typical Republican strategy, just for the record, to go political here, where they'll create a problem and then they'll try and come up with a solution for the problem. They don't actually solve it because they love the problem. And then they convince their voters they've solved the problem and they move on. And so
it's like 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now, they're boasting like, we got barrel of oil back down to $60, $70.
Pause.
We did.
Sorry, I'd love to continue listening to this. We have a new statement from the IRCG 3 minutes ago. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a new statement from the IRCG just 3 minutes ago. Here you go. Let's take a listen.
Conversation. Translated from Arabic. URGENT. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. In the second wave of the operation, a secret gathering site for American aviation engineers and fighter pilots outside one of the bases affiliated with the enemy in the UAE was targeted using ballistic missiles. Field reports and the movement of ambulances indicate a large number of dead and wounded. Rate this translation.
So the IRGC is claiming that they have hit a U.S. base in the UAE. I don't know what that says in Arabic. Hey, latest from the IRGC. I have another one right now. Okay, just coming in right now. I have another one. Give me 1 second. All right, this is another one coming in from the IRGC. Another statement. Okay, this is another statement, same video. Oh, sorry about that. It wasn't this one. Which one was it? It was this one. Okay, here's the full statement from the IRGC now.
Urgent. Public Relations of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It announced that the Navy of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, since dawn today, as part of Wave 91 of Operation True Promise 4, using a large number of ballistic missiles and Qadir cruise missiles and offensive drones, targeted military sites and infrastructure belonging to American Zionist forces in the countries of the southern Persian Gulf. The aircraft carrier group USS Abraham Lincoln in the northern Indian Ocean was also targeted with 4 Qadir 380-inch cruise missiles. In the second phase of the operation, a secret site for the gathering of American aviation engineers and fighter pilots outside one of the bases in the United Arab Emirates was targeted with ballistic missiles that struck the target with precision. Amid field reports of heavy ambulance traffic and a large number of dead and wounded. In a subsequent phase, an intensive attack was carried out against the American MQ-1 drone unit at the Ali Al Salem base in Kuwait. It confirmed that navigation traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is under continuous monitoring by naval forces, and that any hostile movement will be met with a decisive response. It added that the state of instability in navigation through the strait is due to American aggressions.
I didn't see the post from CENTCOM. We can look at it. But yeah, they definitely time their posts. If you show me the CENTCOM post, I'll look at it. Here's a post that was sent in. I think Valhalla or Miss Clutch, I think it might have been Valhalla, sent this in.
The moment when the headquarters of the Al-Jaghaifa Tribal Mobilization, 57th Brigade, affiliated with the Anbar Operations Command of the Popular Mobilization Forces, a pro-Iranian militia in Iraq, was struck by U.S. fighter jets while a US-A-10 flew over the area. Iranian groups being shelled by the U.S. in Iraq.
اقصف كل شيء ما ابي والله عرفت راح يقصف.
Taking you the latest now from Massachusetts, where thank you, Joyce. Wait, I don't know what this is.
Good morning, I'm Dave.
Thank you, Jet. I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that commentary. Thank you, Joyce. Now I have footage from in Massachusetts where 3 state troopers have just left the courthouse after being arraigned for their alleged role in the death of one of their recruits, State Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia. Here's the latest from Steve Cooper.
3 Mass State Police troopers leave the courthouse in Worcester Thursday after entering not guilty pleas in the death of recruit Enrique Delgado Garcia. 4th Trooper is due in court in 2 weeks to answer to the same charges. Lieutenant Jen Penton is still facing a perjury charge.
Okay, we're going to take a look at this video now, just now from outside the courthouse 5 minutes ago in Worcester.
Lieutenant, you want to say anything at all?
Any comment to the family?
Officers accused of the death, or being responsible for the death of Enrique Delgado Garcia. This is police officers who were brought into court.
Lieutenant, you want to say anything at all?
Any comment to the family?
You're looking at police officers who were brought into court today for allegedly being responsible for the death of their fellow police officer.
Lieutenant, you want to say anything at all?
Any comment to the family?
Police accountability. I entirely understand, Joyce. It's definitely good to, those videos are so helpful, the explainer videos. I'm so glad you shared that with me, and I'm so glad you find them helpful. Share any resources here that you find helpful. I'm now, JLR, the YouTuber, was issued a criminal citation for disorderly conduct because Nerdy Addict was arriving at an airport and JLR was waiting for him there, according to reports on social media. JLR's court date will be on April 28, 2026 in Tucson. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston, where it is 5:06 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time, Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is 11:06 in South Africa. It is 12:06 Friday, April 3rd, 2026 in Tel Aviv. It's 12:36 Friday, April 3rd in Tehran. I'm now going to show you the latest. Let me see. Here's the latest from the Brigadier General, the spokesperson for the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces.
Brigadier General Shikharji, spokesperson for the General Staff of the Armed Forces. We await the start of the American ground operations, for we will teach them a historic lesson that will render them incapable of aggressing even the weakest country in the world. In direct and close confrontations, we will bring plagues down upon the heads of the Americans until everyone refuses to join the U.S. Army. We will turn the ground operations into a slaughterhouse for the Americans, until terror spreads among future American generations against volunteering and joining the ranks of the U.S. Army. English. Brigadier General Shikaji.
All right, here it is.
کنیم که ما منتظریم برای عملیات زمینی آمریکا انتظار می‌کشیم که آغاز بشه.
How are you, Dylan's auto detailing? Yes, Tel Aviv has been hit very hard. A bridge linking Tehran and Kars, the cities in Iran, was bombed, and Iran has threatened the most intense night of the war.
که آغاز بشه. چرا؟ چون درسی به اونها خواهیم داد که تا ابد به هیچ کشوری، به ضعیفترین کشور دنیا هم قصد تجاوز نکنند. این آمادگی رو نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی دارن. بله. ببینید ما اتفاقا در درگیری های نزدیک و رو در رو و چهره به چهره بلایی به سر آمریکایی ها می آوریم که در واقع هیچ کس دیگه عضو ارتش آمریکا نشه در دنیا. یعنی اینقدر وحشت ایجاد بشه، قتلگاهی برای اونا درست بشه که تا چند نسل آینده یا آمریکا داوطلب برای عضویت در ارتش آمریکا نشوند. این آمادگی رو داریم. اتفاقا انتظار میکشیم. حالا ممکنه دست به این خطای راهبردی هم بزنن. خب بزنن، مشکل خاصی نداره. ما از راه دور با شما جنگیدیم، شما رو به چالش کشیدیم، بیچارتون کردیم. امروز فرار کردید از پایگاه های خودتون، رفتید مردم منطقه رو در واقع سپر خودتون قرار دادید.
Okay, the latest from the spokesperson from the Iranian army. If you're just tuning in, the situation in Iran is very intense. I'm going to take you to Al Jazeera English now. Which had its top of the hour update 8 minutes ago. It's very hard to get a damage report because a major factory was destroyed in Tel Aviv. I have pictures on the ground.
We did something very, very simple. We did everything.
Top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. Gaza is also very much still a target in this war, even though they are non-combatants, Palestinians. I'm waiting for my dinner to arrive, by the way. Hello, Tripoli Bob. God bless you, my friend. I hope you're doing well.
It's 2100 hours GMT. I'm Sami Zaidan, and this is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. The latest this hour. The US president posts video of what he says is a bridge destruction in Iran and warns Tehran to make a deal before it's too late. Gulf states expressed their fury against Iran's attacks on their territory and economic interests at the UN Security Council meeting. The rush to fill up the tank in Pakistan. The government raises fuel prices. Petrol goes up by 42% and diesel by nearly 55%. In other news, US Attorney General Pam Bondi has been removed from her post. President Trump says she's moving to the private sector. A warning from the US president to Iran. Make a deal before it's too late. Donald Trump posted the threat on social media, showing video of what he says was the destruction of a bridge in Iran. The US and Israel hit a bridge west of Tehran. State media is reporting 8 people have been killed and 95 wounded. Iranian authorities say rescuers were on the scene when a second strike hit. But in response, Iran's foreign minister says the attacks will not compel the government to surrender. Another senior military official says the Strait of Hormuz will be closed, quote, long-term to the US and Israel. Gulf leaders denounced Iranian attacks at the UN Security Council meeting, demanding all maritime waterways stay open.
The GCC also calls on the Security Council to take all necessary measures to do the following. First, immediately halt Iranian attacks against GCC states. Second, protect maritime corridors and guarantee uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways, taking all necessary means to achieve that. Third, include GCC states in any discussions and agreements with Iran to enhance the general security and prevent further escalation or the repetition of such attacks in the future.
We have correspondents covering the latest developments from Amman, Washington, D.C. and Doha. But first, let's speak to Mohammed Val, who joins us from the Iranian capital in Tehran. So, Mohammed, Iranian state television is saying the attack on the bridge consisted of a double tap strike. What are they saying happened to the emergency crews responding to the first hit?
Sami, it is quite bad because this is what the government here describes as terrorist-style kind of action, or that's because the second tap was not expected, and usually when there is a strike, people rush to the scene to rescue the victims and remove the debris that buries some of the dead and so on. And that's what happened at that bridge. It's one of the longest, if not the longest bridge in the whole region, and it's under construction. People did not expect that bridge to be hit. So it was also Nature Day here in Iran, and some families were having picnic around the area for the scenery and so on. This is the beginning of spring. It's really devastating incident here in the country and subject to very strong condemnation. So those people who gathered, including rescue workers and also the workers at the bridge itself, gathered to help the wounded and the people. And that's when the second strike hit. That's why
explosions in Bahrain
is very high. And the authorities here are really condemning this as an act of terrorism, and also a despicable act that is not going to force Iran to surrender. Very clearly, it's a message to the Iranians that if they don't strike a deal that is to the liking of the American president, then they will see more of their civilian infrastructure and more of their civilian people killed just for us. You know, Donald Trump sometimes talks about striking at targets in Iran as just for fun, and this is something that is really touching hearts and minds here in Iran and causing a lot of consternation and anger. Here, I can give you some of the reactions here. The Mr. Araghchi, the foreign minister, said striking civilian structures, including unfinished bridges, will not compel Iranians to surrender. It only conveys the defeat and moral collapse of an enemy in disarray. Every bridge and building will be built back stronger. What will never recover damage to America's standing. That's how Iranians see this act of what they call terrorism, and they don't think it is. They don't think this bridge is a military target, and they are looking at a situation where this war has taken a different direction. The Americans, seemingly, according to Iranians, are running out of targets. They don't know what to strike at, and they are just punishing the Iranian people.
Let's go to Victoria Gatenby. She's in Doha. And Victoria, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is now talking about retaliating by hitting IT centers as well as bridges across the region. What are they saying?
Yeah, that's correct. So they have said in the past hour or so that they are going to expand and extend their retaliatory attacks across the GCC region, targeting infrastructure and IT companies, particularly those that are American-owned. So in the past hour, Iranian state media has said that the IRGC has targeted Oracle's data center in Dubai, and they also say that they kept their promise to target an Amazon cloud facility in Bahrain. Now, that refers to an attack on Wednesday in which Bahrain's Civil Defense Authority did say that they were dealing with an attack on an Amazon facility. A missile hit that facility and caused a fire. Firefighters were dealing with that yesterday. The company itself hasn't said any more about that attack, neither has Bahrain's authorities. But the IRGC have said that this is the first of many attacks on infrastructure, on IT in this region if the assassinations against its leadership don't stop. And it said, I quote, "We will punish the next companies we've previously announced much more severely." Now, the IRGC in the past has announced that potentially target American companies in the Middle East, including Microsoft, Apple, and Google. So while the US is stepping up its attacks on Iran, the IRGC's response is to escalate and expand potentially its attacks on GCC infrastructure and American companies within this region.
Let's bring in John Hendren. He joins us from the US. So, John, quite dramatic pictures of a bridge being blown up, a civilian bridge, a double tap operation, 8 people dead, 95 wounded. Is this the intensification the US president has been talking about?
Well, Sammy, the president did say on Wednesday night that the U.S. was planning to bomb Iran back into the Stone Age, and then he added somewhat unnecessarily where they belong, contradicting those claims that his effort was to make Iran great again. But yes, the U.S. has always taken 2 tracks here, diplomacy on the one side and military buildup on the other. And Trump has been, he sent 7,000 more troops to the region, both from the Army and the Marines. At the same time, he has been calling for diplomacy. And there are 2 reasons that are possible for that. One, the Pentagon would say that what the military is doing is presenting him with options that he doesn't have to use. And their argument is, if you send the military out and they're used as an incentive for the other side to make a deal, that's still a useful deployment of the military. But there's also another theory about what might be going on here, and that is that there are talks among people who've been briefed by the White House, people in Congress and elsewhere, that there's a split in the administration, and there are some in the administration who want to go harder. Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, is allegedly part of that group. And then there are people who really want to push the diplomatic track. So Trump here has 2 options, and he is clearly going forward right now with the military option at a time when he doesn't seem to be getting much traction on diplomacy.
John, we've got some lines just dropping here that the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has fired his Army Chief of Staff. What do we know about that?
That's right. It's extraordinary that he would be doing this at a time of war. Randy George is the name of the Army Chief of Staff. And it's unusual that you would do this during wartime. George was supposed to be serving a 4-year term ending in 2027. So it's unusual in general to fire someone in that position, but it's especially unusual to do so at wartime. But it's not really unusual for Hegseth, because he's had a clash with leaders in the Pentagon, people who've been there a long time. And it's said that what he wants is people who will implement the Trump-Hegseth vision at the Pentagon. And the Pentagon is usually a place where people operate outside of the political track. But Hegseth and Trump want people to get in line with them. And Hegseth, as a result, has fired over a dozen top military officers, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chief of Naval Operations, that's the top Navy official, the Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, and the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Those are all very powerful positions. They wanted their own people in there, the Trump administration did, and they seem to be getting it.
Let's go back to Movan and Tehran. It wasn't only bridges. We've seen strikes on a vaccine center, steel factories closed, even reports of a blackout in Karaj. How much damage is being done to the state's ability to function at this point?
Yes, Sammy, the blackout has now been contained according to the government sources, but that Pasteur Institute for vaccines has been severely damaged. It's in Tehran, and it has been, that's where some of the COVID vaccines were produced during the COVID crisis. And it's a civilian institution, and that's why the government here is also condemning this attack. This is not a military target, and it's strange that it has been hit, because this is a scientific institute for the help of civilians, for the help of sick people and so on. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has condemned it. We have also, as you mentioned, the steel factories, one of them in Esfahan, that has been hit. These targets are seen here in the country as signs of desperation that the Americans are running out of military targets, even though Iran says it still has hundreds and hundreds of military places that haven't been touched, and that's something that they want to convey to the Americans, to just let them know that what they are doing is not going to cripple this country. In answer to your question, Iran is a huge, very big country, very strong, as they say here, and this is what is going on now is not going to curb their ability to defend themselves and so on. We have, just before I leave, we have this message from Pezeshkian, the president, saying, what message does attacking hospitals, pharmaceutical companies and the Pasteur Institute as a medical research center in Iran convey? As a specialist physician, I urge WHO and Red Crescent, Doctors Without Borders and physicians worldwide to respond to this crime against humanity. So just they are seeing this as a sign of desperation. Americans have run out of targets, and now they are punishing the Iranian people.
John Hendra, we got to ask the question there as Mohammed was reading out the list of things: the Pasteur Institute, vaccination center, as well as bridges. How is this going down in the US? Does the public feel the president has made the case about the need, about the success of this war?
Well, the president outlined this state of affairs on Wednesday night in a nationally televised and widely advertised address, and the reviews were instant and they were largely unkind. A lot of people were expecting him to offer a definitive date for the end of the war. He did not do that. He simply said it would end soon. And the first reaction you see is the markets. Stock went down and oil prices went up. That tells you a lot about what the economic world thinks. But the chattering classes were also offering reviews. On Capitol Hill and in newspapers and on television, analysts were saying that the U.S. has not met its objective, that Trump seems to be shifting objectives over time. Initially, he said regime change was not part of the goals. On Wednesday, he said we have achieved regime change, although it must be said the faces of the regime have changed, but the policies have not. And if you look at the other objectives, among the 15 points that the U.S. has proposed for a settlement here, we're dismantling nuclear science, ending uranium enrichment, handing over the enriched nuclear material, limiting missiles, ending proxy networks such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, and opening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump has said that he doesn't need a deal with Iran to end the war, that nevertheless it will end soon. But if it were to end right now or without a major change to any of those objectives, he will have met none of them. And so the U.S. is really in a state of high criticism for the president of the United States. He is unpopular in about 36% in most polls for his approval rating. And the war is even less popular than that, under 30%. So the president and his war are getting a very critical review right now, Sammy.
It's not just the US public seems to be losing patience with this war. Victoria Gatenby, Gulf countries losing patience too with Iranian attacks on their territories. What did they ask the UN Security Council to do today when the GCC Secretary General outlined, I think, 3 demands?
Yeah, that's right. This was an opportunity, really, for them to express their absolute outrage at the continuing attacks on the GCC by Iran. And they essentially had 3 points that they wanted to make. They wanted the UN Security Council to ensure that these attacks on GCC countries stop, and they stop immediately. It was asking them to do all they can to facilitate that, because they say they have been asking from day one for Iran to immediately stop these attacks. They say it must stop these attacks on their neighbors, yet they have continued day in, day out. The second demand that they had was that the UN do all it can to keep essential, vital waterways open, including the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, which is under threat from the Houthis, an ally of Iran. Now, you know, GCC countries rely on the Strait of Hormuz in particular to get their energy through that region and out to their customers. They have said that Iran now saying that that might be permanently closed to the US and Israel is something they cannot accept. Neither can they accept some kind of toll or charge that vessels might have to pay potentially to get through that strait. They said that's also unacceptable, something that US Secretary of State Marco Rubio also voiced in a interview with Al Jazeera just a few days ago. And their third point really was that the GCC needs to be included in any kind of negotiated settlement with Iran, because GCC leaders were making the point that this region has been hit very hard by this conflict. 85% of the projectiles that Iran has sent over have been targeting GCC countries, more than 6,000 projectiles over the past 4 weeks. And it's caused a security crisis in this region and also an economic crisis. So GCC countries very keen to be at the table when there is some kind of negotiated settlement, so their interests, the interests of this region, are represented.
All right, we'll leave it there. Let's thank Victoria Gatenby. Barbara Slavin is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center. She's
Okay, I don't need the analysis. Thank you, though, Al Jazeera. That was good. I'll show you the current state of the Iranian leadership. So when I listen to Al Jazeera, I normally take it like 10 minutes behind, but what I like to look at is their field reports. Because I can see the primary source videos, but what Al Jazeera is really good for is like reporting from the governments. They'll tell you like what Qatar had to say, what Jordan had to say, their spokesperson. What I like is the Tehran report. It's very biased, obviously, but it will give you what the IRGC is saying. Like Ali Hashim will call the IRGC and then go on air and be like, you know, the commander or the high-ranking source said, I don't, you know, what Mr. President just said is not true, you know, and then they kind of like play it out on air. It's very interesting to watch their ground reports. It's very good, like, news, like, that's the best way I can describe it. It's very high quality, like, on the ground reporting about what governments say. I use it to kind of complement the primary source footage that I amalgamate, because Al Jazeera does censor some stuff. They really do. I've seen them censor stuff in Lebanon. I've seen them censor some stuff in Qatar, but they try to be pretty honest about Qatar. Because if they're not honest about Qatar, they get a bad reputation with their own citizens. Which, I mean, it's better to just be honest. If your citizens hear, like, explosions, you should just tell them what's going on. So that's generally what Qatar does, but they also censor some stuff about hits in Qatar. They don't want to make it look like they're getting bombed a lot. And they haven't been attacked a lot in, like, 2 weeks. This is the view of the current Iranian leadership as I take my antibiotic. I have to take an antibiotic or biotic because of my my tooth. By the way, for those wondering how my teeth thing went today, your loyal host, your wonderful host, has to go back to the dentist later this month. I do have a serious problem with my tooth. I have to take this weird antibiotic and it tastes really bad. And I have to eat it with yogurt too, which is even weirder. Alright, well that tasted terrible. But anyway, for those of you who are wondering how it went, my lips are a little bit swollen. It will go down as I take the antibiotic. But I have to go in for actual dental surgery later this month. I seriously damaged my tooth. I think the tooth was already like in a bad place, but yeah. But they gave me this like antibiotic that's really helping with my tooth. But yeah, I have to go in for dental surgery. I hurt my tooth. It wasn't on purpose. They actually said it was a crown that I had gotten done previously that kind of like chipped too, so they have to extend the crown. I don't know, it's complicated. I'm not a dentist, I'm a towel. That's the current state of the Iranian leadership. There's a lot of faces on there. Thank you, Diane. Yep, it was hard for me to actually go to the dentist, but I did it. All right, here's the latest from a report saying that Russia will ask the U.S. and Israel to hold fire while they evacuate their workers from Iran's nuclear Bushehr power plant.
Главная наша задача сейчас подготовить финальную волну эвакуации. Это будет более 200 человек. Исходим из того, что это текущая неделя. В силу разных причин.
Well, Silent Dog, if I could fix my own tooth, I would. I promise you.
ни сроки, ни маршруты я назвать не могу. Могу лишь сказать, что мы готовим эту эвакуацию. Станция Бушер продолжает первый блок работать. На площадке останется несколько десятков человек, потому что нужно сохранить работоспособность и стройки, и жилого городка, и, конечно же, оказывать содействие иранским партнерам в эксплуатации блока номер 1, но это будут добровольцы, это будет очень ограниченное количество.
No, thank you, Robin Hood. I'll make it through.
Маршруты передвижения будут доведены до компетентных органов и Израиля, и США, и по всем каналам мы будем просить максимального соблюдения режима тишины во время движения колонн.
That is kind of true, Dowd. All right, here's the latest from Iran. This is from the Iranian commander of the... this is the first time we saw inside Iran's war room.
The commander-in-chief.
That's so frustrating, Mad Mike. I hope the VA covers dental right away. Come on, Secretary of War Hagseth. Let's just get the VA covering dental. We got to help our vets out there. They need your help.
Chief of the Iranian army has ordered operational headquarters to closely monitor
I know,
enemy
Tawny.
moves.
It's going to be
Major
a tough
General
month for
Amir
Towel.
Hatimi warned that in the event of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He also ordered counterattacks against any offensive, emphasizing that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. The commander said it is unacceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others remain safe, stressing that all should enjoy security. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker says when the time comes to defend the homeland, every citizen becomes a soldier. Posting on the X social media platform, Ghalibaf said in less than a week, around 7 million Iranians have announced their readiness to take up arms and defend their country.
Latest from Iran. Whether you believe it or not, well, I'll leave that for you to decide. There's a lot of... all war... what's the word? All war is deception. So there's a lot of things like that. During war, there's just a ton of information that flies around. Alright, let me show you... For those of you who are just tuning in, the damage is throughout Tel Aviv. There's a little bit of a lull right now. I expect the next wave to come in. This is just some of the damage from Tel Aviv earlier. No. Nope. Nope. That's not actually from Tel Aviv. I'll show you footage from Tel Aviv. That just, like, the flame of that just struck my eye as wrong. Here's a drone crash, actually, that just came in. This is on Iraq's Trebel border crossing with Jordan. A customs and security office has been damaged. Yeah, Donald, that's the combination. And an antibiotic for my tooth. I actually had to take the antibiotic with yogurt and food, so I needed something to eat with it. Pizza was very good. I'm so happy. I'm very blessed that I was able to eat that food. And God bless Chat Mom Lynn and the people who helped Hal eat tonight. I am very grateful. War is hell, and war is a racket, Donald. So that is the latest from the Iraq-Jordan border crossing. Excuse me. Yeah, Iraq-Jordan border crossing. I'll now show you what happened in Tel Aviv earlier. There was a video that was posted that was... You might have believed it was from Tel Aviv because of what happened tonight, but that was not the actual video. This is the video. Oh, apparently I am being watched live in Santo Domingo, República Dominicana. Hola, al madre del Claude Bell. Me llamo Grant. Creo que Claude Bell son una persona muy inteligente y muy generoso, y cualquiera una persona en el chat tiene un problema. Claude Bell es una persona que dice muchas cosas que aprender that help others. Alguien, personas en el chat. Sí, hola al madre de Claude Bell. Si tú entiendes español, hablo español un poco y puedo hablar en español cuando necesito, pero no entiendo todas las palabras en español. Solo puedo decir, I don't know, a few words in Spanish. So yes, I just wanted to say hi to Claude Bell's mom in Spanish. I thought that would be really fun. There's nothing like saying hello to someone like Claude Bell's mom in the Dominican Republic. Muy bien. Hello, Stephen. And hello, Claude Bell's mom. I'm the man on the TV. I just wanted to let you know Claude Bell's wonderful, and I'm waving to you in the Dominican Republic. It's very nice to meet you. I'm thrilled to be on your TV. Yes, this is an interactive television station where the newsman talks to you. It's really fun. Anyway, what's not so fun is what happened in Tel Aviv. Thankfully, from what I understand, there were no injuries or casualties. This is not as fun as, me talking to the Dominican Republic and Claude Bell's mom, which is really fun. But this is the impact. There are no casualties or injuries. It was on a factory, okay, in a neighborhood near Tel Aviv. Claude Bell's mother-in-law. Let me correct. So, mother-in-law. I don't know how to say mother-in-law in Spanish, but Claude Bell's mother-in-law. Just take all those things I said about you and just insert mother-in-law. And Claude Bell. It's all still true. And I'm very glad to meet you, Claude Bell's mother-in-law. This is from Tel Aviv this evening. There were no injuries. If you're just tuning in, there were no injuries. This was an impact to I believe it was like a corrugated cardboard warehouse. I'll show you another view of it now.
Yo, Nefira!
Abuela.
Yo!
So that was the latest from Now I will show you the impact, okay? There was a very serious impact. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Here's another view of this. These are all actual footage of the impact. The missile was intercepted by the factory. Yeah, I don't know about that. So there was a substantial amount of damage caused in Tel Aviv. It was just a few hours ago. And the Iranians are showing the capacity to strike at will. Oh, God bless you, Ivy and Petty. You're both so kind. The Iranians were very upset about a civilian bridge being targeted, so they did this to Tel Aviv. This is real footage.
אני! מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובי? אני! מה שם המפעל פה אמרת? לובי?
Cheers to you, Diane. Yes, there was a serious hit in Petah Tikva. Okay, it was at a factory. You're looking at a different view now. Yeah, there are no winners in a missile-based war.
מה שם המפעל פה אמרת?
Nobody wins when missiles are involved in a war. Wars aren't fought with like guns, they're fought with missiles, and they're horrifying. Alright, so I'll now take a look and show you more footage from Israel tonight. It was this factory that has been hit very hard. There are no reported injuries. There are also reports that there was a hit in Saudi Arabia.
ازعجونا في الكومنتات وزارة الداخلية وزارة الدفاع أنا أتمنى وزارة الدفاع وزارة الداخلية يشوفون بس المواقع اللي المشبوهة اللي عندنا لما الإنسان يموت بس ولا الواحد يتضرر قلتوا أوه وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل بس حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل هذا الانفجار الساعة 5:30 الصبح حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل
Saudi Arabia.
شوفون لنا حل الصدق والله شوفون لنا حل الواحد لا مات بعدين يقولوا وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون ازعجونا في الكومنتات وزارة الداخلية وزارة الدفاع أنا أتمنى وزارة الدفاع وزارة الداخلية يشوفون بس المواقع اللي المشبوهة اللي عندنا لما الإنسان يموت بس ولا الواحد يتضرر قلتوا أوه وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل بس حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل هذا الانفجار الساعة 5:30 الصبح حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل شوفون لنا حل الصدق والله شوفون لنا حل الواحد لا مات بعدين يقولوا وزارة الداخلية وزارة مدري وش إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون ازعجونا في الكومنتات وزارة الداخلية وزارة الدفاع أنا أتمنى.
Very strange report from Fox News that apparently just came over the wires. I'm going to take a look at it now. From Tel Aviv, Fox News in Tel Aviv.
Kaylee, sirens are just sounding right now, as you can plainly hear behind me. We got the alert a few minutes ago, and usually within about 1 minute or so of these sirens going, which confirmed that this area is indeed a target of whatever has been launched from Iran, is when we see the incoming missiles and the interceptors going up to try to stop those missiles. Now, I have to say it is a really hazy day. This thick haze and cloud that has been hanging over Tel Aviv today, so it's going to be difficult for our photographer Brian to pick up the incoming, but we'll keep an eye out for it now. We are, of course, still in the middle of the Jewish holiday of Passover here. Yesterday, as that holiday began, we saw scores of launches coming towards Israel, many of them targeting this Tel Aviv area. Today it has been quieter. We're just seeing some flashes in the sky right now. Over to our right, Brian, if you can see that. This is a really thick haze that we've got hanging over Tel Aviv. It's been hanging over us now for about 24 hours. It does make it really difficult to see anything here. But we just did see a flash, not sure if that was an interceptor or an...
That's pretty wild.
See that? This is a really thick haze that we've got hanging over Tel Aviv. It's been hanging over us now for about 24 hours. It does make it really difficult to see anything here. But we just did see a flash, not...
Hi, in Munster. So good to see you. Nothing from the Blood Guardians yet. Nothing new yet, but I will keep my eye out. God bless you, my friend. You're wonderful in Munster. I'm always so happy to see you. Hello, Lee Agent and Bunny Towel Mom and Sandy and Mad Mike. You're all so wonderful.
If that
and
was
Diane.
an interceptor,
hello.
Or an...
So I want to see this one more time.
Is in the sky right now. Over to our right, Brian, if you can see that. This is a really thick haze that we've got hanging over Tel Aviv. It's been hanging over us now for about 24 hours. It does make it really difficult to see. And inches coming towards Israel, many of them targeting this Tel Aviv area. Today it has been quiet. We're just seeing
they captured
Israel,
a strike on Tel
targeting
Aviv.
this Tel Aviv area.
Look.
Today it has been quiet.
It was up there, it was in the north.
This Tel Aviv area. Today it has been.
Yeah, they captured a hit on Tel Aviv. Wow. Here are fires burning on the bridge in Tehran.
قليل من مدينة كرج في إيران اليوم كما نتابع طبعا هذا الجسر
Fires are still burning on that bridge.
ولا تزال حتى هذه اللحظة النيران مشتعلة كما نتابع أيضا هذا الجسر طبعا هذا جسر B1 الرئيس الأمريكي أو القوات الأمريكية كانت تتحدث عن أنه تستخدمه القوات الإيرانية في عملية نقل صواريخ وأيضا قاذفات صواريخ إلى مناطق أخرى في إيران وتحدث الرئيس الأمريكي أيضا دونالد ترامب أنه تم استهداف هذا الجسر من بين 3 جسور وذكرت القوات الأمريكية بأنه هذا الجسر كان يعتبر جسر لوجستي في نقل عمليات أسلحة وذخيرة للقوات الإيرانية في عدد من المناطق في إيران. نتابع مشاهدينا هذه الصور التي وردتنا قبل قليل من مدينة كرج في إيران اليوم كما نتابع طبعا هذا الجسر تم استهدافه قبل ساعات ولا تزال حتى هذه اللحظة النيران مشتعلة كما نتابع أيضا هذا الجسر طبعا هذا جسر B1 الرئيس الأمريكي أو القوات الأمريكية كانت تتحدث عن أنه تستخدمه القوات الإيرانية في عملية نقل صواريخ وأيضا قاذفات صواريخ إلى مناطق أخرى في إيران وتحدث الرئيس الأمريكي أيضا دونالد ترامب أنه تم استهداف هذا الجسر من بين 3 جسور وذكرت القوات الأمريكية بأنه هذا الجسر كان يعتبر جسر لوجستي في نقل عمليات أسلحة وذخيرة للقوات الإيرانية.
Hi, Andrew. Andrew asked on my thoughts about the U.S. going back to the moon. Well, I think Iran launched a missile right when the U.S. did that, so it's kind of like a show by the U.S. of its technological capabilities, and then Iran, of course, launched at the exact same time yesterday as the U.S. went up to the moon.
Conversation.
Well, to orbit the moon.
Breaking. Russia, China, and France are blocking an Arab-backed push at the UN Security Council to authorize military action against Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or NYT. According to diplomats, the 3 veto powers oppose any resolution language that would permit the use of force. Breaking. Russia, China, and France are blocking an Arab-backed push at the UN Security Council to authorize military action against Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or NYT. According to diplomats, the 3 veto powers oppose any resolution language that would permit the use of force.
Okay. So, deeply concerning. Russia, China, and France are going to veto the Gulf states trying to use military force at the UN to open the Strait of Hormuz. I'll now show you more from Kharkiv tonight, that Ukraine is under heavy attack from Russian drones. Russia is shelling heavily using drones in Kharkiv, Ukraine tonight. This is on the ground. Yes, Lee Agent, it is an exclusive economic zone, but maritime, like, passage goes back to, like, before countries, so maritime laws are different even with exclusive economic zones. Exclusive economic zones are like for fishing. Passage of ships, like you're really not supposed to impede it. Hello, Mr. Graz. Welcome to the channel. God bless you. This is the latest from Kharkiv, Ukraine, which was attacked by a Russian drone. It has actually been attacked by Russian drones for 24 hours. This is just one example. Okay, So that's Ukraine this evening in Kharkiv. Here's a message from the IRGC to the people of Lebanon in Arabic.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للبلاد وللقوات المسلحة وللقائد الحكيم العزيز القوي السيد عبد الملك الحوثي في اليمن وكذلك للقادة والمجاهدين في الجيش البطل وللشعب اليمني المخلص الشجاع على صمودهم في بش أمريكا المجرمة والكيان الصهيوني صفاء الأطفال وحضورهم المقتدر في جبهة الحق. كما نثمن الغيرة الفائقة لأبناء لبنان والعمليات المفخرة للمقاومة الإسلامية حزب الله في لبنان وما وجهته من ضربات موجعة إلى جسد المعتدين الصهاينة وما النصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
Latest from the IRGC to the people of Lebanon. I'll now show you. I wonder what Al Jazeera is showing right now. The Gaza thing.
Cuba's state
sector Cuba.
Is turning what was already an agricultural crisis into a calamity. Fifth-generation farmer Dion Figueroa says he won't be able to plant a new harvest.
It's not possible. There's no fuel for tractors. That means in a few months people won't have anything left to eat, nothing which grows on this land.
Before the revolution, Cuba was the world's largest producer of sugarcane and sugar. Now, this sugar mill, like so many others around the country, is paralyzed. It's closed 5 years ago, in fact. And this is an indication of the crisis that the agricultural sector in this country has been enduring for decades. The nearby agricultural cooperative blames it on lack of investment from the state.
We have manpower, we have finance, but we have no machinery, seeds, fertilizers, or fumigation. Now, private farmers are allowed to import all that, but in dollars. How can they sell to a population that earns in local currency?
Paradoxically, the government's tight controls over every sector of the economy are at last being relaxed. But it's impossible to gauge their effectiveness.
Oh, that's amazing, Sherry. Good to see you.
Of the fuel it needs to survive. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Kivikan, Cuba.
The UN is formally recognizing the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. The move has resonated across the world, including in Brazil, the last country in the Americas to abolish slavery. But it's also a legacy that's been ignored, buried, and left unresolved. Monica Anakiev reports from Rio de Janeiro.
In central Rio de Janeiro, 9 metal silhouettes stand in the shape of the African continent, a memorial to the 12 million people taken from Africa and sold into slavery. But for many here, recognition of the gravest crime against humanity comes late.
This global order prevailed for over 400 years.
Brazil received nearly half of all enslaved Africans, and Rio, once the largest slave port in the world, played a central role.
Out of every 5 Africans shipped to Brazil, 1 came through Rio.
Yet some of the clearest evidence of that system remained hidden for centuries. In 1996, construction workers uncovered a mass grave while renovating the home of Merced Guimarães.
There are at least 40,000 bodies under our feet. Most were children and teenagers who died on arrival and were dumped here.
She turned her home into a research institute, a site of memory, built largely without state support. For 3 decades, her family has worked with archaeologists and historians to identify the remains, relying on fragments of historical records.
The registers show the ships, the owners, even the brands used to mark the human beings as property, but not their names.
Brazil was the last country in the Americas to abolish slavery. Less than 140 years later, its legacy remains deeply unequal. More than half the population is of African descent, yet disparities in income, housing, and opportunity persist.
I'm in Morro da Providência, Brazil's first favela or slum. It was built by enslaved people as soon as they were set free, but had nowhere to go, no land, no jobs. More than a century later, the scars of slavery and inequality here are very much visible.
Across Rio de Janeiro, around 1 million people live in favelas, communities shaped by that history. Black Brazilians still earn significantly less than the white population and are disproportionately affected by poverty and violence. For residents like Cosme, the legacy of slavery is not abstract. It defines daily life. Monica Yanakiev, Al Jazeera, Rio de Janeiro.
Iranians have marked the end of the Persian New Year holiday. The traditional Day of Nature brought families outdoors to celebrate the occasion. But this year, the festivities are overshadowed by the war. Tawhid Asadi now.
Today marks Sizdeh Bedar, or Day of Nature in Iran, a day when many families traditionally leave their homes to spend time outdoors, marking the end of Persian New Year or Nowruz holidays. Sizdeh Bedar is traditionally spent in nature, with people casting away the sabzeh or sprouted greens, symbolizing a fresh start. But this year, it feels quite different. For the first time in decades, the country observes this day under a war which started more than a month ago. The sense of uncertainty is hard to ignore. Still, some have come out, seeking a moment of normalcy in the middle of a crisis. A moment to step outside, not just into nature, but briefly away from the constant tension.
It was so cool and great. Even though it's a wartime condition and we heard explosion sounds half an hour ago, people are okay and nobody is afraid. They are enjoying their time.
It's not like every year. People were sad because of the martyrs, both from the armed forces and ordinary people whose homes were targeted by missiles.
Although many lack peace of mind and there's constant stress that something could happen at any moment, we still have to carry on with our normal lives, hoping for better days ahead.
Given the wartime conditions and the loved ones we've lost, no one is truly well. Still, on this day, we keep the tradition and go out for the sake of our families, hoping it lifts our spirits.
Our history has repeatedly experienced such hardships, but we must not lose our ancient and cultural heritage, and Sizdeh Bedar is one of the traditions we must preserve.
For the families here, Sizdeh Bedar is no longer just about tradition. It's about holding on to routine, to each other, and to small moments of normal life as the war goes on. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
And that was what was being celebrated under the bridge that was bombed. Wow. Oh, God bless you in Australia. It's Good Friday.
Stay with us. The news continues at the top of the hour.
The latest news as it breaks.
According to reports, Donald Trump is keen to end this war in order to try to regain some of the popularity which he has lost because of this war.
With live coverage.
Trump's frustration with NATO now seems as hot as ever, goading them into action in the Strait of Hormuz, particularly France and the United Kingdom.
From the heart of the story.
Many Republicans are saying that a ground operation is the only way to finish this war.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the targets?
Anyone could become a target. We have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place.
Facing
God bless you, Jed Boss.
Qatar still trust Iran enough to mediate.
Let's say that this aggression brings a benefit for no one.
Thought-provoking answers.
About to get the top of the hour update.
Inside Iran?
I've heard 3 million. It could be more.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
It's only a matter of time.
Hello, I'm Sami Zaidan. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, as the war rages on, the US Defense Secretary has asked the Army Chief of Staff to step down. General Randy George leaving the post immediately. The US president posts video of what he says is a bridge destruction in Iran and warns Tehran to make a deal before it's too late. Gulf states expressed their fury against Iran's attacks on their territory and economic interests at a UN Security Council meeting. The rush to fill up the tank in Pakistan, the government raises fuel prices, petrol goes up by 42%, diesel by nearly 55%.
And later on, This is America. What would a US exit from the war mean for the Strait of Hormuz? We'll look at America's obligations as a major power and its impact on global energy supplies.
We begin with developments in the US. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has asked the military's chief of staff to step down. The Pentagon says General Randy George ceases his duties with immediate effect. Well, that's as the joint operation with Israel against Iran enters its second month.
Report that Kuwait is currently being shelled. Bahrain was also just shelled 15 minutes ago. So both Kuwait and Bahrain have just been shelled in the past 7 minutes. I do not have a damage assessment. They may have a reporter. They don't have a reporter in Kuwait or Bahrain, but we might get something about that. Iran is going to target American companies tonight. There's no question about it. They're going to target bridges. They're probably going to hit the bridge between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. I'm just waiting for it to happen.
Extremely hard. Well, some of the latest attacks were seen in Karaj, west of Tehran. A bridge described as the tallest in the Middle East came tumbling down. Iranian state media says at least 8 people were killed and 95 injured. Authorities say rescuers on the scene came under...
I have the latest from Kuwait. Where air raid sirens are sounding. I have the latest from on the ground in Kuwait. This is Kuwait. This is Kuwait. Okay, so you're listening to Kuwait. Okay, so that's Kuwait. That's the latest from Kuwait. I don't have an impact analysis.
To save lives. Iran's foreign minister says the attacks will not compel Tehran to surrender. Senior Iranian military officials have upped their defiance, saying the Strait of Hormuz will be closed long-term to the US and Israel. The warnings have left countries in the region on high alert now. You see, Gulf leaders are denouncing Iranian attacks at a UN Security Council meeting, demanding that all maritime waterways stay fully open.
The GCC also calls on the Security Council to take all necessary measures to do the following. First, immediately halt Iranian attacks against GCC states. Second, protect maritime corridors and guarantee uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways, taking all necessary means to achieve that. Third, include GCC states in any discussions and agreements with Iran to enhance the general security and prevent further escalation or the repetition of such attacks in the future.
We have correspondents covering the latest developments from Tehran, here in Doha, and Washington, D.C., where we'll start now with Rosalind Jordan. So, Rosalind, the Army Chief of Staff asked to step down. What's the backstory to this?
Well, there's a lot of speculation about why General Randy George, who has been in the U.S. military for 38 years and was going to resign and retire after completing his term as Chief of Army Staff next year. There's a lot of speculation about why he was being asked to leave now. The big speculation that is being reported is that apparently because he graduated from West Point, because he worked his way up the ranks to become not just the Chief of Staff for the U.S. Army, but also at one point served as a top aide to the former Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin during the Biden administration that the belief was that the Secretary of Defense, or as he likes to call himself, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, decided that General George was not someone who would do his bidding, or more important, the bidding of the U.S. President Donald Trump, that they wanted someone who would advance the president's agenda, which is typically not what uniformed officers in the military do. Their jobs are supposed to be nonpartisan. But that said, General George is leaving the Pentagon with immediate effect, a year ahead of his scheduled departure and retirement.
Well, that agenda today seems to include the U.S. president posting dramatic video of a civilian bridge being blown up. Is this the intensification that the U.S. president has been threatening, Rosalind?
It appears to be the case. The president, Donald Trump, had posted earlier on his personal social media platform that not only was the U.S. intent upon destroying infrastructure such as the Karaj Bridge, which connects Karaj to Tehran, but that Iran was running out of time to cut a deal with the U.S. over its nuclear ambitions, its security threats, as the U.S. describes them, to the Middle East and to the global community, as well as dealing with the status of the Strait of Hormuz. But the Iranians have not agreed that negotiations are underway. The U.S. president himself has even said that he doesn't need negotiations in order to bring.
Wow, TMZ has just released video of the dash cam of the body-worn camera from Tiger Woods' arrest, and it is bad. The president is mentioned. Not shelling, but raids, missile raids. Shelling means fire from tanks or troops and nearby artillery. Missile hits are termed raids, like missile raids. Got it. So when you get hit by a missile, it's called a raid. All right, so this is the, I think this probably came via a public records request. TMZ got it. I'll show you it. It's a body cam footage from the police of Tiger Woods' arrest, and Mr. President is mentioned. Mr. President is somehow mentioned. I did, Sylvia Patel. It's long. It's like 13 companies. So this is Tiger Woods being arrested for DWI and talking to the president.
Mr. Woods, get you to hang out down here with us, please.
All right, you got it. All right, thank you. Bye. Say again?
Just keep you down here with us, please.
Yeah, I was just talking to the president.
Oh, that was not a good thing to say.
Try to get away from everybody.
Went up on the BBC as well. This clip of Woods.
Oh, yeah. He was very apologetic for what he did last night.
No, nothing in your mouth, please. Nothing in your mouth. Sit down. Thank you. None of that.
No, he was very apologetic for what he did last night. That's all right.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
He got arrested for that. Not for that specific thing, but he wasn't able to get out of it. Here's the footage of the treble crossing between Iraq and Jordan, targeted with a drone. This is the Iraq-Jordan border. Right here. Yeah, Mary P. They banged him for he had narcotic pain relievers in his pockets. 2 pills. You're looking at the scenes from the treble border of Iraq and Jordan.
دير بالك دير بالك يا معود.
Troubling scenes. Also troubling scenes from Kharkiv, where Russia is not being very careful with its attacks at all. Their drone attack tonight in Kharkiv has started a fire just feet from a church. Explosions in Kuwait and 1 THAAD battery destroyed in Saudi Arabia yesterday. I'm hearing, thank you very much, Ray of Light. I heard about the THAAD battery in Saudi Arabia. I did see a picture, unconfirmed. I did not hear about Kuwait, but I will monitor right that. What's the tear gas for? What tear gas? Wait, who's using tear gas? I didn't see anyone using tear gas. This is not tear gas, Tripoli Bob. This is the Orthodox Church. No, excuse me. This is one of the churches in Kharkiv after a Russian drone strike tonight. It's unclear if Russia struck a church or if they just hit near a church and caused a fire that almost touched the church. It's unclear if they hit a building attached to the church, but the point is, Russia is not being very careful with their drone strikes. God bless you, craftsman. Also, sorry, Tripoli Bob, if you had a question about something that was not the... Oh, God bless you, Slinky Socks, you are wonderful. Sorry, Tripoli Bob, if you had a question about something that wasn't the Kharkiv strike. Oh, yes, so that is not tear gas. This was the Iraqi-Jordan border. It's not tear gas. I'll show you footage from inside the hut. It's not tear gas. It was a drone strike on the Iraqi-Jordan border. Here's footage inside the security office. Thank you, JRP, for that confirmation.
والله بعد
This is the Iraqi border with Jordan at Trebil. So it was a drone strike. What time is it? 6:14. Let me continue with the top of the hour update.
The war on Iran to an end, but certainly the bombing on Thursday just west of Tehran on this new bridge, said to be the highest in the Middle East, is a significant escalation of the conflict.
Thanks so much to Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. Let's bring in Mohammed Valid, joins us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. So, Mohammed, the Iranian state television saying the attack on that bridge consisted of a double tap strike. Just take us through the sense of outrage that's brewing there over the idea or the images of emergency crews responding to a first strike, only to then be hit themselves by a second one.
Oh, that's why the authorities here and the leaders are describing it as an act of terrorism. That second strike is typical of terrorism, as they say, because it's not usual in regular warfare. Rescue workers were there. They gathered to help the victims of the first strike, not expecting a second one. And that's why the number of people who were killed or wounded rose to the number that we have seen. And also, it's not just that. It is a Nature Day here in Iran today, and families were gathering out near the bridge, enjoying their time, having picnic and so on, because it's the beginning of springtime, and some of those people were wounded or killed also as innocent civilians. That's why it's subject to condemnation across the board here in Iran. Foreign Minister saying that the targeting of infrastructure and the killing of Iranian civilians is not going to force the country to come to the negotiation table and strike a deal that is going to be detrimental to Iran's sovereignty and so on. Iran is going to rebuild every single facility that is being destroyed, but what cannot be rebuilt is America's standing because of these acts of terrorism, as he mentioned. And also, the foreign ministry described it as a despicable act, and it's not going, of course, to force Iran to strike a deal with the Americans. The Iranians seeing this as a sign of desperation on the part of the Americans and the Israelis. They're running out of military target. They don't know what to strike at, and all they have to do right now is to punish the Iranian civilians. 90 million people here in Iran are suffering because of these things, because they are on the increase, and the Americans are promising more of the same in the next few days, and that's contrary to the promise that was given by President Trump before the beginning of this war, that this war is, among other things, is being waged in order to help the people of Iran get rid of a despotic regime, as he described it, and also it is for Iran becoming great again.
Mohammed, stay with us, because I think it's a good point to bring in Victoria Gatenby. She's watching things from Doha, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Victoria, is talking about retaliating against bridges and IT centers across the region, right?
Yeah, that's right. Iranian media is reporting that the IRGC plans to expand its attacks on infrastructure, bridges, and American IT companies that it blames for helping the Israeli and the American military assassinate Iran's leadership. So we've been getting conflicting reports about how successful any such attacks are, though. In the past few hours, the IRGC has said that it had targeted an Oracle data center in Dubai. In the last hour, Dubai's media office has said that that claim is fabricated and false. The IRGC also said that it had targeted another facility, an Amazon cloud facility in Bahrain. Now, that does appear to be accurate, because on Wednesday, Bahrain's Interior Ministry did say that its civil defense teams were dealing with the aftermath of a missile attack, a fire on an Amazon facility in Bahrain. But the IRGC saying really that that attack was the first of many if the assassinations continue against its leadership, and it promises that companies that it said it would attack before would be treated even more harshly. Now, in the past, the IRGC have mentioned companies like Google, Microsoft, and Apple as potential targets in this region if Iran continues to be attacked by the US and Israel. And in terms of infrastructure, well, because of that attack on the bridge in Iran, Iranian media has published a list of 10 strategically important bridges across the GCC region, which it says have now become legitimate targets for an attack because of the bridge that was attacked. And those include the Sheikh Jabba Causeway, which is one of the world's longest causeways in Kuwait City, the King Fahd Causeway, which links Bahrain and Saudi Arabia over the Gulf, and also the Sheikh Zayed Bridge, which links the island of Abu Dhabi to the mainland. So really strategically important infrastructure that Iran is now saying are potential targets for attack. So while the US increases the intensity of its attacks, the IRGC seem to be escalating as well.
Very true. Now, let me show you the latest from Iraq. It's a new song. It's from the Al-Mushid Battalion of the Islamic Resistance. It's not the Blood Guardians. It's probably one of the groups that makes up one of the Blood Guardians. Okay, that makes up the Blood Guardians. It's the Al-Mushid Brigades. Here's a new song. I approve. Oh, okay. Whoa, okay. Oh, you're not kidding around, huh? Yeah, fine. What? Oh, you're gonna get them dancing. That's really good. Alright, one more time. Just came out like 3 minutes ago. Yeah, it's hard to dance to until the beat drops. Not the full song. This is really good though. They're very proud of this. It's not like the Blood Guardians. It's not meant to be like a bop. It's like uses the voice as an instrument. It's very good. They're very proud of this. I mean, to be fair, I think it's really good. So, yeah, I liked it. I dig it. It's meant to be more serious. The Blood Guardians, they like to have a dance beat. That group, the Al Mushid Battalion, they like to have. That's way more like of a composition. I liked that. I separate the music from the imagery. The imagery was drones. Hi, Ristala. How you doing, my dear friend? God bless you. Yeah, you know, I know how to vibe a little bit. Maybe. This is the latest from the Donbass, the Luhansk region of Ukraine, which is occupied by Russia. There has been a giant strike in the occupied Luhansk region. Slinky Sock says it's a fat bop. All right. If Slinky Sock says it's a bop, we can definitely listen one more time. I got to repost it anyway because he made a new version of it. Well, I guess it ought to be. I like it. It is kind of a bop. I agree, Mary P. You gotta wait for the beat to drop, but it's good. They're proud of this. I mean, it's good too. It's up. I would dance a lot. I would listen, if I went to the Middle East and hung out, I would dance a lot. I don't know what the sign says. We might have to ask our Arabic translators. But yeah, I mean, I can totally dance. Like, I separate the music as art from the like images of the drones, but yeah. That was a pretty good song. I give it a 8.7 out of 10. All right, this is the latest from Tel Aviv.
On the main roadway there, you can see the hazard lights of vehicles that have pulled over during this alert. That is something we see pretty much every time. Obviously, everybody is told to go to the shelters the minute they hear those sirens. A lot of people who are, if they're in their vehicles, just pull over under those bridges to find whatever cover they can. But for the moment, Kaylee, it appears that all we've heard so far are high-level interceptions. Another one I just heard just off to our left.
It was more than a high-level interception.
We'll keep you posted. No sign from our point of view, at least at this point, of any impacts here. And as you look down on the all
right, I don't know what the Russians are doing. Apparently the Russians are really mad that the Ukrainians are so effective at their strikes, because look what the Russians have been doing in Kharkiv today. The Russians are just gratuitously bombing civilians. I showed a video of this hit earlier today. It caused extensive damage. The Russians are just shelling civilians. And then, once we got to night in Kharkiv, let me show you what the Russians did. Like, this one is what makes me kind of mad. Well, all war makes me mad. I don't like when civilians are targeted, but look what's happening right now. The Russians, I don't know if they bombed that church or an apartment near the church, but they certainly were not careful. That is a church in Kharkiv burning right now as a result of a Russian drone. Yes, that is a church in Kharkiv, Ukraine, burning because, or at least burning very close to that church because of a strike from a Russian drone. Let's go back to Doha.
Not just bridges in the crosshairs.
Damn Russians and Iranians.
We've also heard of reports of strikes on a vaccine center, steel factories closing, a blackout in Qatar. Just how much damage is going on in Iran?
This ride in the beast to and from the Supreme Court yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. The
President
Pasteur
Trump
Institute for Vaccine Products has been severely damaged in an airstrike in the heart of Tehran today. And that's also a subject of condemnation and criticism here among the leaders. The Pasteur Institute has been around for almost 100 years. It has been providing vital medicine for people, helping people, sick people be cured, and also it played a vital role in producing vaccines for the COVID-19 during the COVID crisis. It's a purely civilian institution, and hitting at it again for people here and for the leadership is a sign of desperation. And also the power blackout that you mentioned happened today, and it has been contained according to reports. That's probably the third time a power blackout happened because of strikes that touched electricity facilities around Tehran and Karaj. All of these civilian institutions that are being destroyed or damaged are a sign, as leaders here say, that the Americans are running out of targets and they are punishing the people of Iran, contrary to what they promised, that they came here waging this war to help the people of Iran get rid of their despotic regime, as the Americans say. But now we are seeing a completely different situation. We have the Iranian president condemning this and calling on WHO, Doctors Without Frontiers, and all other medicine-related institutions around the world to respond to this act of unnecessary violence and unnecessary warfare against civilian institutions, asking for condemnation across the board against this act. So, I mean, the Iranians here are not happy with this turn of events. This is no longer military targets, but this is something that is intentionally directed towards the people of Iran.
Also not happy, Victoria Gatenby, the GCC countries with Iranian attacks and strikes on them. Take us through the demands, the three demands they made at the UN today.
All the world's a stage, you're so true. That's so true. I remember that image very distinctly. In Beirut. It is a shame. War is always a shame. All the world's a stage said that image reminds me of the image of Israel's missile striking on a building that was behind a large image of a cross on a Beirut hospital in front.
Yeah, this was really an opportunity for the GCC countries to once again present a unified approach to these attacks that they have been facing for the past 4 weeks. So they had, as you say, three essential demands. The first was that the UN Security Council take all measures that they can to try and stop these attacks on GCC countries by Iran. This is something that this region has been calling for since day one of this conflict. The second point was really that the UN Security Council must keep these central maritime waterways open, free and open. So the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, they mentioned in particular. Now, Iran has said in the past day or so that they intend to potentially close the Strait of Hormuz to the US and Israel permanently, even once this conflict is over. That is something that GCC countries are completely opposed to. They're also opposed to the idea of some kind of payment that Iran suggested might have to be made by vessels who cross through that strait. So they have opposed those two things and say that the UN Security Council and the countries that are represented must do all they can to stop that. And thirdly, the GCC wanted to make the point very clearly that they have been very badly affected by this conflict. They're facing not only a security crisis, but an economic crisis as a result of this war. They have faced more than 6,000 projectiles coming into this region. 85% of what Iran has aimed altogether has been targeting GCC countries. So they want to make the point that they want a seat at the table should there be a negotiated settlement, so their interests can be represented and they can return to some kind of security, economic security as well.
All right, let's thank Victoria Gaithamy there in Doha, as well as Mohammed Val in Tehran.
Okay, I'll show you now the latest from Russia's strike. They actually did hit a monastery. Russia has struck a monastery for some reason in Ukraine. It is completely unclear why they have done this. Okay, so Russia has struck the Holy Provosk Men's Monastery. Russia has hit a monastery. I don't know why. That seems like a terrible idea. Russia has set fire with a drone to... Russia has set fire with a drone to a monastery in Kharkiv. Like, why would you do that? Russia has bombed a monastery. What possibly could be in a monastery that justifies bombing it? It's a monastery. Priests live there, and like monks. Right, on Holy Thursday too. I don't understand. Sorry, Mary P, you can ignore Nightbot. He gets a little mad about caps. Calm down, Nightbot. You can leave Mary P alone. That's a very bad target to hit, though. I don't know why would Russia bomb a monastery? I saw that shotgun intercept, X1R110. Good to see you, my dear friend. God bless you. Here's a drone intercept from yesterday or the day before by the Ukrainians. That drone was not intercepted, the one that you saw hit the monastery. Here's a drone being intercepted by Ukraine. This is some of the tech that Ukraine has to intercept the drones. Okay. So Russia will fly the drones in. Ukraine will come up behind with a piloted drone and shoot down the drone. The Russian drone can't facilitate movement, and it crashes to the earth. Alright? Thank you very much for that, X1R110. Now I will show you the latest from the location in Erbil that was targeted. Okay, now I'll show you the latest from a Russian strike on a civilian apartment building in Ukraine earlier today. You can see the children's playground. Russia is reckless. Did you see what Russia just did? Earlier today in Kharkiv, Russia hit... Look, there could have been children on that playground. They're out of their mind. Thank you, Mary Pete. But I'm telling you, like, regardless of just looking at this alone, All right, this is such a reckless attack by Russia. I'm starting to analyze more because, by the way, Russia, just like Iran is getting bombed, just like Kuwait and Bahrain are getting bombed, just like Saudi Arabia is getting bombed, just like Iraq's getting bombed, just like Israel's getting bombed, just like Lebanon's getting bombed. So too, Russia and Ukraine are being bombed. But look at how reckless the Russians are compared to some of the strikes we've seen. Look at this. That is a children's playground right there in the background. This was earlier today. They easily could have just slaughtered children. They don't care at all. That's outrageous. What justification can there be for doing that? They don't care at all. That's true, Ms. Clutch. CENTCOM is denying the claim. By the way, on this Holy Thursday, this is the upper room in Jerusalem where Jesus shared the Last Supper with his disciples. I think it's very meaningful this time of year, too. Let's take a look. Is it today that the Last Supper happened or into Friday? I think it's tonight that the Last Supper happened. Was it tonight or tomorrow? Might be Friday. Might be Friday. I want to say the Last Supper was... I'm going to go with Friday. So this is the upper room in Jerusalem. This is where the Last Supper took place. That's where he washed the feet of the disciples. And this is where Jesus had the Last Supper. That's the upper room. That is it. It's a structure built on the location of the upper room. It's one of the most sacred places in Christianity. Why in the world do they call it Good Friday? Let's find out. Why is Good Friday called Good Friday? I'm going to find out for you. Good Friday is called good because despite commemorating the crucifixion and death of Jesus, Christians believe it represents the ultimate victory over sin and death, paving the way for salvation and Easter's resurrection. It's considered the day God's love was fully demonstrated, reconciling humanity to God, making it a good or holy day in that spiritual sense. So it's good in the sense that it was the day Jesus took on the sins of humanity, dying in our place to offer forgiveness and a path to heaven. Some scholars suggest the word good as a modification of God's Friday, similar to how goodbye derives from God be with ye in many languages. It is called Holy Friday, e.g. Vierno Santo. In German, the day is called Karfreitag, which translates to Sorrowful Friday or Suffering Friday. It is the darkest day of the Christian calendar, yet viewed as a necessary event to reach the joy of Easter Sunday. So there you go. Happy Good Friday indeed. Or if you're in Germany, Happy Karfreitag. Alright, this was the ride that showed... This was the moment that Pam Bondi was fired as Attorney General.
During this ride in the Beast to and from the Supreme Court yesterday, President Trump and Attorney General Bondi talked about the possibility of her leaving DOJ. So hours later, when these photos were taken of Bondi at the president's address to the nation, she knew what could be coming. During this ride in the Beast to and from the Supreme Court yesterday, President Trump and Attorney General Bondi talked about the possibility of her leaving DOJ. So hours later, when these photos were taken of Bondi at the president's address to the nation, she knew what could be coming.
Yes, she did. All right, here's the latest from the bridge that was targeted in Iran. Come on now. 1 second. This is the bridge that was targeted in Iran. Well, first let's go to Isfahan tonight. This is Isfahan tonight. More explosions in Isfahan tonight, Iran, right now. maybe a few hours ago. It's actually probably nighttime now. This was right before the sun went down. Okay, that's Isfahan, Iran. Here's a Ukrainian strike on a Russian airfield in Crimea. They took out a big plane. This is a Ukrainian strike on a big Russian plane. That plane. This is Ukraine about to take that plane out with a drone in Crimea. April 2nd, so yeah, today. This is Ukraine. This is Ukraine and the Crimea. Onboard drone footage. Ukraine has pretty good drones. You can see their footage is really good. It's sending a strong signal. And then this is Ukraine. Again, Ukraine targeting a Russian, let me get you the exact model. It is a Russian AN-72P patrol aircraft. And Ukraine has very good onboard drone footage, so this was earlier today. They put it out formally through the military, and you can see that's what it, when a drone pilot makes a hit, that's what they see. Now I'll show you the bridge in Iran that was hit.
یعنی بزرگترین پل خاورمیانه بود تا 1 ساعت پیش که رژیم‌های جنایتکار آمریکا و اسرائیل این بلا رو سرش بیارن. این شاهکار مهندسین ایرانی بود. ارتفاع ستون‌های 134 متری و فاصله دهنه‌های 200 متری. اگر این جنایت جنگی نیست، اگر این حمله به زیرساخت نیست، شما چه اسمی براش میذارید؟ پل به کنار، امروز روز 13 به دره و تمام این قسمت‌ها مردم اومده بودن برای مراسم 13 به در که متاسفانه غیر نظامی‌های زیادی شهید شدن و آسیب دیدن. همین الان مشغول ضبط گزارش بودیم، دوباره اینجا رو زدن. شرایط خیلی به هم ریخته است. پشت سر هم داره انفجار میشه. آمار شهدا خیلی زیاده. بزرگترین پل خاورمیانه است. یعنی بزرگترین پل خاورمیانه بود تا 1 ساعت پیش که رژیم‌های جنایتکار آمریکا و اسرائیل این بلا رو سرش بیارن. این شاهکار مهندسین ایرانی بود. ارتفاع ستون‌های 134 متری و فاصله دهنه‌های 200 متری. اگر این جنایت جنگی نیست، اگر این حمله به زیرساخت نیست، شما چه اسمی براش میذارید؟ پل به کنار، امروز روز 13 به دره و تمام این قسمت‌ها مردم اومده بودن برای مراسم 13 به در که متاسفانه غیر نظامی‌های زیادی شهید شدن و آسیب دیدن. همین الان مشغول ضبط گزارش بودیم، دوباره اینجا رو زدن. شرایط خیلی به هم ریخته است. پشت سر هم داره انفجار میشه. آمار شهدا خیلی زیاده. بزرگترین پل خاورمیانه است. یعنی بزرگترین پل خاورمیانه بود.
Multiple times. That's what started this all today. It's been very quiet. Strangely, Iran has not launched at Israel in hours. Hours. No one, wow, look at this. No one has fired at Israel in 5 hours. What is going on here? Thank you for your kind words, Jed Moss. You're so kind. God bless you. But I'll tell you, that is quite a report. So the bridge was struck multiple times. Istar? Is it a period of prayer? Here's a very nice tradition in Lebanon. The Night of the Seven Churches. Christian communities and non-observers visit 7 churches to start at the Easter week. What a very nice tradition in Lebanon. Well, Iran just hit Bahrain and at least Bahrain. I don't have an impact report yet from Bahrain. It's odd. Everything is odd. Everything about it is odd. If you missed it, if you're just tuning in, the last thing that happened was 6 hours ago. It was such an intense strike that it like caused a serious amount of damage in Tel Aviv. I'll show you the strike and then the impact. I'll show you the strike and then the damage. It knocked the camera backwards. This was Tel Aviv. That's real. Yeah, it's a heck of a strike. This was Tel Aviv earlier. So nothing has happened since then. Okay, I'll show you the damage that was caused by that missile. I have another angle of it now, 1 second. I'll show you the damage that was caused as well, but this is what's going on. This was that impact from another angle. I think I have another angle, 1 second. Yeah, right here.
Yo, Nefira!
Not sure that third video is real, but this video is real. That's the damage. That's the impact crater. So this was 6 hours ago.
Yo, Nefira!
Okay, so I don't think that I think that third video got interspersed when it shouldn't have. Because I actually heard there might have been a hit there, but I have seen no other videos of that intersection. But let me show you the follow-up damage caused by after Iran pulled off that strike, they stopped for 6 hours. Nothing has happened since that. We started this stream with that impact, and nothing has happened. It was such a violent impact. Okay, this was the moment of the strike. This is right as we started the stream today. Quite literally as the stream started. Sorry about that slight buffer. It was such a spike in the audio, it spiked the buffer. It's actually too much to like play almost. It can literally like spike the buffer, and then it sends too much audio feed. I'm serious. That's how loud whatever they sent. It was a multiple 100 kilogram warhead, I believe. It caused a substantial amount of damage. Substantial. And that was the last thing that they... Oh, it's going to be loud again. That was the last thing that happened. Literally. Alright? That was 6 hours ago. There's been some shelling, some strikes since, but that was it. Some raids since. This was a picture. This was also the strike. Nothing has happened since this strike in Israel. It was that violent. It was in the middle of Tel Aviv, too. I don't know how the Iranians got it through.
Show! 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 Yo!
Yep, hyperkinetic shockwave, 100% Lee.
Show! Show!
Yep, you can tell it was a hypersonic.
Show! 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 Yo!
So, Iran pulled off something with that. I don't even almost believe my eyes. They pulled off something with that. It was so devastating in its impact. This was Trey Yink's report about it as it happened. We were live at this time. I was live covering this as it came in.
Iran. Right now, Tel Aviv is under another Iranian ballistic missile attack. There was a significant explosion over the city that shook the building that we're in. As this is taking place, air defense systems are working to shoot down the incoming fire. But more than a month into this conflict, the Iranians still have the ability to launch coordinated attacks against Israel.
How many missiles does Iran have? A lot. Hundreds of thousands. Here's more from the scene. This is the impact of that missile that you just heard hit. This is what happens when a hypersonic missile hits hard ground. It's almost unbelievable to look at.
אני! מה השם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה השם של המקום?
Waffling keyboard keeps getting yelled at by Nightbot. Calm down, Nightbot.
אני! מה השם המפעל פה אמרת? לובינר, איך קוראים למקום? אלון, מה השם של המקום?
I'll show you what was hit. I'll show you what was hit. It was a cardboard factory. All right. This is what was hit. This building. I'll let you have it read out by this. Go ahead.
According to diplomats, the three veto...
That is not exact. That is not
To
the
view
post.
keyboard shortcuts, press question mark. View keyboard shortcuts.
No.
A warehouse in the Beit Tikva area was destroyed, considered one of the assets of the Israeli company HZ, versus Y for manufacturing electronic chips. This warehouse was used in the computer-aided manufacturing, CNC, section for industrial and military equipment to produce essential spare parts in the fields of automation, electronics, aerospace, and more.
Okay, so this is what was hit. That building is gone. You were standing in what used to be that building in those other videos. Right? And God bless all of you. Hello, Adrian. Hello. Oh, Francisco Castillo. Hola, mi amigo. Tengo una video para ti. En español. Tengo un reporta, un periodista del Lebanon que se habla español. Y tengo la video para ti. Francisco Castillo, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo? Tiene una situación en Tel Aviv con una grande bomba en los horas pasados, 6 horas pasado. También en Lebanon este día tengo para ti un periodista que se habla español.
Ha vuelto a ser una noche muy violenta en Beirut. Ahora estoy en el barrio de Yana, muy cerca de Dahie. Dahie son los barrios del sur de la capital que son constantemente bombardeados por Israel y que están casi completamente evacuados. Y de hecho, por esa cercanía con Dahie es que aquí en esta zona se estaban quedando muchas familias desplazadas. Estoy también a pocos minutos de una de las principales escuelas, Bir Hassan, que acoge a desplazados del sur y de Dahie. 3 misiles destrozaron anoche esta calle, había varios coches aparcados, un ataque sin previo aviso, ya hay 7 muertos, casi una treintena de heridos. Hemos visto también muchos animales callejeros muertos. Israel dice que el objetivo era un comandante de Hezbollah. He estado hablando con vecinos que cuentan que no, que aquí no había nadie del grupo armado, que eran solo familias desplazadas durmiendo en sus vehículos. Es una estrategia habitual de Israel el perseguir hasta asesinar a quienes huyen de sus bombas para generar miedo y desconfianza entre las comunidades que acogen hacia los desplazados. Ayer hubo varios ataques en Beirut, pese a que estaban siendo días de relativa calma. A unos kilómetros de aquí, otra explosión en Halde mató a 2 personas. En total son 9 muertos desde anoche en Beirut y al menos 8 en ataques entre la BK y el sur, que se suman a los ya más de 1.200 en un mes de guerra en el Líbano.
Sí, hay una periodista en Lebanon que se habla español. Hola, Francisco Castillo, and then ella una periodista que se habla español en Lebanon. Sí, ella entiende y habla español muy bien. Y también soy una persona que puedo hablar español casi. No entiendo todas las palabras y no puedo hablar todas las palabras. Y Francisco says, bueno, así es la guerra. Gracias, amigo. Sí, Francisco, la guerra es... hold on. Translate hell, English to Spanish. I forget how to say this. Not hello. Translate the word hell. Inferno. La guerra es infierno.
Infierno inglés.
No, not an English hell. Hold on. I just want hell, not English hell. Okay? All right.
Infierno.
La guerra es...
Infierno.
Sí. Hola. Anyway, my friend Francisco speaks Spanish, and every day I like to practice. Me gusta practicar español. I like to practice my Spanish with my friend Francisco so that I don't forget the words that I know in Spanish. No te me olvides las palabras que yo conozco en español. Hay muchas palabras en español que yo recuerde, pero no, que yo recuerde, pero no usa español todos los días. Solamente usa español con mi amigo Francisco Castillo. Pero porque Francisco Castillo venga aquí muchos días, todos los días, por 10 minutos más o menos, yo puedo practicar mi español y entonces yo entiendo y conozco más palabras de la otra día, ¿sí? Y hay muchas palabras en español que yo entiendo, pero necesito usar español regularmente para entender y recordar todas las palabras. ¿Sí? ¿Entiendes? Bien. Sí, muchas gracias. Siempre sacas tiempo para mí. Te lo agradezco, mi amigo. Oh, Francisco says, I always have time for him. And lo agradezco. Lo agradezco. Spanish to English. I appreciate it. Oh, lo agradezco. That's a new word for me. Lo agradezco la nueva palabra, mi amigo. Gracias. I always am happy to give my dear friend time, and I'm very grateful for you. And who is that from? What's it say? Hasa5489. God bless you for that smiley face. I'm glad you enjoyed the report in Spanish. Jeds Damas says, I used to be on X, but I quit. I leave it to Grant Smith Ellis. This is impressive coverage. Thanks, Jeds Damas. And then you get an occasional Spanish report. It's his practice time every day. That's true, Kingsley. I talked to my friend Francisco. Johnny says, I swear I learn new things every day from Grant. Yeah. Standing Stone says muchos granto. Good job, Standing Stones. You did a good job. Mucho is definitely a Spanish word. Granto is a great pun. We call that Spanglish. I love it. Standing Stones is speaking Spanglish. Hello, Unity. This Unity says 32 days on and you guys haven't solved the conflict yet. Alright, this is our mental decompression break. We have not solved the conflict. Here's the latest from Tabriz. Iran is being bombed tonight. This is Shiraz. Okay? Shiraz this morning. Latest from Shiraz, Iran, just minutes ago. Great song, Tawny. Mother, do you think they'll drop the bomb? Mother, do you think I'm good enough? Alarms activated in Bahrain. I repeat, the sirens have been activated in Bahrain. Oh, Slinky Socks, I think Mimi means that in the sense that Jesus protected the most vulnerable. No, oh, no, listen. Mimi is the most wonderful, loving person in chat. We don't, listen, do you understand that Mimi hugs little goats, okay? We don't need to see any of that towards our wonderful, loving Mimi, okay? Mimi literally has a baby goat. All right, Mimi is just expressing how Jesus protects the most vulnerable. Some people don't actually have minds that have been ruined by modern society, and they are actually just generally sweethearted Mimis, you know? So can we all just give Mimi a hug? Do you understand Mimi sits with her little baby goat named Ellie, and Mimi hugs the baby goats and prays every day for peace, you know? Some people are actually pure-hearted. I think some of you all spend too much time on the internet. You need to spend more time with Mimi. All right, I'm going to make you all spend time with Mimi and the baby goat. Oh, thank you, Joyce. No, you didn't do anything, Slinky Socks. You did nothing wrong. I was just somewhat joshing with Kingsley because I think for a lot of people on the internet, like those kind of comments about, you know, whatever, they're a dime a dozen. But Mimi, like, is one of the few people who, when she says it, actually means it from her heart. So, you know, I know it's different for a lot of people who are used to, like, internet banter. That's all I was saying. It had nothing to do with you, Slinky Socks. You know, I think you are wonderful. You are, of course, wonderful, Slinky Socks. I didn't even mean to bring you into that discussion and the playful joshing, because I think you are wonderful. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and yes, I did see that comment go by very quickly, so I didn't see the full context, but I know exactly what Mimi meant, and Mimi and I are on the same page all the time, especially about the goats. Let's go to the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. I blushed a little bit when I saw Kingsley's comment, I'll admit.
Hello, I'm Tom McRae. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, as the war on Iran rages on, the US Defense Secretary has asked the Army Chief of Staff to step down. General Randy George is leaving the post immediately. The US president posts video of what he says is a bridge destruction in Iran and wants Tehran to make a deal before it's too late. Gulf states expressed their fury against Iran's attacks on their territory and economic interests at a UN Security Council meeting. The rush to fill up the tank in Pakistan, the government raises fuel prices. Petrol goes up by 42% and diesel by nearly 55%. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked the military's chief of staff to step down. The Pentagon says General Randy George ceases his duties with immediate effect. That's as the joint operation with Israel against Iran enters the second month. Now, a day after President Donald Trump vowed to hit Iran extremely hard, Attacks west of Tehran brought down a bridge described as the tallest in the Middle East. State media say at least 8 people were killed and 95 injured. Tehran says the attacks will not compel them to surrender. Senior Iranian military officials have upped the defiance, saying the Strait of Hormuz remains open to global shipping, but closed to, quote, enemies of Iran. Well, the warnings leave countries in the region on high alert. Gulf leaders denounced Iranian attacks at a UN Security Council meeting, demanding that all maritime waterways stay open.
First attacks in 6 hours. There it is.
The GCC also calls on the security
We care,
Council
you
to
knew
take all
it.
necessary.
We care, you could sense it. It's not from Iran, it's from Hezbollah. First attacks in 6 hours. Wow. So I hope everything is okay with Slinky Socks. I didn't mean to have a misunderstanding there. So sorry. I'm very protective of Mimi. You're listening to the first alerts in 6 hours. We Care knew it. It was too quiet. It was too quiet. Exactly, Standing Stones.
Why now? Why has this happened right now in the middle of this war?
Well, the retiring General Randy George is a 1988 graduate of West Point, worked his way up the ranks to become the Chief of Staff for the U.S. Army. He previously had served as a top aide to Lloyd Austin, who was the Defense Secretary during the...
Here's the latest from Herbal coming in right now. Thank you very much to Mace. God bless you. Sorry, Elsid. Nightbot is a little oversensitive about caps. Here's the latest from the attack on Herbal. I don't know. Does Herbal have air raid sirens? Does Herbal have? I didn't know that. Wow. What's that? I've never seen that footage before. The first one was an air raid alarm. I've never heard an air raid alarm in Herbal. Did we care? Yes, there was a hit in Herbal. I saw the fire. I have some other views of it. But I had not seen that second video before. Still feeling bad about my misunderstanding with Slinky Socks. I feel very bad about that. Here's the view. Here's the report from Bahrain that the siren activated 13 minutes ago, and then Hezbollah fired like right after that. So I expect there to be a wave starting now. Let's go back to Al Jazeera before everything kicks off.
Biden administration. He had several tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, as well as during the 1991 Gulf War. A very long and busy military career. The speculation that is being reported here in Washington is that he apparently was not willing to do things of a political nature in his role, and that is why, according to these reports, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has asked him to resign. Now, George was supposed to finish his tenure as Army Chief of Staff next year, after which he would have been expected to retire from the military. So this is coming perhaps a year early, but it is raising a lot of questions given that the U.S. is still very much in the middle of its war on Iran.
And has posted dramatic video of a civilian bridge being blown up in Iran. Is this the intensification that Trump had been threatening?
It appears to be the intensification of the war that the U.S. President Donald Trump made references to in the last couple of days, both in his nationally televised speech on Wednesday evening, as well as during an Oval Office appearance on Tuesday evening, basically saying that if the Iranian authorities do not agree to the U.S.'s terms for a ceasefire and peace deal, that the U.S.
Jets
would
over
ramp
Tehran.
up its military attacks on Iranian targets. Now, there are questions, of course, about whether going after the Karaj Bridge was perhaps a war crime, or was it, as U.S. officials are alleging,
I saw that, Ms. Clutch. I think I have the
pathway
English.
for
I will play
the
it.
Iranian military to transport equipment needed to build drones that they have been using in attacks on Israel, on other countries in the region, as well as on U.S. targets in the region. So that is
it is
being a
unclear,
question that
JRP,
is
what the
being
target
raised at
was
this
in
hour.
Erbil.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Roz Jordan, for us in Washington, D.C. We're going to go to Mohammed Val now, who is in Tehran for us. And Mohammed, Iranian state television is saying the attack on that bridge consisted of a double tap strike. What exactly are they saying happened to emergency crews who were responding to that first strike?
Yeah, they are condemning this attack as a terrorist attack because those double taps were behind the high number of people killed, particularly among construction workers and rescue workers and civilians. It's Nature Day in Iran. It was Nature Day in Iran, and people were around the bridge, some families there having some time out and picnics there, not thinking that a bridge that is under construction might be subject of, might be targeted in those strikes. And also the people who were gathering to rescue, the rescue workers were gathering to help people who were
strikes on the U.S. bases in Bahrain.
Some of them were among the victims, and that's why it's subject to severe condemnation and anger among politicians, among leaders here in Iran, and also the regular people. This is an act of terrorism, they say. It was not necessary, and it is not going to force Iran to strike a deal that is going to be detrimental and compromising to its sovereignty. They refer to the fact that the American president has been saying again and again in the last few days that it is Iranians who are begging for a deal, but now it is the Americans who are trying to force Iran to sign a deal through the destruction of civilian facilities, which is something they say will not happen.
As well as the bridge, there have also been US and Israeli strikes on vaccine centres, steel factories have been closed, and I believe there was also a power blackout. Can you just run us through how much damage is actually being done to the state's ability to continue to function?
Yes, Tom, that power blackout has now been contained, but it is the third time it happens around the city of Tehran, something that is drawing attention here. That is, again, these are civilian facilities that have a bearing and an impact on the lives of everyday people here in Iran, unnecessarily destroyed by the Americans and the Israelis, and also the steel factories in Isfahan. But major today was the destruction of this Pasteur Institute, a 100-year-old civilian facility that has been helping people, sick people. It produces vaccines, among which the COVID-19 vaccine during the COVID crisis. So it's considered a non-military target, a non-military facility, and it has provoked a lot of anger here and condemnation among Iranian leaders. President Pezeshkian asked the WHO and also other institutions related to the medical world to condemn this act and to respond to it, saying that this is an act of terrorism and it is not going to force Iran to sign a deal with the Americans at the time being.
Okay, thank you so much, Mohammed Val, for us in Tehran. We're going to speak to Victoria Gatenby now. She is live for us in Doha. And the IRGC is talking about targeting...
Sean, say hello, Unity, and Waffling Keyboard, and Bill, and Ember Wolf, and Kanapi, and Penny. Hello to all of you, and Robin Hood, and Jed Stamas, and Gabrielle. I've been a little off kilter because I tried to intervene in something during chat earlier I might not have fully understood, and I may have offended my friend Slinky Socks and also Kingsley, and I just wanted to make sure that they knew I was sorry, and also that Mimi's wonderful. I think you're all wonderful.
IT centres
Hello,
and
Sandy.
bridges in retaliation to those US and Israeli strikes. Can you just run us through exactly what they've been saying and the threat to some of these Gulf states?
Nope. Waffling keyboard,
Well,
you
that's
don't
right.
have to
And
use
this
all
region is
caps.
under attack once again tonight, Tom. We have warning sirens being sounded in Bahrain.
I don't know who
Kuwait's
you're
army
yelling
has
at,
said
Waffling
in
keyboard.
the last hour that it's dealing with missiles and drones that its air defenses are attempting to intercept. And Saudi has said it's intercepted a swarm of drones in the last couple of hours. We don't know what Iran was trying to
God
target,
bless
but
you,
we do
Penny.
know, as you say, that the IRGC has said that it's planning to expand its attacks on this region's infrastructure in retaliation for the attack on that bridge on Thursday. And also it plans to expand its attacks on American IT
Oh, hi,
companies,
Slinky
which
Socks.
the IRGC
Oh, okay, I'm
claims is
glad.
helping the US and the Israeli military in terms of the assassination attempts that they have been carrying out and succeeding in.
Oh, thank
those
you,
companies have
Kingsley.
not responded specifically to those claims that the IRGC are making. Instead, they've just released statements about how they are looking after their staff in the GCC region who are working for those companies. But we are getting conflicting reports.
Oh, I'm feeling better, Ember Wolf. I just get, I take people's feelings very seriously. So, and I consider you all very dear friends. I'm feeling good. I'm not down. I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit confused by what has gone on. I don't know how the Iranians managed to hit so hard in Tel Aviv. They seriously damaged a large, looks like defense-related industry with a very fast hypersonic missile. So I'm going to keep listening to this Doha report, but things are odd, and Bahrain was also just attacked. Everything has just been a little bit odd. Friday is an important day of prayer, I believe, in Islam. But still, that hasn't really thrown off any other previous days. I don't know, maybe the Iranians are just trying to act with less predictability.
About whether IRGC attacks on IT companies have been successful. The IRGC
Jets active over Baghdad now.
saying a few hours ago that they had targeted Oracle's data center in Dubai. That has been refuted by Dubai's media office, which says that that claim is fabricated and false. But the IRGC also said that they had targeted an Amazon cloud facility in Bahrain, and that does seem to be accurate because we know on Wednesday Bahrain's Interior Ministry did say that an Amazon facility had been the target of a missile attack, which then started a fire that Bahrain's civilian authorities were dealing with. Now, the IRGC have said that these attacks on infrastructure, on IT companies, will escalate if they continue, if the Israel and the US continue to assassinate their leaders and target their infrastructure.
And Victoria, Gulf countries obviously want to see an end to all of these Iranian strikes. Can you just talk us through the three demands that they made to the UN today?
Yeah, that's right. So the GCC chairman took this opportunity at the UN Security Council to once again condemn Iran's attacks on this region, call for de-escalation and dialogue, an immediate halt to the attacks. And he also took the opportunity really to make three main points. The first was that these attacks have to stop. The second was that the crucial waterways, the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is under threat from the Houthis, which is one of Iran's allies, the UN Security Council has to take all measures possible to try and get things moving through those straits. The GCC countries say they are completely opposed to any kind of payment that Iran has suggested that vessels may have to make in the future to pass through those straits. And it says that there must be a free flow of energy through those waterways, which are at the moment, the Strait of Hormuz certainly is a chokehold. The third point that it made was that the GCC has really borne the brunt of Iran's attacks. 85% of all the attacks that Iran has targeted have ended up being targeted on this region. More than 6,000 projectiles aimed at GCC countries over the past 4 weeks. And the GCC chairman today was saying that really the GCC had to have a seat at the table. Its kind of interests in this had to be represented if there was to be a negotiated settlement.
OK, thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Victoria. Victoria Gatenby in Doha for us. Well, Barbara Slavin is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Centre. She says it's unlikely Trump will achieve any of his goals with a ground operation in Iran.
There's no love lost in this country for Iran, but the war on Iran has never had majority support. It was never properly explained. We are 4 or 5 weeks into it, and this is the first time that the President of the United States gave a speech trying to lay out his goals. It didn't go very well. I was looking at some accounts among Republican political strategists who were very disappointed with the speech and scratching their heads afterward, asking, you know, what was this supposed to accomplish? Again, it was a kind of hodgepodge of excuses, reasons, rationales for the war without a clear strategy to achieve really any of these aims. I sincerely hope we will not see a ground operation. I think that would be very high risk. And I know that there have been members of the military cautioning the administration. Certainly, we hear a lot of retired members of the military on all the cable news channels cautioning the administration not to mount any kind of ground operation. But the troops are there if the president decides he wants to have some sort of final commando operation, perhaps trying to seize Karg Island or some of the nuclear material that remains in Iran. We're not out of this yet, and clearly Donald Trump thinks he's achieving something by continuing the war.
Iranian missile attacks have continued on Israel, while the Israeli military says it intercepted the majority. Some are making it through. A ballistic missile hit Petah Tikva in central Israel on Thursday evening, bypassing air defense systems. It landed between a residential neighborhood and the city's industrial zone, causing a large crater. The shockwave heavily damaged nearby buildings. Well, for more, we're going to speak to Rob McBride, who's been following all of these developments in Israel from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And Rob, obviously several areas coming under fire in Israel today. What did the aftermath look like, especially with that direct hit that we just saw?
Yeah, these missile attacks have continued apace, and they have been going on as much of Israel has been continued to celebrate Passover. It's one of the most important events in the Jewish calendar, but they have experienced multiple raids and multiple warnings throughout the day. In fact, at one point during Thursday, there were 3 different alerts in effect from the 3 different fronts that Israel now finds itself engaged in. Obviously, still these missiles incoming from Iran, but also from Yemen now with the Houthis joining this conflict, and also from Lebanon with Hezbollah. It's estimated through the 24 hours up until Thursday evening, firing some 150 rockets from southern Lebanon across the border at communities in northern Israel, with 4 people reported injured. Also on Thursday, there was an interception of another ballistic missile fired from Yemen. It had triggered alerts in Jerusalem and also in the Dead Sea area. According to the authorities, that missile was intercepted. Probably the most damaging impact of the day, and it turned into a multiple impact, but with one main heavy warhead striking. That was in the central city of Petah Tikva. This is a very highly populated area of central Israel, causing an extensive damage in that area. And the ambulance service say a total of nearly 70 people needed hospital treatment from various attacks throughout Thursday, now into the early hours of Friday morning.
And there have been Israeli threats against Hezbollah's leader personally. What does that tell us about some of the frustration about these continuing Hezbollah attacks and the timing of them?
Yeah, this has come from actually Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that the Hezbollah leadership will pay a very heavy price for continuing its attacks during Passover. On Wednesday, we saw one of the heaviest missile barrages throughout the day since the early days of the war. And this was coinciding with the traditional dinner when families get together to mark the start of Passover. And it sent people running for shelters and their safe rooms. And I think Netanyahu has been expressing and voicing the anger of many people through Israel, but also that's conflated, you sense, by a sense of frustration that after more than a month of this conflict, things haven't returned to normal as the government had promised it would do. It doesn't seem to be achieving all of its objectives. And there is a suspicion that Netanyahu has been using this anger possibly as a cover for the justification of further strikes against buildings, businesses in Beirut, which they claim are linked to Hezbollah, or for further incursions and strikes and stepping up the advance by Israeli troops into southern Lebanon, pushing Hezbollah further north.
Okay, thanks so much, Rob. Rob McBride for us there in Amman. Well, more than a month into the war in Iran, President Donald Trump is describing it as a success. And though he says it will soon wind down, one of the world's vital shipping lanes remains heavily restricted. Richard Gaisford has more from New York.
Their equipment's been totally decimated.
Donald Trump's view on the Strait of Hormuz is clear.
What happens to the strait, we're not going to have anything to do with.
In one way, he's right. Very few of the oil tankers and ships currently blocked from passing through this crucial channel will be headed to the US. 20% of the world's oil flows through this narrow sea passage, bordered on one side by Iran. But it's the impact on global oil prices and the knock-on effects to economies around the world that's most definitely of concern to the president, with warnings that if the strait isn't opened, the situation this month will be much worse than last.
The loss of oil in April will be twice the loss of oil in March. I think it will cut the economic growth in many countries, and especially in emerging and
more
developing
alerts in the
countries
north.
where they don't have the hard currencies. They
Passover, I think, I'm not an expert, but I think it's about there were plagues that impacted the Jewish people, and one of the plagues was like toads, and another was like insects, and then another was, or like the biggest one was going to be like the taking of the firstborn son of every family. And so in like the time of the Jewish people who wrote this down in their holy book. I don't know if it's the Torah, but needless to say, I only know it like apocryphally by oral tradition. I don't know it like by chapter and verse. But the last part of the prophecy, or like the plague, was going to be that the firstborn son of every household was taken, unless you wrote like an X on your door with some, I don't know how you were supposed to mark your door with an X, but if you marked your door with an X, then your firstborn son wouldn't be killed. And so that was like that was the story of Passover, the Torah. Oh, okay. I guess it's also the exodus of Jews from Egypt escaping the Pharaoh. But I know it also has, maybe I'm thinking of it, that might be Passover. It has something to do with prophecies and plagues, I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong about that. I might be conflating Passover and another Jewish tradition. I only know these traditions orally, which is why I'm not an expert. I want to learn more about it. I plan on learning more about it. But yeah, I'm not an expert. But yeah, I think a lot of those traditions are very
It may
interesting
be even
to study.
a bigger difficulty. And we may well see, Nikolai, in many countries, the rationing of...
They passed over the homes marked with lamb's blood. That makes sense. Thank you, Mary P.
may be coming soon.
Whilst the US is a major producer of crude oil, much of which is exported, it also has to import different types of oil to supplement production at domestic refineries. That means it buys and sells on the global market, with prices spiking due to the conflict. Well, Donald Trump might say that...
Air defense is activated over Bahrain, with a lot of people on X saying it's quiet. Too quiet. Doesn't it feel too quiet? Doesn't it feel like something's off? This is only the third time where we've had in this war over 32 days where there's been this much of a break. Here's, I've seen this attributed as Bahrain right now. Here were worshippers attempting to get to Al-Aqsa Mosque earlier. They broke One, let's see if you can behave. You know, you've had some tough nights. We'll see how you do tonight. Here's the latest from, this was at 2:31 a.m. in Iran, in Tehran, launched from an Israeli fighter jet. Here's a report indicating Israeli interceptors are depleted.
ربما لم تعد قادرة على صد كل الصواريخ القادمة من إيران. كيف يتم تفسير ذلك على الأقل في الإعلام الإسرائيلي وفي الداخل الإسرائيلي؟
حسام، بالفعل على مستوى الصواريخ التي أطلقت من إيران جرى الحديث عن رصد 30 صاروخا على الأقل أطلقت على دفعات خلال الساعات الأخيرة. 10 منها سقطت في مناطق
Claude Bell, I didn't get a chance. It was the comments moved so quick. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, but we'll just move on. I realize things can get intense in the chat. There were no bans issued. As far as I can see, your timeout. So we'll just move forward and we'll listen to this report from Al Arabia about Israel's depleted interceptor system.
والبقية تم اعتراضها، أي أن ليس كل الصواريخ يتم اعتراضها، ورأينا فشلا لمنظومة الدفاعات الجوية باعتراض بعض الصواريخ. الأبرز كان خلال الأيام الماضية عندما سقط صاروخان ثقيلان باليستيان في عراد وديمونا في منطقة جنوب إسرائيل. فشلت منظومة مقلاع داود باعتراض هذين الصاروخين وفتح تحقيق بهذا الحادث. بالمجمل أيضا كان هنالك تقرير أمريكي بين بأن نسبة نجاح اعتراض الصواريخ كانت 92%، لكنها تقلصت إلى 84%. هذا قد يكون لعدة أسباب.
One, stop trolling. One, people you don't agree with, okay, aren't all terrorists. That's very broad generalizations, you know. I know more Israelis who are sympathetic to the Palestinian people than I do Americans who are sympathetic to Israel. You know one? So that kind of language is inflammatory and acts as baiting one, so we don't want to see that. It's okay now, all right? I hope you've been doing well. You're going to be just fine, one, all right? But I don't want to see the baiting, all right? It's too hyper vitriolic and you know. So we'll give you one chance, but I'm sure Miss Clutcher, one of the chat moms, is going to be on it. So, all right, let's take a look now at the latest from Bahrain, where there are clouds of smoke rising following the most recent Iranian attack. Nightbot, one, you got banned by Nightbot. Nightbot got him. Imagine getting banned by Nightbot. Hi Michelle, how are you? Oh yeah, Nightbot just like, get out of here. Hi Sky, welcome. I don't know, he probably cussed. You can cuss once you have a wrench, but if you don't have a wrench, Nightbot will ban you for cussing. Yeah, Nightbot wants to ban everyone, but he can't ban his fellow mods, so he can only warn you. Oh goodness. Nightbot is a towel. Nightbot is pretty fancy. He can do all sorts of funny things. He can request my paintings back if you do paintings. There's like secret Easter eggs you can do with Nightbot. Paintings is the best one. Hold on, let me do it. Alright. Paintings. And then, like, Bob is a funny one, and then Donate's a good one, and then Love, and then Rules, and then the Discord. He has all sorts of funny Easter eggs. But yeah, he also polices, like, Caps Lock, and then, what else does he police? Oh, goodness, he polices, cuss words. Our friend Professor doesn't like cuss words, so I stopped cussing. So I was like, wait a minute, if I can't cuss, we can't be having other people cuss. Here's the latest from US CENTCOM a few hours ago. As you hear the sounds of Bahrain. Can Nightbot... I could probably set up a Magic 8-Ball thing for Nightbot. I'll look into it. Rigged outcome. I'll onboard your request. Add a Magic 8-Ball command to Nightbot for rigged outcome. I'm sure we can figure that out, rigged outcome. Nature Alley, Nightbot is on it. Nightbot just does his job diligently. He just, you can't really argue with him. Alright. Let's take a look at an analysis by AJ Arabic regarding whether the U.S. is nearing a ground
أعلنت
invasion.
القيادة المركزية الأمريكية أن عمليات وتدريبات 3500 جندي من قوات مشاة البحرية مستمرة حتى اللحظة على متن إحدى أقوى سفنها التي وصلت مؤخرا إلى الشرق الأوسط. إذا أكدت السنتكوم أن قواتها تحافظ على جاهزيتها القتالية في
I want to see, like, I don't care if it's a man or a woman, this is what I want to see more of from the networks. Like, put up a screen have like your presenter like drawing attention to the imagery. Notice how she's kind of acting like Vanna White. You can have a guy or a girl do it. It doesn't matter. Use the presenter's body to draw the viewer's eye to what you're presenting. That's why this is good for news. More news stations should be doing this.
الخيارات العسكرية المقبلة للحرب على إيران. نشرت القيادة المركزية مقطع فيديو على حساباتها الرسمية.
And then use your studio virtually. You like just turn the walls into digital displays and then it just makes the room an unlimited space.
سفينة USS Tripoli. نشاهد.
Great. See that transition? And then when you play a video, start it on the wall and then cut. I would have done something a little different here. I would have zoomed in. I would have had the hard cam zoom in. And then I would have cut to the shot. This transition is way too harsh. But yeah, this is good. It's very good news. They're doing like they're advancing news.
إذا كانت سنتكوم قد أعلنت قبل أيام وصول السفينة الحربية USS Tripoli LHA-7 إلى الشرق الأوسط لتعزيز الوجود العسكري الأمريكي في المنطقة. هذه السفينة دخلت الخدمة رسميا عام 2020. هي بمثابة حاملة طائرات صغيرة الحجم لكنها غير تقليدية، ففي الوقت نفسه هي سفينة هجومية برمائية إذ تحمل مقاتلات F-35 وطائرات نقل وزوارق الإنزال المخصصة لنقل القوات إلى الشواطئ، يعني قاعدة جوية ومنصة إنزال بري وقوة تدخل سريع في سفينة واحدة. السؤال الآن: ما حجم القوات البحرية الأمريكية في المنطقة حالياً؟ العدد الفعلي للقطع البحرية العسكرية في الشرق الأوسط غير محدد، لكن المعلن عنه هو وجود حاملة الطائرات أبراهام لينكولن التي تعد حالياً العمود الفقري للعمليات الجوية الأمريكية ضد إيران، بالإضافة إلى 9 مدمرات حربية تقريباً و3 سفن قتال ساحلي وغواصات نووية لم يكشف عن أنواعها أو حتى عددها ولا أماكن تواجدها. حسب واشنطن بوست يستعد الجيش الأمريكي لتنفيذ عمليات برية داخل إيران قد تستغرق لأسابيع، لكنها لن ترقى إلى مستوى غزو شامل، بل عمليات دهم محدودة تنفذها قوات خاصة إلى جانب وحدات من المشاة التقليديين. تعليقات كثيرة على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي تزامنا مع التقارير التي تفيد بقرب الغزو البري لإيران. حمادة يعلق على هذا الموضوع: لابد من تدخل عاجل لوقف الحرب، فالنتائج ستكون كارثية إن قاموا بالغزو البري لإيران، فقد أعلنت أنها ستتحرك بريا إن حدث غزو لأراضيها. ماذا عن غسان؟ أمريكا بدأت بقصف الجسور، أي تقطيع المدن الإيرانية لن يمنع الغزو البري سوى استسلام إيران. ماذا عن حمزة؟ تواجه إيران خيارين شديدي الخطورة، إما تصعيد قد يفضي إلى دمار شامل أو تدخل بري شبيه بما حدث في العراق. أخيرا ننهي التعليقات بحساب عبد الهادي يقول: الدخول البري لإيران سيؤدي إلى كارثة غير صار له. خيارات ترامب بدأت تضيق والعالم لم يعد يحتمل إطالة الحرب. إذا نشرت السنتكوم ملخصا لنتائج عملية الغضب الملحمي على إيران حتى هذا اليوم، أي بعد مرور شهر وبضعة أيام على الحرب. هذه أبرز الأرقام كما نرى هنا: 13,000 طلعة جوية، 12,000 هدف تم ضربه، وأكثر أيضا من 155 سفينة إيرانية دمرت أو تضررت.
Here's the latest from the Houthis in Yemen. All right, I have their video translated now for you with English subtitles. Ms. Clutch sent this along earlier. Latest from the Houthis in Yemen.
صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال تعالى ولينصرن الله من ينصره إن الله لقوي عزيز صدق الله العظيم. استمرارا في دعم وإسناد جبهات المقاومة والجهاد في العراق وإيران وفلسطين ولبنان، نفذت قواتنا المسلحة بعون الله تعالى عملية عسكرية بدفعة من الصواريخ البالستية استهدفت أهدافا حيوية للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة يافا المحتلة. وقد جاءت هذه العملية بالاشتراك مع الإخوة المجاهدين في إيران وحزب الله في لبنان، وحققت أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله. تؤكد القوات المسلحة اليمنية أن تدخلها العسكري في هذه المعركة المهمة والاستثنائية هو تدخل تدريجي، وأنها بعد التوكل على الله والاستعانة به لن تتوقف عند هذا الحد من التدخل، وستتعامل مع التطورات المقبلة وفق ما يحدده العدو من تصعيد أو تهدئة. فالتحية كل التحية للأبطال المجاهدين في لبنان والعراق وإيران وفلسطين الذين يدافعون عن كرامة الأمة ويقفون بكل صلابة في وجه المخطط الغربي الصهيوني الذي يستهدف كل بلدان وشعوب الأمة. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 14 من شوال 1447 للهجرة، الموافق للثاني من إبريل 2026، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Well, they think they're the Yemenis armed forces. I think the Yemen National Council would probably object to that characterization, but really it's all about international recognition. Here's the latest from President Zelensky.
Through, we went through difficult relations with Iran, a dialogue with Iran, with Iranian officials. We went through difficult times, and we were only losing things. We didn't do anything to them. They shut down our plane, killed our passengers, the crew of the plane. People died. They did not admit it. They did not let the experts in. Then a full-scale war started. They handed over the Shahed drones to the Russians and were killing our civilians. I wanted to stop all that. I asked them. They promised that there would be no more than one batch of drones.
Defense.
And they carried on lying and giving weapons.
And puncturing this water.
That's why I think of them as accomplices.
Outside Tel Aviv tonight, the threat is constant.
We went through, we went through
Look at the PBS report on... Look at how some of these stations are starting to report on the war. I feel like the American news finally realized they can't just not cover this. Here's the latest on the reports of an explosion near the police headquarters in
ووسائل إعلام إيرانية الآن تتحدث كذلك عن دوي انفجارات قرب مقرات للشرطة في قم وسط طهران.
I hope DD Thames says the war will end in exactly 22 hours and 59 minutes.
ووسائل إعلام إيرانية الآن تتحدث كذلك عن دوي انفجارات قرب مقرات للشرطة في قم وسط طهران.
Latest on the attack on
الإيرانية الآن تتحدث كذلك عن دوي انفجارات قرب مقرات للشرطة في قم وسط طهران.
South of Tehran. Okay, this was Tehran tonight. Here was how CBS Evening News was reporting tonight.
The first American Pope is celebrating his first Holy Week, the most sacred in the Catholic calendar. And today, Holy Thursday, which commemorates the Last Supper, Pope Leo led Mass at the Vatican and revived a tradition of washing the feet of 12 Roman Catholic priests, something Jesus is believed to have done for his disciples. Earlier in the week, though, in a break from tradition, the pontiff mentioned President Trump by name and expressed hope that the president looks for an off-ramp, the Pope's word, to the war with Iran.
An off-ramp, the Pope's word. Here's the latest from Tel Aviv earlier tonight. This is that missile strike.
Show! 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 Yo! Show!
Hi, Jack. Good to see you. Hi, Sarah Be Creative.
Show!
Praying for you as well, my dear friend.
Show!
Good to see you, Primo.
Show!
Okay, this is PBS. This is the PBS report tonight. This is what people would see if they turned into PBS tonight.
Outside Tel Aviv tonight, the threat is constant. An Iranian missile evaded Israeli air defense, shattering car windshields.
No. Dude. No.
And puncturing this water pipeline. It shows how, despite 1 month of war...
Wait, who cut this? Dude, this is objectively wrong. Dude, oh no. This footage is from last night. Everyone knows that this is from last night. Dude, this is from tonight.
Outside Tel Aviv tonight, the threat is constant.
I cannot believe PBS screwed up this bad.
Evaded
Dude,
Israeli
no.
defense.
Oh my goodness, they're not... This is from last night in Bnei Brak. Oh my goodness, there was... PBS, you cannot do this. You cannot be wrong. You want to see the damage from tonight? It was of this warehouse. This is the damage from tonight. Not the sewage. That was last night. Oh my goodness. You can't put stuff out like that and misinform the public. Come on. I'm so upset. This was the strike, PBS, and this was another angle if you needed it. I'm writing an angry email to them in the morning. I'm not sure if this was even the right footage. This, however, is right. This is the impact site, PBS, not the sewage. Who told you that that sewage, that was last night in Bnei Brak? I'm so upset. That's incredibly just wrong. The target was this. It was a warehouse in Bet Tikva tonight. It's infuriating. I'm saving, well, it already aired, but I'm saving that report because they got, like, I didn't even get like 2 seconds in and they were just blatantly wrong. Just blatantly wrong. It's just gratuitous. All right? You want to see the damage from tonight in Israel? It was not the sewage. That was last night in Bnei Brak, which is a completely separate area of Tel Aviv. It's infuriating. And they're supposed to be like the public broadcaster. We got to have a serious discussion. Like, overconfidence can be a bad thing. If you don't know, don't run the story. These editors, they're just like, oh yeah, that looks right. Oh yeah, that looks like, yeah, that was Tel Aviv. Yeah, oh yeah, I see that. That's real. Yeah, that was Tel Aviv. Last night. You can't parachute in and cover this war. It's so frustrating. It agonizes my soul to see PBS get something like that wrong. It just breaks my heart. You can't be wrong about something like that. It's humiliating. And you're propagandizing the public. You're lying to them. This was the damage in Bet Tikva tonight. PBS can't keep up with Towel News. Oh, Sarah, be creative. You are so kind. Oh, God bless you, Sarah. Be creative. I will 100% get some towel food tomorrow, and I will think of you and your compassion while doing so. You are wonderful, Sarah. Be creative. God bless you. And thank you for your prayers to all of the people around the world, even as I'm yelling at PBS for being inaccurate and propaganda. Okay, so let me show you again. This PBS, let me just show you. If the PBS people are watching, because they're getting yelled at, let me just have a little talk with PBS. PBS, listen, this is how you do it, okay? This was tonight, okay? This is in Bet Tikva, okay? Bet Tikva is not Bnei Brak. Bnei Brak, last night, like 24 hours ago, is when the sewers got struck. That was a Khorram Sharhar, maybe a ballistic missile, it's unclear. This, however, was a ballistic hypersonic missile. The impact was in Bet Tikva, which is near Tel Aviv, but it is not Bnei Brak. And the damage was to a warehouse that produces like drones and other like military supplies. Okay? I could have told you the name of the company. I could have told you the address. I could have given you the geolocation, the Lat Lounge. Like, did you do any work at all, PBS? Seriously. There's a crater in the road. Police say they're looking into it. I'm just like I just wanted to I just wanted to watch PBS and be like, see, look, they're doing a good job. No, they're not doing a good job. It's a big city, Standing Stones. I agree. 9 million people, I think, in Tel Aviv. It's one of the most densely populated cities in Israel. But the point is, like, they showed Bnei Brak, and they showed, like, a minor impact. They literally propagandized people. The actual impact destroyed a warehouse. It was a hypersonic ballistic missile, easily carrying a multi-100-kilogram warhead. And PBS is like, no, it just caused some damage to the water system. No, bro, like, what are you doing, PBS? I'm going to save this report. Dude, you need to actually issue a correction. This is disgusting. I'm going to complain about this. I have to watch the whole thing now and fact check this whole thing. And I'm downloading this. And I'm going to write them. And I'm going to be like, listen, this is why people cut your funding. Okay? If you're not going to hold yourself to, like, basic editorial standards, if you can't even get the right day, either don't report on the war or hire someone that knows what they're doing, or just watch this stream, bruh. Like half the other networks do. Have you considered that? It's free. I don't charge anything because it's meant to engender cogent discourse. Maybe just assign one of your people to watch this stream and then you won't look dumb. You know, the BBC learned that lesson the other day. But PBS is going to have to learn it as well. I don't even think it's propaganda. I just think they're actually lazy. This is incredibly lazy. How do you get this one right? This is from tonight.
Outside Tel Aviv
the one that knocks the camera over.
Constant. An Iranian missile evaded Israeli air defense.
No, dude, no. This is Bet Tikva last night. Oh my goodness. How much else did you get wrong?
Puncturing this water pipeline. It shows how, despite 1 month of war across Israel and the Gulf, Iran still can project power and display defiance. Spokesman Elias Hazrati.
Our missile capabilities are growing stronger day by day. Moreover, the Strait of Hormuz is in the hands of Iran's powerful forces.
Iran's assault on oil vessels and other energy.
Okay, that is. This is the. Okay, that from the spokesman was at least recent. This is, I'm pretty sure, the attack south of Basra in the Persian Gulf. This is not the Strait of Hormuz. It's north of the Strait of Hormuz.
Targets in and along the strait.
No. I don't think that is actually the strait.
Iran's assault on oil vessels and other energy targets in and along the strait has led to a staggering decline.
I'm pretty sure that was up here.
Traffic in what was one of the world's most important oil and natural gas choke points. Before the war, the number of cargo ships going through the Strait of Hormuz in either direction averaged more than 100 per day.
That's fine.
1 month ago, at the start of the war, that number dropped off a cliff, and only handfuls of boats that Iran chooses are now transiting.
We have seen Iran hijack an international shipping route to hold the global economy hostage.
Today, a group of more than 40 countries, led by British Foreign Minister Yvette Cooper, coordinated plans to reopen the strait after the war ends. This mostly European and Arab coalition, born from behind-the-scenes diplomacy with the U.S., but also because European leaders realized a program to sell American weapons for Ukraine was at threat if Europe didn't respond to President Trump's demand to help open the strait.
We are focusing on the effective
This is
coordination
terrible.
that we need across the world to enable a safe and sustained
What
opening
is this?
of the strait.
Who is paying for this? This is not good at all.
On their own.
Bro. We got a serious problem in the American media. How did this get put up? The story today was the bridge. Dude, the story today was the bridge, and then the response, okay? And then the result, okay? And then the follow-up, all right? The bridge, the response, the follow-up. This is chaos. Did none of these people know, like, what they're doing? Are they treating this like a job? I think that's what it is. Like, they're trying to just do this like a job, bro. You can't, like, research it. You have to just know it. Oh, this is bad. We got to totally reform the way journalism is being done. You can't be sure. This is why the public isn't watching PBS and the rest of the news stations. Dude, they're terrible. If you watch this channel for even like 3 days and then went back and tried to watch this stuff, you'd be like, dude, I'm not watching this trash. Like, they don't know what they're talking about. And they're missing like 90% of the context. And they don't understand what they're reporting. And they're wrong. Oh my God. I no wonder why people find this channel so helpful. These people don't know what they're doing. And that's PBS. Like, the Times at least is kind of on it. I read the Times a little bit. I read the Globe a little bit. But that's mostly for local stuff. But, like, outside of Al Jazeera and Al Arabia and Al Mayadeen and Al Mana and a little bit Agence France Presse, some of the French networks are good because they care about Lebanon. And if you know, you can't understand Lebanon unless you understand the whole region. So the French stations are fine, but like outside of them, it's very hard to find someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Like, none of these stations, CBS, ABC, Fox News is okay because they have Trey Yingst. But like on the whole, none of them have any idea. None of their editors, none of their reporters, none of their fact checkers. This is brutal. It's like watching like a bunch of like high school educated like children try to put together a news package about a war that they're learning about like for the first time this semester. It's so haphazard. And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't explain anything. It's so like it's almost like just like it's like someone put a storyboard. It was like, just pick like the big organizations. What's the UN saying? Like, what's the UK Foreign Ministry saying? They don't even matter, frankly. Cyprus almost got hit today, by the way, by a drone that fell in northern Lebanon. Not that the PBS NewsHour would know that. Jesus. Sorry for taking Jesus' name in vain. I'm literally just infuriated with the state of American news. I haven't watched it. I don't have time to watch American news. I don't care. I watch like a little. Trey Yingst is the only American news about the war that I watch. Like, and I don't watch Fox News. I watch Trey Yingst. If Trey Yingst does a report, I will watch it. But that's it. Because I don't need to listen to anybody else about the war. I didn't think I needed to check in on PBS to make sure that they were accurately reflecting what is going on. What is this? They're going to get a call about this. I mean, sometimes I don't even have to write an email. I just say something, and like, because a lot of the governments watch, or the government watches, they just get yelled at and then they fix it. But seriously, bro, if nobody corrects that video by tomorrow, I'm just going to tweet at them right now and be like, bro, no. Stop
They
parachuting in.
end when leaders choose dialogue over destruction.
Oh my God, you're wasting. Give me PBS, bro.
That plan and frustrated with President
Oh
Trump.
my God.
Today, French President Emmanuel Macron accused President Trump of weakening NATO. Quote, if you create doubt every day about your commitment, you hollow it out. And when we're serious, we don't say the opposite.
The only thing that Macron was responding to was President Trump trolling him about his wife yesterday.
Of what we said the day before.
When this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally.
Last night, President Trump argued that Iran's desire to sell oil will mean the problem with the Strait of Hormuz will solve itself. But President Trump
terrible.
also expressed a desire to escalate. Today, posting this video of a U.S. strike on a bridge that a U.S. official tells PBS NewsHour was a planned Iranian resupply route. The view from a nearby family picnicking during the attack.
I played that
terrifying.
video. I played that video.
And Iran's foreign ministry also posted these photos today of what it said was an attack on the century-old Pasteur Medical Research Institute in Tehran. A U.S. official denies this was an American attack.
We're going to hit them extremely hard
is
over
terrible.
the next 2 to 3 weeks. Each.
The markets did.
No, this is terrible. No. I'm yelling at them. Hey, PBS. I appreciate you trying to cover the war. Truly. I do. However, the second video you showed in your compilation tonight was from a strike on, I have to spell this right. If I'm going to fact check them, I have to spell everything right. Can't have the moral high ground if you don't spell anything right. B'nai Barak is not an easy place to spell. B'nai Barak, last night. Come on, PBS. Here is a video of the impact damage from tonight. In, oh, damn it, Iran! I'm trying to... Iran! Damn it! Don't you see I'm trying to correct PBS? Damn Iranians. The Iranians have launched. Damn Iranians. I repeat, the Iranians have launched. I was trying to fact check PBS and the Iranians... Damn Iranians. You damn Iranians. Listen to me, you damn Iranians. Don't you understand? I was trying to... Don't... Iranians? You know what? Damn Iranians. They've launched. I repeat, they've launched. We have a launch. It's the damn Iranians. It's Tel Aviv. I repeat, it's the damn Iranians. I was trying to fact check PBS. It's the damn Iranians. I'm all tired. I was ready to go to bed. Damn Iranians. It just never ends with them. I'll tell you, the damn Iranians. Damn Iranians, you have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. It's the damn Iranians. Damn Iranians interrupted my fact check of PBS. What are you doing, you damn Iranians? Damn Iranians. Seriously. Trying to do my work here, fact check PBS, yell at PBS, and the Iranians, damn Iranians, they gotta all be Iranians, you know what I'm saying? They just gotta go do Iranian things and make me all mad. Damn Iranians. Alright, the Iranians have launched. It's Tel Aviv. You have 5 minutes and 40 seconds. It's Tel Aviv. You have 5 minutes and 40 seconds. It's the damn Iranians. I don't know what's coming, but it's probably... Oh, it's coming. I repeat, it's coming. It's coming. I repeat. The Iranians. It's the damn Iranians. Damn Iranians. Breaking. Breaking. For the first time since hitting Tel Aviv 7 hours ago, Iran has launched at Israel. The target is Tel Aviv again. Time to arrival 4 minutes and 45 seconds from this post. Live coverage. Damn Iranians. I was trying to fact check PBS and the Iranians. The target is Tel Aviv. The target is Tel Aviv. It's actually all of north. It's all of the north. It's Tel Aviv and Neretanya and Haifa. No, it's not as far as Haifa. It's just Tel Aviv and Neretanya. That's the wind at Tel Aviv Airport. We leave that on so we can hear the air raid. Here we go. You have 3 minutes. I expect air raids are incoming. They're already zooming the Tel Aviv cams. Oh no! I expect this is gonna be bad. Oh no. Incoming. You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. Incoming to Tel Aviv. It has been 7 hours. It's coming. Hi Justin. Hi Janai. Hi Andrew. You have 2 minutes. It's Tel Aviv. You might be able to see the rocket on the cams. I repeat, it's Tel Aviv. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. It is Tel Aviv. "60 seconds. Here come the red alerts. Here they come. Here they come. Red alerts. Red alerts. Red alerts. Air raids. Air raids. Air raids in Tel Aviv. Air raids. 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 Air raids in Tel Aviv. Air raids. Air raid. Air raid. Oh, this is not good. Keep an eye on 8, 3, 12, 4, 5. Okay, you have about a minute, maybe less. The air raid is their last warning. If you hear that air raid, go inside, go to your safe place. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that was a Khorram Sharhar. Oh, that was at least like 8 to 12 to 15 hits. Oh, 16, 17. Oh, 19. Oh, that was a lot of Khorram Sharhar hits. It was a cluster. I'm telling you right now, I know what it sounds like. It was a cluster. It was a cluster munition. I heard... Oh... I'm not sure exactly how many fell, but there were multiple. Oh dear God, that was not an interceptor. Oh goodness. Oh bro. Oh wow. Oh no! Tel Aviv has just been rocked. Oh wow, that was... I know what an interceptor sounds like, bro. They got rocked. Oh no. Oh no! This was at 3:17 a.m. That is a direct missile hit by Iran. I don't know what they just hit. It's very bad. Iran just hit twice. Iran just hit twice at least in Tel Aviv. Dude, I hear the car alarms. Oh no. There were just two massive strikes in Tel Aviv. Those were not interceptors. Dude, they don't have any interceptors. They didn't fire any interceptors. Oh no. This is what just happened in Tel Aviv. I don't have an impact assessment. There were no interceptors. I would have heard them, at least not from the airport. Hi, Mrs. Rockstar. Two massive impacts in Tel Aviv. There is major damage in Tel Aviv. I'm telling you, I know what that is. There were no interceptors. Something very bad has happened. Tel Aviv has been struck at least twice. Right now at 3:17, it's only 3 minutes ago. The impact has been very bad. I don't know what Iran just did, but they hit. They hit directly and they hit hard. Welcome, Vasian. I don't know what language that is, but God bless you. You can speak whatever language you want. We'll figure it out. I don't know what just happened, but Tel Aviv has been hit very bad. Tel Aviv got hit so bad the other cameras haven't zoomed out yet. Something very bad has just happened in Tel Aviv. There have been multiple hits in the heart of Tel Aviv. I repeat, multiple hits in the heart of Tel Aviv. The cameras have not even been able to zoom out. I do not have an update for you. It must have been very, very bad. Israel just completely failed to intercept that. Israel just completely failed to intercept that. I heard both of the hits. Oh no! Oh no, Tawny Brown! Oh goodness, listen, there are fires in Tel Aviv. Listen, Tel Aviv has been hit. There are massive fires. I'm telling you, they've been hit. Tel Aviv has been struck twice. I have the recording for you. It's all I have right now. It was at 3:17. I'm going to play it for you now. This was the air raid. You're listening to the air raid that just happened. It's going to end, and then you're going to hear the hits. There have been two very serious strikes in Tel Aviv. There are fires burning on the ground. I repeat, there are massive hits in Tel Aviv. There are massive explosions going on. I'm telling you, Tel Aviv has been hit. You're going to hear it in 25 seconds. I'm going to zoom forward to 3:17 a.m. local time. You're about to hear absolutely massive explosions. Two of them. I'm gonna have to cut the report. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you live. You're listening to the sounds of air raid sirens howling over Tel Aviv, Israel at 3:16 a.m. local time, just over 8 minutes ago. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, reporting to you from the War Desk in Boston, where it's 8:24 p.m. local time, Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. This occurred just 8 minutes ago at 3:16 into 3:17 a.m. local time in Tel Aviv, Israel, where it is Friday, April 3rd, 2026. As you listen to the air raid siren quiet down, you're about to hear two major impacts on Tel Aviv. My initial reports coming in are indicating fires and large secondary explosions. As the clock ticks over to 3:17, as we click closer to 3:17:20, you're going to hear the exact amount of time between when the air raid sirens stopped firing and when the missiles impacted. There was exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds between the end of the air raid siren. We're now entering the 20-second countdown to when you will hear the exact strike. The first one was at 3:17:20 a.m. local time. The second was at 3:17:31 a.m. local time. You're going to hear it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was the Tel Aviv airport camera. The second explosion in 4, 3, 2, 1. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There are no immediate impact damage assessments other than reports of fires burning on the ground and massive secondary explosions in Israel at this moment. Reporting to you live as this occurred from the War Desk in Boston. Find more youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis. I'll update you. I'm seriously concerned of the impacts. There were no interceptors that fired. The missile simply came in and struck. This follows 7 hours of silence. The last round of shelling by Iran in Tel Aviv resulted in a drastic impact which caused damage to a major defense industrial production facility on the outskirts of the city. Reporting to you from Boston, Grant Smith Ellis. I'll jump you live now. Or you can listen to Tel Aviv as we wait for a damage assessment. Oh, that was intense. I wrote the report up. I got there. You hear the ambulances. There, something bad has happened. I do not have a preliminary damage assessment for you as of yet, but I will get it for you as soon as possible. That was bad. That was very bad. You're listening live to the ambulances in Tel Aviv. Welcome, Coco Bean. We try to show compassion and kindness here. I hope you're doing well. God bless you. Waiting for a damage assessment from Tel Aviv. Start of a new missile wave per Iranian television. God bless you, Francine. Alright, I just cut that report. I gotta correct PBS. Hold on. Damn PBS. Don't they understand I got other things to do? They're making me correct them while I'm trying to report. They're hours behind. They're days behind, bro. They don't stand a chance. I did some Karen Reed reporting today, too. How about them apples? I don't even need my hands to smoke anymore. I feel like I'm the only news network. Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya, Al Mayadeen, Al Manah. They all give it an honest go. You know what I'm saying? It was in Pet Tikva, PBS. It was not in Barai Barak. I hate PBS. I'm sorry, they made me dislike them. Come on, PBS, you gotta do better, bruh. Alright, I corrected PBS. And I did the report about the strikes just now. I don't have any impact damage, but I'm telling you, it's not going to be good. I'm hearing at least 2 explosions, maybe 3. Okay, I have some shrapnel from Bnei Brak right now. I'll bring that up on the cameras I'll bring that up for you now. That was a lot though. That was an intense one. The Tel Aviv camera is finally zoomed out. I'm not exactly sure where the impact damage is. I'm going to show you the early images I have from Bnei Brak. It just came in 1 minute ago. We don't have any more activity on the cams, but I'll leave them up for you. This is Bnei Brak just 1 minute ago. That was intense. God bless you, Timothy Snell. I'm so glad that you find the service helpful and your prayers of compassion are noticed and appreciated. God bless you. This is just the shrapnel from whatever just landed. Okay, this just hit in Bnei Brak again. Okay, this is the missile. This is just now. It's a picture, not a video. I'm waiting for a further report. Yeah, one. I don't think anyone wants to imagine that. That's why people are so sympathetic. One of the missiles in the last salvo is cluster-based. I repeat, one of the missiles in the last salvo is cluster-based. It was a cluster munition. There were 2 big impacts, and there was also a cluster munition. At least one of the missiles was a cluster munition, reports Al Jazeera Arabic. You're looking now at the earliest picture of the cluster munition. I don't know if this is the one that was just fired or not. Explosions have been heard in Kuwait. Kuwait has been hit. Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. I repeat, Kuwait has been hit. At the same time, Bushehr, southern Iran, has been hit. The missile facilities in Bushehr in the last 30 minutes have been hit. A rocket is hit in Tel Aviv, at least 1 rocket, maybe 2, maybe 3. There's no impact damage. Echoes of explosion in Karsh and the west of Tehran. Oh, there's a war going on. Oh, I'm a tired towel, but there's a war going on, folks. It's not just any war. It's an active war. Things are getting very, very intense. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently fighting attacks on their soil. Multiple warheads were launched. At least one was a cluster missile. I'm still waiting for an initial impact assessment. Iran has succeeded in rapid launch and mobility tactics for its mobile launchers, CNN citing U.S. intelligence sources. Well, I could have told you that. Trying to get you footage of this missile that just came down in Tel Aviv. It was very bad. I got it. I have a picture. I only have a picture. I don't have any video yet. But I have a picture. This is what was one of the missiles that was just fired at Nope, that is the damage. That is actually the damage from shrapnel. Here's one of the missiles. Here's an actual picture. This is one of the missiles. That is what was fired at Israel right now. That is one of the missiles that was fired at Israel right now. It has just come in. Oh my goodness, look how many cluster munitions it has. I'm going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. It's a Khorram Sharhar 4. It has exactly 80 bomblets. How about them apples? Yep, that means it's a Khorram Sharhar 4 because that has 80 bomblets. They can have more, but let me just show you. You know what I'm about to show. It's that video. It's the Khorram Sharhar video. How do you spell it? Khorram Sharhar. Khorram Sharhar. It's a hard missile to spell. It's called a Khorram Sharhar missile. Also called a Kaibar. I'll get you the video of it. I like this video. There's a video that shows the Khorram Sharhar pretty well, but it's kind of hard to find these days. It kind of got buried. But there's a quick way to find it. Somebody reposted it. Here. Alright, this is the missile that Iran just fired. It has exactly 80 bomblets, so I think it's the Khorram Sharhar 4. Yes, indeed. It's this.
Name is Khorram Sharhar 4. I cost $8 million, and when I arrive, I don't explode once. I explode 80 times! I'm Iran's most destructive ballistic missile. I carry a 1,500-kilogram warhead equivalent to the weight of a full-sized car. That's the heaviest payload in Iran's entire missile arsenal.
With a range of 2,000 kilometers, I travel at Mach 8 inside the atmosphere. That's around 9,800 kilometers per hour from Iran to Israel. 10 minutes. But here's what most people don't know. At 7 kilometers above the target, I open up and release up to 80 bomb bullets. They scatter over a radius of 8 kilometers.
Air defenses can shoot me down. But by then, the bombs are already falling. Each one is the size of a hand grenade. Too small for Patriot. Too many for Iron Dome.
I am also known by the name of K-Bar. By the time a radar sees me, they have 10 minutes. So, what do you think of me?
Follow Wartoon. Every day a new weapon, a new story.
Wow, so it has a warhead and a missile. Oh, I got the video. No, wait, that's not it. That was from another day. Hold on. They fire a lot of Khorram Sharhars. I'm trying to get a video of the Khorram Sharhar that just came in. I do not have it yet. There are fighter jets in the skies over Tehran. I have that footage for you now. Missile impact in Tel Aviv. I repeat, there is a missile impact in Tel Aviv. I have the first pictures from the scene. There has been another missile impact in Tel Aviv. It is 3 to 4 in the morning. You got to stop baiting. You're going to get banned. All right? You're already on, like, extra special probation. You're going to get named by the speaker. No baiting one. You're going to express your opinions about the intensity of it all, but no baiting. All right, I'm going to play you for now. It's not even ready to load. It literally just went up. This is the latest impact assessment from Tel Aviv. This is what just happened in Tel Aviv. Hello, allegedly beef. Okay, and then here's one of the scenes. Thank you, Sky. Debate, don't beat. We might have to... Sky, you've been promoted. Congratulations. Hold on, Sky. I have to re-promote you. Sky, you've been promoted. Congratulations. Lucky Eel, it's so good to see you. God bless you. I'm terrified of camels, personally. They just kind of freak me out. I mean, I think they'd be really cool, you know, but they just, like, kind of freak me out a little bit. I want to meet one, but I'm kind of terrified of them. A person injured, at least one person injured in Ramat Gan. Petiva has, there's damage. Petiva. This was not a good idea. The Iranians are very bad. Okay, I'll show you the reports that I have. This was not a good idea. The Iranians have been kind of what's the word, aggravated. I think they're mad, and they're going to start escalating. This is some of the damage from Petah Tikva. This is in near Tel Aviv. Oh, don't cry, one. It's okay. It's okay, one. It's just sometimes you express in general terms your views. I understand, one. Don't worry. I understand it can be hard. Don't cry. I feel very sympathetic towards you. I know it's hard and emotions run high. I understand. That's called a comprehensive doctrine. And sometimes other people have comprehensive doctrines. But it's okay. You don't have to cry, one. You can stay here with me and I'll listen to your perspective. That doesn't mean everyone's going to agree with it. Here's the latest. One person injured in Ramat Gan following the latest Iranian
الإعلام
strike.
الإسرائيلي يتحدث عن إصابة شخص جراء سقوط هذه الشظايا شظايا صاروخ إيراني في رامات غان.
Okay, latest regarding Ramat Gan.
الإعلام الإسرائيلي يتحدث عن إصابة شخص جراء سقوط هذه الشظايا شظايا صاروخ إيراني في رامات غان.
Here's the CNN reporter in Tel Aviv. Oh, here's the best I could get of the actual hit. God bless you, Janai. Hi, Slothful Bear. So, we normally get right away the footage of the critical goat news. All right, I have goat news from Triple Bob. Hold on, we can't miss goat updates. Okay, I have a goat update. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a critical goat update to relax. Okay, here's a goat update from Triple Bob.
Fulfill their firefighting duties, and hundreds of employed goats hoofed it out to a field in San Diego to fulfill their firefighting duties, and they remained professional and focused the entire time. They're official fire safety goats, and they don't kid around when it comes to eating dry brush that poses a fire risk. SDG&E has been deploying these hard-working snack specialists since 2021, as goats are incredibly qualified for the task of munching on everything in sight. They'll happily graze through steep, overgrown terrain that machinery can't reach. Their digestive systems neutralize seeds so that future growth is reduced. Plus, they're environmentally friendly. From the time they clock in the morning to the time they clock out in the evening, the herd can clear an entire acre of vegetation. And with wildfires becoming an increasing...
Goats to the rescue, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag save the goats.
threat across California, every acre of cleared vegetation counts. The fire safety goats even have their own social media account run by Goat Fire Chief Gary, who documents the daily grind of non-stop snacking. He
Oh yeah, this is what we need to see. Hashtag save the goats.
reports that morale is high and that the work is both highly
Oh, the goat morale is high? That's very
rewarding
good.
and delicious. They also generously volunteer their time at community events, as they have a special knack for teaching kids about wildfire prevention, keeping them engaged the whole time. Chula Vista's human fire chief called the goat employees' work phenomenal, which is incredibly high praise from someone who has worked with countless non-goat firefighters over the
That's
years.
true. I mean, listen, for a goat to earn respect from a firefighter, oh, that's very hard.
And with unlimited snacks as a benefit of the job, the professional goats seem pretty
Lucky Eel, I think they may, but I'm not too worried. I think they on the whole think we're like relatively peaceful, like loving people. We're not trying to like cause any real problems, like, you know, so I think they mostly use it for like source material. I'm not worried about them like following us.
satisfied with their careers too.
I am worried about the goats doing firefighter jobs, but they seem to be pretty happy.
I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day. Hundreds of
That's very nice. I think I'll subscribe to her. Thanks, Triple Bob. Thank you for that goat update. That was great. No, one, I think you misunderstood. We were talking about Passover, one. We weren't talking about celebrating that. We were talking about why Passover is about a bunch of different plagues, actually. Maybe you can tell us about them, one. I was actually hoping to learn more about the story of Passover. Can you tell us a little bit about the marking the doors with the lamb's blood to protect the firstborn children from the Pharaoh? I would love to learn more, but you have to be very specific, one, when you tell me about how the children, the firstborn sons, were saved during Passover. Could you tell me a little bit about that? It's going to be a quiz one, so you got to be right. If you're not right, I'll think you're LARPing. You know, this is your moment. You're on the spot, my dear friend. You got to tell me all about the plagues that occurred during Passover, okay? And I need to learn specifically about how they culminated in an effort by the Pharaoh to take and slaughter the firstborn sons of the Israelites. All right, one. And so you just have to explain to me why lamb's blood in particular was used to mark the doors that would save those families actually from that happening. Yeah, I know. That's why I want one to tell me about it. Because one's not like, you can't really LARP. Like, you got to really know what you're talking about. Like, and I would never lull someone into complacency. I didn't say anyone celebrates anything. It's more venerated, I think, as a moment of, like, what's the word? Like, standing in the face of persecution in line with one's faith, and then managing to, again, I don't know the whole story, which is why I'm asking you for the details, trying to escape from persecution. That's what I think the story is. Well, one, we're actually wondering if you want to tell us a little bit more about the plagues, and in particular what Passover means. It's kind of a quiz, like, because if you are acting from a place of good faith, you would say, oh, well, Passover actually reflects this, and the value is centered around, and the reason why it's such an important moment in the Jewish calendar is, that's what I'm waiting for. You know, it's kind of a quiz, just a little quiz. T.A. Sarah is going to administer the final. I just administer the quizzes. It's okay. You can abstain from answering. I know. It's a Socratic method. Like, I use the Socratic method often in class. I'm using the Hi, Ryan. It's so good to see you. God bless you. I do as well, Standing Stone. But yeah, like, I'm just doing a little Socratic questioning right now of one, you know, and you don't have to answer, you know, like, you can always pass. No, one, we do not use personalities, okay? You can get sent to the dean's office for that, one. Come on, you know better. Oh, we care. God bless you. You are wonderful. God bless you, we care. I'm so glad you found the Discord. You are wonderful. thank you to We Care for their support. But no, we don't use personalities here. You can, be named under Towel Standing Rule 1. And remember, I know you're trying to derail a little bit, but we're doing some Socratic questioning. So the question was specifically, can you explain to me the role of the plagues, the different plagues during Passover? And then in particular, can you explain to me the spiritual significance of the use of lamb's blood to protect the firstborn sons of the Israelites from the Pharaoh? Oh, you can't because you got timed out. Bye, one. See you later. We tried one. I tried. You were going to get interrogated. You were going to get a chance to answer the questions in good faith, but you got timed out. It was a one-on-one Socratic questioning. All right. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. One did not pass the test. Ryan, you are very kind. We give compassion even to those whom, may not understand. I don't know where one was going with that. It didn't make a lot of sense. One didn't really, defend their position. I'll show you now the latest jets over the skies of Tehran, 2:30 a.m. local time. Thank you, Janai. I love the Socratic method. All right, here's the latest from Tehran. I think that's an American jet or an Israeli jet. I'll show you it. This is the skies of Tehran, 2:30 a.m. tonight. Be the towel. Become one with the towel. Nature Alley, you are wonderful and appreciated. And Translator Towel says +1. He tries every night. And it never works, Translator Towel. It never works. This is the skies over. Hello, Mrs. Rockstar. How are you, Mr. Rockstar? Grant, I sent you a link on your Discord about your Trey Yanks comment. It's unfortunate, but even Trey sometimes lies and stages some of his photo shots. I'll take a look. All the World's a Stage. But also remember, All the World's a Stage, he took so much heat when he went to bat for some of the journalists, like Issam Abdullah, that were killed in South Lebanon by Israel during the war with Gaza, with Hamas. So I'll look at it, All the World's a Stage. I truly believe he's under IDF censorship, but I also would say, he's willing to stand up to the machine. He's not obsequious. Lucky Eel, I totally understand you, my friend. Your sympathy is second to none. You have a heart and a soul that is wonderful. You're appreciated, loved, and every single time I see you in chat, my heart warms up a little bit. So God bless you, my friend, Lucky Eel. American fighter jets over Tehran. Hi, John Giel. So good to see you. God bless you, my friend. I got you, All the World's a Stage. I will look at it, absolutely. And if I don't see it in the Discord tonight, just show it to me in the morning or send me a DM. I 100% will watch it. Francine! Hashtag save the goats. Hello, last call. It's so good to see you. God bless you. I'm so glad we can keep you company. I hope you get some rest soon. And God bless the baby. The baby can be a little washcloth. Hello, little baby washcloth. We love that little baby washcloth. I think there's a little baby in the video too, but I just want to say hello to last call's little baby washcloth. I know the little baby probably doesn't speak yet, but little baby, you are the man on the TV's talking to you. It's an interactive show. Back to your DM to PBS that got disrupted by the alerts. Oh, it wasn't a DM, Meyer. I lit him up in public. I did the post. I'll show you it. I was not going to have any of PBS's tomfoolery. While I was cutting that report for you all, that 3-minute report on the impact on Tel Aviv, I was busy yelling at PBS. I'll show you. Here, I yelled at them. This is what I said. You want to read it, British Announcer Towel? This is what I said to PBS.
Conversation. In New York and London, leaders from European and Middle Eastern countries worked to develop a plan to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Now this is me.
After President Trump's speech predicting 2 to 3 more weeks of war, the US and Israel continued to bomb Iran, and Iran continued its.
And this is what I said.
Hey, PBS, I appreciate you trying to cover the war. Truly, I do. However, the second video you showed in your compilation tonight was from a strike on Bnei Brak last night, Wednesday. Here is a video of the impact damage from tonight in Petah Tikva. Quote,
I lit him up. I just had to, I had to just make sure. Oh, don't worry, DM Meyer. I didn't actually show it on stream. But yeah, this is the post where I, made very clear to PBS they can't be, doing that. They can't be wrong. And then, if you missed it, I don't know if you all saw the report that I put out regarding the impact that just happened in Tel Aviv. I'll play that for you in a second. For now, this is more scenes from Tel Aviv right now. This is the Givat Shumel area. Givat Shumel. Oh, you're wonderful, last call. That is a full house. That's like me. I have 3 sisters and 1 brother. You're looking at one of the impact sites now. Okay, now I'll show you Al Jazeera Arabic's report about this, and then I'll show you my report about it. Oh yeah, I towel snap PBS. They deserved it. Here's the latest from Al Jazeera Arabic.
جليا على شاشة الجزيرة والذي ننقله عن وسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية مثل ما ذكرت فاطمة خميسي مصاب واحد على الأقل وذلك على أثر سقوط شظايا في الهجوم الصاروخي الإيراني على مناطق في وسط إسرائيل. الخبر العاجل الذي يظهر جليا على شاشة الجزيرة والذي ننقله عن وسائل الإعلام الإسرائيلية مثل ما ذكرت فاطمة خميسي مصاب واحد على الأقل وذلك على أثر سقوط شظايا في الهجوم الصاروخي الإيراني على مناطق في وسط إسرائيل. الخبر العاجل الذي يظهر جليا على شاشة الجزيرة والذي ننقله عن وسائل الإعلام
Okay, now I have the latest for you.
فاطمة خميسي
I have the latest for you. That was a result of that. Oh, you're so kind to ask, Petty. I think it's day to day. You know, I don't know. I'm not in a position to judge. I'm not a professional, but oh, it makes me really sad. I wish I spoke his language. You know, we're from such different worlds. The poor kid got his colon out when he was 4, and before you take someone's colon out at that age, you have to use these very intense. He had we have very serious colitis in the family. 2 of my siblings don't have colons. One had a 3-stage colectomy at age 4, the other at age 14. And my brother, when he was 4, before they'll do a 3-stage colectomy on a 4-year-old, you have to really be very sick. He was very, very sick. And they used a bunch of medication. They won't just immediately do a 3-stage 9-month colectomy, which is a horrible procedure for anyone to go through. Not to mention a 4-year-old. They'll use a bunch of drugs, including intravenous steroids, a bunch of stuff to try to stop the bleeding. And they did that, and it really impacted him as a child. So his whole life has been really hard. I feel very bad for him. I just pray for him a lot. I pray that I can speak his language one day. Maybe I will be able to, you know what I'm saying? But as of now, we just come from different worlds. I think the medication they used when he was a child to save his life, made it so we're very different people cognitively, so there's a language barrier. But I'm working on it. I pray a lot about it. It is Mary P. Makes me very sad. This is more impact damage now. Oh, this was one of the hits in Tel Aviv. That was one of the strikes in Tel Aviv. Okay, here's more impact damage in Petah Tikva. This is more impact damage in Petah Tikva. Wait, what? All right. I don't know what's going on in chat, but I'll reset if we have to. If I ever call for a chat reset, It normally means I like look down, I see one thing out of context that instead of trying to understand, I just immediately am like, all right, we're just going to use emojis. I don't know what everyone was discussing, but if you ever see a chat reset, it's normally just me posting my favorite emojis. I love emojis. Did you know Primo's dog? We love that emoji. And we love Bunny Towel's Bunny Towel Mom's dog, Kofi. He's an emoji. And Pete Bunny Towel is also an emoji. That's true. Lucky Eel, it's true, but it's also, I feel, one of the most helpful things. I use CBD sometimes. I don't know. We got to go for coffee or something sometime, Lucky Eel. Just keep my email address down anytime you want. Like, don't feel any pressure. GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. Just reach out to me. We'll go for coffee. I feel like you and I would, like, we don't have to hang out all the time, but, like, we would be friends. Like, I spend a lot of time inside, too, because I've been disabled for so long. We can definitely be friends. It would be awesome. I would be honored, actually, to hang out. We go bowling or something. I don't know. What do people do? Like, oh, that's right, that Indian place. I totally want to go to that Indian place. I wouldn't trust going to dinner with many people, but I would totally get Indian food with you, Lucky Eel. That would be fun. I'm looking for updates for you on the damage right now. Here's the latest from Al Arabia. It's actually Al Jazeera Arabic. This is the latest. Oh, Gary, welcome. Thank you very much for that question. Myself, I've talked about it on the stream before. So when I was a little bit, I have colitis, which just runs in the family, which is pretty rough, but I think I could probably work around that, like with medication and like whatever, like different accommodations. But what put me in a bad place was, I lost a lot of weight naturally, maybe like 20 years ago. Now, like I lost like a lot of weight. I went from like 130 kilograms to 80 kilograms, which is like probably like 300 pounds to like 190, maybe like 290 to 180. I don't know, somewhere in there. I lost a lot of weight very quickly, naturally. I was at my undergraduate institution. I was like living at the top of Heartbreak Hill at Boston College, and 6 days a week I would run down Heartbreak Hill, take a left on Lake Street, run down Lake Street, go to the Beacon Hill Athletic Club for like, I don't know, 2 hours. I would like do cardio and lift, like legs one day, like legs one day, tries and back the next, and then buys. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but I broke it up into like 3 segments, and then I just repeated them. So I would do 6 days a week, and I would take Sunday off. And then I would only eat chicken and rice twice a day. I probably ate like 1,200 calories a day, and I took a full freshman course load at Boston College. Anyway, so by the end of that, I had lost a lot of weight, and I decided to get, there was some skin that was never going to go away because I lost the weight too fast. It would never have gone away. So I stupidly, in hindsight, got it cut off, and it was fine for a little bit, but eventually, like the scar tissue, I'm sewn together from like hip to hip. The scar is huge. The scar tissue induced visceroptosis, which is displacement of the abdominal viscera, and then that like had a bunch of knock-on effects, and eventually like I'm like sewn together too tight, so the pressure of it all like caused my airway and esophagus to collapse. So like if I eat a Oreo covered in barium during a modified barium swallow, the cookie will like penetrate into my airway. And it happens with liquids too, so I'm at like an acute risk of like very dangerous forms of pneumonia if I don't like swallow liquids right. And like I'm always struggling to like breathe because like my airway doesn't really work right. And then it affects like the nerves running into my face and my eye. So like I just struggle like physically, my vessel's very broken. But if I just sit, like my head is like, it functions like I'm a disabled person, but I can think. That's the best way I can explain it. And you like develop compensation strategies as you become a disabled person. So like my mind makes up for a lot of like my physical defects. But yeah, like walking around, I just fall sometimes. Like sometimes I just collapse. it's weird. Like I'll just slip or I'll just go down. Like then I'm on the ground. I hurt myself by accident sometimes when I fall. Like sometimes I'll just be walking and like I'll faint, or like if I push myself too hard, like I'll just collapse. So I have to be really careful. But yeah, I have a good care team. My health is like relatively well managed. It's as good managed as it can be for a disabled person, and I'm just thankful to be alive, frankly. I don't know how I got through all that. I've been through like lumbar punctures. My like lung got biopsied at one point. Have you ever had a drainage tube in your lung? It's probably like the worst thing you can imagine. Just being alone in the hospital as the nurse is like, okay, we're going to take this drainage tube out now. And you're just like, what? Oh my God, that was horrible. I still have the scar. Yeah, so I've been through a lot. Lumbar puncture was by far and away the worst part of it, though. I forget why. I think they thought I had meningitis at one point. It was so bad. I don't remember. It was horrifying. I never want to go through it again. How about we say no to 80s stuff? What? No! To the Jewery? That's over to you. No. No. You have to go in timeout for 5 minutes because of that. The Jewery? What kind of comment is that? I will have no such comments here. What? As I'm talking about my disability, what? I will have no comments like that in the chat. Outrageous. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's the top of the hour. Let's check in with Al Jazeera. There have been serious impacts in Tel Aviv. I took you through that last hit. It nearly broke me. I love jewelry. Yeah, I don't think he was talking about jewelry. Did he say jewelry? No, he did not say jewelry, that's for sure. Hello, Francine, my dear friend. Pete Bunnytail sends his regards. He misses you dearly. He says he's a card stand now. Oh, in Monstam. Yeah, it was really tough. Lung biopsies are rough. We gotta hang out sometime, speaking of that, in Monstam. You have my email, I think. Let's find a reason to hang out. I'd go to lunch with you or something, but that would be awesome. I'm not gonna pressure Lucky Eel. I'm just gonna be like, Lucky Eel, anytime you want, my friend. You know, I'll have lunch with all of you. Francine, are you mad about Pete Bunny Towel? He's gonna be okay. Oh, James Oliver asks, have we ever made right to conceal carry on bases during war like they signed today? God bless you, James Oliver. I'll get you an answer right now. I will get an answer right now. Okay. Have military members been allowed to conceal carry private weapons on bases during times of war? Huh. Here's what I got. Post commanders have been permitted to allow it in the past. Here's a report from military.com in 2019. Some bases permit weapons to be stored in on-base housing. Hold on. Some bases permit weapons to be stored in on-base housing. This was prior to the rule change. While some installations require all personal weapons to be registered, others do not. Rules at some locations require that weapons in an on-base housing be stored in locked safes. You can check with your local housing office for specific rules at your base. A 2016 Pentagon rule allows base commanders to permit troops to apply to conceal carry personal weapons on base. Check with your local base for information on their use of that policy. Base law enforcement officers and military police are always permitted to both conceal and open carry guns on base. Pentagon policy allows contractors to carry weapons on base for their official duties, and in limited off-duty instances, as long as they meet criteria, that guidance can be found in a DoD directive. Some bases allow active and retired law enforcement officers to carry a concealed on-base weapon if they are authorized to do so under a law known as the Law Enforcement Officers Safety Act, LEOSA. On those bases, current and retired officers must register for and receive a LEOSA carrying card and then register with the base's security office. You can check with your local base to see whether it has a rule allowing this type of use. Military members are permitted to have a permanent change of station. Military move stateside with their guns so long as the weapon is not on the excluded list. That list includes semi-automatic assault weapons, machine guns, short-barrel shotguns, short-barrel rifles, and silencers. Movers are also blocked by regulation from shipping ammunition. These rules may be different for moving weapons to OCONUS locations, so check with your transportation office. Well, whether military members can carry guns openly or concealed on base has been the subject of intense debate. In 2016, President Donald Trump suggested that troops should be permitted to carry concealed weapons on base. But then Lieutenant General Mark Milley, who was then Army Chief of Staff and is now was then in 2019 Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told Congress that he did not support the idea. Wow! So it was Milley who blocked it. This would have been a thing a while ago. So it was apparently like you could do it, but it wasn't by right. So like there was a time in history maybe where it was more permissive, and then they changed it to like a permit-based scheme, and now they moved it back to like you can do it by right. That's my analysis. Or it seems like even when you could do it by right, it was still very regulated. Now they're kind of like, it's just a force by numbers thing. May as well just have everybody armed, so if one goes off the rails, then everybody will be armed. Hello, Island Girl. Yes, I'm still awake. Says Valhalla, General Christopher Lanews has replaced General Randy George as Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army by Pete Hegseth. Oh yeah, it's still going to be regulated, Miss Clutch, but I guess I mean it won't be, it's like after Bruin. There won't be this like system where you have to like depend on the discretion of the base commander. You have like a right to get it, and I'm sure they have things they could use to deny it, and they'll like know where everything is. But I was at the VA in Jamaica Plain yesterday. My PTSD has been really bad. I tell them I don't, but the PhD knows I've been watching. I can't help it. Lucky, you know, I think it's an interesting balance between watching the war and the unique camaraderie that comes with watching the war in like among a group of people who are compassionate and like process the information. I'm not a doctor, none of this is medical advice, but personally I think you obviously should do what makes you like feel comfortable, what your doctors say, balance all of that. But I think you're a very like reflective, contemplative human. And I think that just personally, I don't know you like in real life, like away from this like keyboard, but just your energy is very positive. Like you have a very strong resolve, like, and it would be my honor, as I said, to like meet you, like maybe like talk to you a little bit, like over that Indian food. Like I just want to like, it doesn't have to be about the war, but I just feel like we could hang out, you know, and it would be cool. I already consider you my friend, you know, so. But yeah, maybe like that would be interesting. Just an idea. But yeah, I think it's an interesting balance. I don't know if you're in the Discord, Lucky Eel. It's a very like useful place to join. There's a lot of chat there that goes on unrelated to the war, but there's a lot of camaraderie and things like that. Might be worth checking out. Oh, I'm just talking to my friend Lucky Eel in chat. He's so wonderful. Had a towel email me from 20 miles from the epicenter. Neo Mortal Girl, there was a earthquake in California. I've been having some issues with my phone today, Neo Mortal Girl, but I did see an email from you, like literally as I restarted my phone and started the stream about an earthquake in California, and then I was going to say, well, Neo Mortal Girl did call that. Good to see you, by the way, my friend. Hegseth fires 2 more generals. David Hudney and William Green Jr. have now been fired, along with Army Chief of Staff Randy George. Yeah, expect 4.6 magnitude. Wow. Expect to see potentially Kash Patel go out as well, now that Pam Bondi's gone. Alright. I'm trying to look whether... Yes, I'm going to give you an Al Jazeera Arabic update on Bnei Brak. Oh no, there's damage to a train station in Tel Aviv. There's serious damage to a train station in Tel Aviv. Yeah, yes, Felhali, you are on it. Here we go. Serious damage to a train station in Tel Aviv.
الإعلام الإسرائيلي يؤكد حدوث أضرار في محطة قطار في تل أبيب جراء سقوط شظايا صاروخ إيراني، وهذه الصور التي وردتنا قبل قليل تظهر الأضرار التي حصلت في محطة قطار في تل أبيب جراء سقوط شظايا صاروخ إيراني في دفعة جديدة من الصواريخ أطلقت من إيران باتجاه وسط إسرائيل، وهذه الأضرار التي نجمت عن الاستهداف الأخير في وسط إسرائيل وتحديدا في تل أبيب. ودعونا نتابع هذه الأخبار العاجلة. الإعلام الإسرائيلي يؤكد حدوث أضرار في محطة قطار في تل أبيب جراء سقوط شظايا صاروخ إيراني، وهذه الصور التي وردتنا قبل قليل تظهر الأضرار التي حصلت في محطة قطار في تل أبيب جراء سقوط شظايا صاروخ إيراني في دفعة جديدة من الصواريخ أطلقت من إيران باتجاه وسط إسرائيل، وهذه الأضرار التي نجمت عن الاستهداف الأخير في وسط إسرائيل وتحديدا في تل أبيب.
Yep, she's just giving the info we know. I just wanted to see that picture. Here's the latest from Bnei Brak, English subtitles.
مشاهدينا في موضوع آخر، هذه صور وصلتنا من منطقة بني براك في وسط إسرائيل.
Yeah, no station name. Thank you, Translator Towel. I was trying to find out if there was any station name or any city. I couldn't hear it. Thank you for translating, your wonderful Translator Towel. I am good, Neo Mortal Girl. I had to go to the dentist today, but I'm still here, still going 8 hours later. Oh, serious damage in Tel Aviv. Serious damage in Tel Aviv. This is not the damage. I'll show you the damage. I have the update. I knew it was going to be bad. I heard the impacts, and then I saw the impacts. Oh, Got Manners. Discord is a chat platform. If you just follow this link, you can sign up with any email. It doesn't have to be a real email. You can make one just for Discord. If you just join the chat, it's like old school AOL chat server. You can just kind of hang out, talk with people. It's pretty cool. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. And when you click the link, it'll tell you you need to register. You can make an email or use your email. You can make a username, and then when you get on the server, you'll see a bunch of people from this chat already there. Standing Stones is there. A bunch of people can help you out. Now I'm going to take a look. Now I'm going to show you the latest from around Tel Aviv. I now have the video of the train station. I have the video of the train station, the raw video. Rigel, right? It doesn't seem proportional, but when Iran fires, it fires Khorram Sharhars. They're cluster missiles. They don't really aim them. They just hope they hit things. This is the Speedo Light Rail Station in Yaffo. This is the Speedo Light Rail Station in Tel Aviv, Yaffo. Okay, this is the Speedo, S-P-E-E-D-O Light Rail Station. More damage tonight, Tel Aviv. More damage tonight in Tel Aviv. I will try. I feel like Walter Murrow, Edward Murrow, excuse me. A lot of war reporters smoke. I don't encourage it. Like, it's a bad habit. But like nicotine during war is probably like the one salvation that people have, especially if they're reporters. But yeah, one day I hope to quit. I did quit cigarettes in the past. That was easy compared to like this during a war. I know you're monitoring very closely, Neo Mortal Girl. I have no doubt about that. I do think like weather patterns are indicative of more than people realize. As I mentioned, this is the latest damage coming in from Tel Aviv. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There was just a very serious attack on Tel Aviv. The damage is extensive. The Iranians are not stopping. Every new image that comes in is more horrifying than the next. Very serious situation. Alright, now I'll show you the latest picture of the rocket that hit. This was it. That was the rocket. This is what just hit in Israel. This was one of the two, I think. Hello, Maysoon. It's so good to see you. No updates on the Amazon, reported Amazon hit. There's been so many hits today, it's almost been unbelievable. So that is the pictures of what happened in Tel Aviv. The damage impact assessment coming out of Tel Aviv is already catastrophic. There's no other way to explain it. Alright, I've shown you just some of the damage so far.
לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק. מפה? כן. לא. נראה איזה סרסיס. זה לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק. מפה? כן. לא. נראה איזה סרסיס. זה לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק. מפה? כן. לא. נראה איזה סרסיס. זה לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק. מפה? כן. לא. נראה איזה סרסיס. זה לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק. מפה? כן. לא. נראה איזה סרסיס. זה לצערי הספת החוט הגדול. פה הבור הזה קטנצ'יק.
Again, the latest from Tel Aviv. Let's take the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera while we have a second to breathe. I want to see if they were able to catch up on all of that.
There's no love lost.
I'm going to take us back about 20 minutes.
Iran, but the war
right as the
Iran
strike was happening.
Following the decisions that shape the US and influence the world. If you want to check out.
I know exactly how much to jump forward.
State media say at least 8 people were killed and 95 injured. Tehran says the attacks will not compel them to surrender. Senior Iranian military officials have upped their defiance, saying the Strait of Hormuz remains open to global shipping, but closed to, quote, enemies of Iran. The warnings leave countries in the region on high alert. Gulf leaders denounced Iranian attacks at a UN Security Council meeting, demanding that all maritime waterways stay open.
The GCC also calls on the Security Council to take all necessary measures to do the following. First, immediately halt Iranian attacks against GCC states. Second, protect maritime corridors and guarantee uninterrupted maritime navigation through all strategic waterways, taking all necessary means to achieve that. Third, include GCC states in any discussions and agreements with Iran to enhance the general security and prevent further escalation or the repetition of such attacks in the future.
We have correspondents covering all of these latest developments from Amman, Tehran, here in Doha, as well as Washington, D.C. We're going to start with Rosalind Jordan. Ros, the Army Chief of Staff asked to step down in the middle of this war. Can you just give us an idea of the backstory to all of this? Why now?
Well, that's a very good question because General George had more than a year left on his current assignment, after which it was widely assumed that he would retire after nearly 40 years of direct military service since he finished from West Point back in 1988. But the speculation, especially in the military press, is suggesting that the general had come at cross hairs, as it were, with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. One, because he was apparently resisting efforts to remove 4 colonels who were up for promotion to general because he suspected that the defense secretary might have been trying to remove them for reasons that had nothing to do with merit, specifically with their gender or their race or both. That is not something that the Pentagon has confirmed. This is also a situation where it is believed that because the general had worked in the past with Lloyd Austin when he was defense secretary during the Biden administration, that might have been a cause for concern by both Secretary Hegseth and by extension by the White House, because the speculation, and again, I need to underscore this word, the speculation is that the administration wants generals and admirals in these top positions who will support the president's agenda, not necessarily what makes sense from a military standpoint. And it is worth pointing out that traditionally, the U.S. military has tried to be nonpartisan, carrying out its operations without any concern for whether or not this would help this particular president or that one.
And Rolls, when it comes to the war itself, the president posted what's really quite a dramatic video of a civilian bridge being blown up in
Thank
Iran.
you, Valhalla. I'll
Is
take
this
a look.
the intensification that Trump had been threatening?
It would appear to be the case. The president earlier on Thursday had posted on his personal social media platform basically a threat to Iran that if it did not give in to the U.S.'s 15-point proposal for trying to end the war, that the U.S. in turn would ramp up its military strikes on targets inside Iran. Now, this has been a controversial decision.
Oh, I saw this one.
Even though the Iranians are...
We can watch this one. This is the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. I didn't play it. Nope, wrong window. Oh, you weren't even watching the right window. Sorry, my mistake. You were just listening to Al Jazeera when I meant to be showing you this. Here's the latest from the Islamic resistance in Iraq. I didn't play it because it's not a new song. No. Thank you for sending it, Valhalla. But I don't play all of them. Just so you know, I do see everything. You can send them all, Valhalla, but I don't play everything. Like, I play, like, I'd say 90%. But yeah. Hello, Roy. It's so good to see you. Hello, San Diego. How have you been, Roy and Nancy? God bless both of you. God bless you, Roy and Nancy. It is so good to see you. It has been an intense week. It's so good to see you. I hope you have been finding the information helpful. The pirate music, says in Monstan. Yep. And I do screen all of the different videos that come in from the different militias. I do miss some, but yes, always feel free to send them along. Valhalla, I'll review them all. Oh, very serious damage in Ramat Gan. I repeat, very serious damage in Ramat Gan. Alright, very serious damage in Ramat Gan. 1 second. Oh, I see what I did. 1 second. Here's the damage in Ramat Gan. I knew there was a serious strike. Here's the damage in Ramat Gan. Hold on. What? That is not what I wanted. 1 second. Here it is. This is Ramat Gan. Very serious impacts. That's not a bomblet. A bomblet does not do that. A Khorram Sharjah bomblet does not do that. I'm sorry. Oh! It's okay, Francine. Try refreshing the feed, Francine. It will work. It might work. It can sometimes just be an internet issue. Hello, Yolande. I've missed you, my dear friend. Yes, no, this is Tel Aviv. This is a suburb of Tel Aviv. This is a suburb of Tel Aviv. It's called Ramat Gan. This is Ramat Gan. This is central Israel. It was a Khorram Sharjah with a, like a Khorram Sharjah is not just a bomblet, it also has a cluster, like a munition on the top of it. So it's both a cluster bomb, like the bomblets, and a warhead, and both hit. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 9:34 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It is Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is 3:34 a.m. in South Africa. It's 4:34 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and it is 5:04 a.m. The sun's about to rise in Tehran. That is Friday, April 3rd, 2026. This is the latest damage from Tel Aviv, Ramat Gan. 9 different locations. 9 different locations at least have been hit in the latest round. I have an Al Hadath report. 9 different locations. Yeah, Miss Rockstar, I think they both were Khorram Sharjahs, but I'm not sure.
مراسلون بالتصدي لعدد من الصواريخ الإيرانية في سماء القدس وتل أبيب وبني براك وسط إسرائيل. كشفت وسائل إعلام إسرائيلية
11:35 a.m. Friday, Australia, QLD time.
تل أبيب الكبرى إثر إطلاق إيران صاروخا عنقوديا.
Okay, you're looking now at the scenes from Tel Aviv. Okay, you're looking at the latest scenes from Tel Aviv. Latest scenes from Tel Aviv. Where another serious Iranian missile strike has just taken place. There's often a lot of times, like when the administration of an army changes, oftentimes there's a lot of turnover. Getting tired. I got a little bit more in me. We've been going for 8 hours. I think we'll cap it around 9 hours today.
This is
right.
a civilian bridge, and thus the destruction could constitute a war crime.
We'll see how I'm feeling.
U.S. officials are saying that this bridge was being used to transport material to help the Iranian military build drones that have been used in attacks against U.S., Israeli, and other regional targets during this war.
Okay, thanks so much, Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. We're going to bring in Mohammed Val, who's in
live from Tehran, about 30
Mohammed,
minutes ago.
Iranian state television saying that this attack on the bridge consisted of a double-tap strike. What are they saying happened to the emergency crews that were responding to the first
Gina,
strike?
it's so good to see you.
Yes, Tom, they say that because of that double-tap strike, many people killed. That's why so many civilians and also construction workers and rescue workers were either killed or wounded. 95 wounded and 8 killed. And that's because nobody was expecting a second strike on that bridge. Because the bridge itself is only partially in use and it is still under construction, by the way. And it was also a day considered a festivity day. They call it Nature Day here in Iran. That's when people go out and organize meetings, picnics in the open air there. So some families were doing that exactly near that bridge. And many civilians have been affected, either killed or wounded in those strikes. And that's why there is there is a wide range of anger and condemnation among people, regular people, and also among the leaders here that this is an act of terrorism, that particularly that second strike, and even the idea itself. The act of striking against a civilian facility such as that bridge. And also they are saying that this is an attempt on the part of the Americans to try to coerce Iran into accepting a deal that it is not seeing as something that is good for the country, for its sovereignty, and for its prospects in the region. So Iran is not going to be forced through this kind of act to sign a deal with the United States. They are saying that whatever comes from the Americans, whether by way of promises or attacks, are indications that the Americans are not willing for something good for Iran, contrary to what President Trump said before the war started, that he is waging this war partly on behalf of the Iranian people who want to change the regime. So that slogan of "Make Iran Great Again" has been obliterated in this war by the acts of the American armies and the Israeli armies against Iran. It is a total destruction of the country, not just the military targets, but also civilians, and it is a collective punishment against the people of Iran.
I want to bring in Victoria Gatenby now. She is standing by for us in Doha. The IRGC is talking about targeting IT centres and bridges in retaliation. No doubt that has got Gulf countries extremely concerned.
Well, that's right. Iranian media have published a list in the last few hours of 10 strategic bridges across the GCC and Israel, which it says are now legitimate targets because that bridge in Iran that Mohammed was just talking about was bombed on Thursday. And to give you a sense of the type of bridges that they are talking about, they include the Sheikh Jabba Causeway, which is one of the world's largest causeways in Kuwait City, the King Fahd Causeway, which links Bahrain and Saudi Arabia across the Gulf, and also the Sheikh Zayed Bridge, which links the island of Abu Dhabi to the mainland. So really strategically important bridges, which are now potentially going to come under attack because of the attack on the bridge in Iran. Now, the IRGC have also said that American IT companies are also potentially going to be targeted. That's because they blame those IT companies for, in some way, they say, helping the Israeli and the American military assassinate Iran's leaders. So we're getting conflicting reports of whether IRGC attacks have in fact taken place, though, because they said that they had targeted an Oracle's data center in Dubai. Now, the Dubai media center said that that was fabricated and false. They said that had not happened. But another attack in Bahrain, which the IRGC said they had attacked an Amazon cloud facility there, that appears to be correct, because Bahrain's Interior Ministry on Wednesday said that they had to deal with a missile attack on an Amazon facility. A fire had been started there, which they quickly got under control, but they did seem to confirm that that had happened. So the IRGC is saying that these sorts of attacks are just the beginning, and they have threatened to attack other American IT companies that have bases in the region, including Google, Microsoft and Apple, to name just a few.
And Mohammed, this could escalate further, because it wasn't just the bridge. There were also strikes on vaccine centres, steel factories were closed, and there was also a power blackout. How much damage is being done to Iran's ability to function?
Well, it's very clear that there is an intent on the part of the Americans and the Israelis to go on in this campaign, and now it is not against the military targets but civilian targets, according to Iranian authorities here. We have also reported.
Just want to say hi to Island Girl who's listening. God bless you, my dear friend.
Over the last few hours.
And Gina, my friend, if you want to email me anytime, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. We definitely will be praying for you, Gina. Gina goes by Adam in the chat, but Gina got some news from their doctor today that they have high blood pressure and cancer. We'll be praying for you every day, Gina, and you just email me anytime, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. If you need me, I'll give you my phone number. If you need any help from us, you can come in the chat. We have a Discord you can join. I'll help you get on there. If you need any help and we can be of service, you just let us know. We'll do anything we can for you. No, God bless you, Gina. Absolutely. I wish we could do more to help, but if you ever need a fundraiser, if we can ever help you, if you ever need like a volunteer in your area, we might be able to find someone to help take the burden off. Just let me know. I don't want you to ever feel alone, and that's why I gave you my email. So even if I'm not live, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. Drop me a quick line. I'll make it very easy on you if I can, and I'll coordinate resources, donations, whatever you need, Gina. You have me at your service. All right. God bless you, and you just let me know how I can help. You have a lot of friends here, Gina, and we'll be praying for you every day. And we also really appreciate and love your company, and we cherish each and every moment of it. It means a lot to us.
Hours of an airport in Kashan that has been hit, a civilian airport. We have those steel factories in Isfahan, and also the power blackouts for the third time around Tehran and Karaj. But the most outstanding one of these strikes today was against the Pasteur Institute. That's a 100-year-old civilian facility, medical. It produces vaccines for several kinds of diseases, including COVID vaccine during the COVID crisis. So it's a facility, according to Iranians here, that helps individuals, civilians, their daily life, public health and things like that. It's not a military facility, and it has been severely damaged in this airstrike. Condemnation across the board from the Iranian officials, particularly the president, who called on the WHO, Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, and other institutions related to medicine to condemn this and to do something about it, respond to this type of attack. They considered it an act of terrorism against civilian facilities, and once again reiterating that it is not going to force Iran to sign a deal with the Americans at the present moment.
Okay, Victoria, there's also been attacks on Gulf states, a number of Gulf states in the last couple of hours. Can you just talk us through them?
Yeah, that's correct. So while the US is saying it's upping its attacks on Iran, the Iranians have been continuing to attack its neighbors, GCC countries. We've heard in the past few hours from Kuwait's armed forces. They say they have been intercepting a barrage of missiles and
Hi,
drones.
Michelle.
They've
Good to see you.
warned people to take shelter, and they've also reminded people that if they do hear loud explosions in the skies above them, that is the sound of those missiles being intercepted. So clearly the inference there is that people are starting to, be very frightened by these attacks as they continue into their fifth week. In Saudi Arabia, they say they've also been intercepting a barrage of drones.
One night in
the last
Bangkok
couple
and the
of
world's
hours,
your
and we've
oyster.
heard,
You know what they say.
authorities in Bahrain overnight, they have sounded their warning sirens twice in the past
I'm
couple
doing
of
okay,
hours.
Michelle. I had to
They
go to the
ordered
dentist
people
today.
to
I'm doing okay, Michelle. I had to go to the dentist today. I have been going for about 9 hours. I'm monitoring damage updates from Tel Aviv. There have been intense strikes on Iran. There have been intense strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait and Iraq. It seems like we're stuck in this cycle where it's like everything is getting worse every day, but it's the same cycle. Like, okay, so what's going to get bombed today in Iran? Is it going to be a bridge? Like the Americans bombed a brand new bridge, the highest bridge in the Middle East, that cut the commute time from Tehran to the city of Kars in the west from 1 hour to 10 minutes. It would be like cutting the travel time from San Francisco to Oakland, from like going around the bay to going over the bay. Okay? And so, in that regard, yeah, I don't love the dentist either, Michelle, but I made it through. In that regard, because America bombed that bridge today, literally while like families were celebrating a special holiday in Iran called like Earth Day. It's not really Earth Day, it's like their version of Earth Day. It's a religious holiday where they kind of like plant a lot of trees and then they spend time outside picnicking. Well, during the middle of that, America thought it would be wise to bomb that bridge. America's justification, as I assumed, they said it was going to be a supply line for missiles produced in Tehran and moved to the Western Front and the Southern Front in Iran. Whether that justified it, I highly doubt it. Iran, of course, did not think it was justified or a military target. So they immediately bombed Tel Aviv during Passover dinner about 8 hours ago with the heaviest round, maybe 9 hours ago, of bombing that you can possibly imagine. It was very bad. One of the strikes hit an industrial plant out in the north, maybe of Tel Aviv, outside the city center, and destroyed the whole thing. It was a key defense production plant in Israel. Then, after 8 hours of silence, well, not complete silence, because during that the Iranians threatened to bomb American companies, bridges in the region, the bridge between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, etc., etc. About 8 hours later, so about, I don't know, an hour ago, Iran bombed Tel Aviv again, this time with a cluster missile and multiple direct impacts. It has just been one escalatory sort of cycle after another. America bombs a bridge. Iran bombs civilians and military sites in Israel. Iran bombs Bahrain. Iran bombs Kuwait. According to the most recent assessment by CNN, according to the U.S. intelligence community, Iran still has half of its ballistic missile capabilities. That probably means they have even more than that. So I'll show you the report from CNN now, indicating that Iran still has half of its ballistic missile capabilities, if I even bothered retweeting it. I don't know if I did. Hold on, we'll see. I think I was like, I don't really want to even bother retweeting the CNN report, but CNN did have the report from the U.S. intelligence community indicating that that is exactly what happened. That Iran has half of its missile and drone capability. Furthermore, Al Jazeera is reporting that Mr. President Trump may be forced to deploy the last resort option, which was discussed at 11 a.m. today at a meeting at the White House in Washington, of using special forces to seize enriched uranium. Hola, Francisco Castillo. Hola, mi amigo. Tengo que dormir en 10 minutos, más o menos. Porque fue al dentist este mañana. Y soy, what's the word for tired? Tired in Spanish. Soy cansado. Soy cansado. Soy cansado.
Cansado.
Soy cansado. But yeah, this is a public information service. If you like this public information service, you want to help Little Towel out, get through the next few weeks and days. I'm actually thinking about taking some time off in May for my birthday. So any donations and things like that over the next month and a half, my birthday's on May 24th. I'm thinking about taking, I'm going to cover this war every day no matter what until it ends. But I'm thinking about taking time off for my birthday where I'll do dispatches from different countries. And I'm thinking about taking a trip. So anyway, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it alone. I'm going to have to talk to some friends to help me do it, because God knows I can't afford it. But yeah, if you want to help me put some funds away, or help me get ready to do that trip, or just help me stay alive, you can donate to keep this public information service running. There's no sponsors, there's no pay for play, nobody pays me. What you hear is just my opinion, okay? And this service is available to all. There's no paywalls. Okay, I believe it should educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I used about 20% entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma. We watch goat videos, things like that. I teach about interesting things. We watched a really great goat video from Triple Bob tonight about goat firefighters. And yeah, I do that so I can educate and inform, therein engendering cogent public discourse and warding off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. So yeah, you can donate through the Cash App, which is # Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan the little logo on the screen. You can donate through the Venmo, which is @Grant-E1. There's all the links in the chat. Bunny Towel Mom just posted them. It's been about 9 hours. We only did 3 donation reads. I'm supposed to do more of them because what ends up happening is I just don't care about myself very much. I just want to focus on getting information out to help people and spreading compassion and things. And then I won't then things get hard at the end of the month. So if I proactively plan now, and if you're able to donate, please don't donate if it would be a burden or if it would take food off your table or away from a cause or your family that you need to support. But if you have the ability, if you're some kind of oil sheik or a Bitcoin millionaire, or, you're just out there and you're well, I want to support this station. There's no one other than you all that does it, and you keep this going, and I'm very grateful for that. This station has reached over 1 million people. It's a lot now, over the past 32 days, and they're across 180 countries. I'm very honored to be able to help so many of you with this information, even in these times of turmoil, and I'm inspired by the camaraderie and compassion and love you show to each other in the chat each and every day. Save the goats, indeed. Save the goats, and don't forget our friend Francisco Castillo speaks Spanish, so si te habla, si ustedes hablan español, puedes, si tú quieres, usted pueden hablar con Francisco en español. See how I switch between the formal usted form and the tu form there? Tu form is informal. Usted is formal. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. There have been a number of impacts in Tel Aviv. Oh, someone sent a donation. Oh, God bless you. Either someone sent a donation or they were confirming that it was me. Testing to see if it's the right me. That is me. Whoever was wondering if that is the right me, that is indeed the right me. Someone sent a test, and that is me. I can confirm. All right. De donde eres? I know Francisco wasn't asking me, but soy de Boston in Massachusetts. De donde eres means where are you from? Francisco, de donde eres? Actually, I don't think I've asked, my dear friend. Dios bendiga, by the way, my friend. God bless you. On this Good Friday, which we learned doesn't actually mean good in the traditional sense of the term. It means good in the sense of Jesus sacrificing himself in the name of our sins. You know what it's time for, though? Tippecanoe and Taylor too? I think so. I'm exhausted. There's been a lot of agony in the world tonight. I can feel it weighing heavy on my soul. Alright, there's Pete Bunny Towel. Republican Dominicana. Oh, Francisco, that's wonderful. Muy bien, amigo. Muy bien. Muy bien. Okay, so. El Cid, you are wonderful. God bless you. I find some of your stories so interesting. Turtle Boy is going to talk about broils. That's hilarious. Definitely go watch Turtle Boy about broils. That's hilarious. I think broils is some kind of like private intelligence operative. Those of you who don't know anything about Massachusetts politics, don't worry about anything I'm saying right now. Anyway, those of you who watch Turtle Boy, you're going to have quite a night. I'm going to bed, though. I've been streaming for 9 hours. Time to do Tippecanoe and Taylor, too. It's my favorite part of the night. Hello, Professor. God bless you. You came in right in time. You got to hear the outro. We've been going for 9 hours. I actually made reference to you earlier, Professor. I told people how I stopped cussing entirely because of you. So, God bless you, Professor. You're wonderful. But yeah, I was up early to go to the dentist today, so I need to sleep for like 12 hours. And then I'll be able to stream for you all, and we'll figure out whatever's going to happen tomorrow. Well, El Cid, I truly feel that you are a wonderful human. I appreciate all that you share with us each and every day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and it's time to do Tippecanoe and Taylor too. You ready for this? So I like to... Did you save half your pizza? I did, Trelly. I put it in the fridge, and I'm going to eat it in the morning, or eat it in the afternoon. Grammy Towel Linda taught me how to conserve resources. That was such a blessing to learn from her. And so now, like, when I get food, I can make it last a few days. I learned how to do the leftover thing. It was cool. Mary P., I don't know if I will stream Pope Leo carrying the cross live, but I absolutely will show the footage. It really depends on like how my body's feeling when I wake up, etc. But no doubt. AI, Ancient Intelligence, I love your username. God bless you. It was great to see you. All right, so Tippecanoe and Taylor too. I like to list the U.S. presidents from my friend Triple Bob. All right, here we go. Washington, of course, and then President Adams, President Jefferson, and then President Madison. All right, then I don't know 5, 6, 7. Number 8 is Van Buren. I don't know 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is Andrew Jackson. And then I pick up on Tippecanoe and Taylor too. So it's Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Thank you so much, All the World's a Stage. Speaking of the Discord, if you want to hang out overnight, we do have a Discord. You can check it out. Do I have the song Tippecanoe and Taylor too? I don't know if I have it off the rip, Mary P, but I absolutely will get it for you overnight. We might be able to play it too, because if it's older than 1923, it's in the public domain and you can just play it. Well, unless they extended the copyright, you have to file a formal bill. But everything goes into the public domain 75 years after the initial copyright. It's by law. You can't have a copyright for more than 75 years. It would stagnate innovation. There are some ways to extend the copyright. I'm not a lawyer, that's not legal advice, but yeah. I'll see if I can play the song for you. Scour Your Hatchets, Rogers Rangers. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that it came from that show. Scour Your Hatchets, Rogers Rangers. I'm going to check it out. Thank you for your service, El Cid. Indeed. God bless you, sir. All right. So, if you've watched this stream before, you know I like to end the same way every day. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something today, there's a way you can pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. If you found camaraderie, you could look for reasons to serve small acts of service and kindness for those around you. You can look for reasons to do things like donate to our homeless veterans or our service members or their families. Now more than ever before, they need our help, and you can help them. That's Pete Bunnytail, by the way. He's our channel mascot. So yes, consider a donation to help our service members today, or our wounded veterans, or our homeless veterans, or their families. They served. They helped us. We can honor that service and donate to them today. But what if you want to help animals? Pete Bunnytail is not an animal. Pete Bunnytail absolutely loves you, Francine. He actually gave me a special message today for you. He wanted to tell me that he loves you dearly. He's sorry he's been turned into a card stand, but he thinks about you often, and he sends you positive vibes, and he thinks you have the honor of being an honorary Pete Bunnytail. So there you go. It's a big day for Francine. But yeah, you could consider a donation to animal shelters run by veterans. Great way to help animals. Great way to help our veterans. Maybe a program that trains animals to work with our service members or veterans. Great way to help our heroes and also our fluffy friends. Or our furry friends. They are kind of fluffy too, if you think about it. A lot of animals are fluffy. But you could also consider a donation to animal shelters in general. It's a great way to help our furry and fluffy friends. If you're in the UK, you could consider a donation to The Big Issue. Great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels in the outro for Evamoa. We got you, Gina. Hold on, what did Gina say? Oh, don't you worry, Gina. Don't worry about that at all. God bless you. You know what would make me even happier? You know what would just make my heart sing, Gina? Just send me an email, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I just want to stay in touch with you, write letters. Just your presence in my life is a priceless gift. Don't worry about any donations. Seriously, if anything, we want to run a fundraiser for you, my dear friend. You are wonderful, Gina. It's been my honor. Truly, I'm so honored we cross paths. I just want to be your friend. So, yes, just know how much energy you bring to my life, and I'm so pleasant. I'm so pleased that I've gotten to meet you. God bless you, my dear friend. But speaking of that, in the spirit of camaraderie, compassion, and small acts of service and kindness, may we change about the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. As such, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia, or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, in turn bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the Water Bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunnytail. I believe it's possible because of you all And I'm grateful to have spent this time with you today. Oh, Mary P says, Grant, you are a man among mice. God bless you. Oh, I love that book of Mice and Men. I'm just a vagabond with flowers for Algernon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I appreciate. This is how I learned the press grant. Oh, I can't wait to see this, Mary P. Tippecanoe and Tyler too. It's a song about all the presidents. Oh, I can't wait to listen to it. All right, so I'll check if we can listen to this. We probably will be able to listen to it tomorrow. I just have to make sure it's in the public domain. It's the presidential campaign songs from 1789 to 1996. Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to learn all the presidents from this. You are so wonderful, Mary P. I'm so grateful for you and Gina and Maysoon. God bless you. And Doug, it was so great to see you. You'll be happy to know I have an appointment scheduled. The dentist gave me some medicine today that will make apparently my tooth better and keep me okay until we get to the end of the month. And then I'm very excited to tell you, although it's going to be rough, the dentist has a plan to make me get through the procedure I have to do at the end of the month. So, and then I'm going to take a vacation in May. I've decided I'm going to cover this war. I'm going to do every day, no matter what happens. I committed to it. I committed to you. But at a certain point, I'm going to take a vacation in May. Okay, I'll still do updates when I go on my vacation for my birthday in May. But eventually there will be a break in the live streams. I'm letting you know a month and a half ahead of time so you can prepare yourself. Liberty St. J said, if people are interested, clothing donations are needed to local family homeless shelters as the weather is changing and shelters are in need of clothing to help residents and also tax credit eligible. Wonderful. Liberty St. J, if you could take my email or if you just want to drop the link, it is, grantsmithellis@gmail.com. I would absolutely love to look more into that. JRP, what did you share with us here? Let me take a look. What is it? Oh, a new Iran Lego video. Thank you for that, JP. I'll check that out. Alleged Hezbollah footage of current. Oh, we saw that earlier today. X1R110. God bless you, my friend. I will definitely show it again tomorrow. All right. Thank you, each and every one of you, for spending some time with me. God bless you, for being so kind to each other. We'll be back tomorrow, we'll be tomorrow, Friday, April 3rd, probably after 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern time. I pray for peace this evening. I pray that things are quiet after that hellacious 2 rounds or whatever rounds of bombing on both sides. Don't even worry about it, X1R110. Everything you've shared was exactly on point today. And even though we covered it, I covered it earlier, it's actually really helpful when you come in late, when you post that, because that reminds me to do an update for the people who are coming in late. So X1R110, you keep being you. Do exactly what you're doing. You are wonderful. You are appreciated, and you're doing a great job being you. God bless you, my friend. God bless you, Diana. It was great to spend some time with you. So, from the War Desk in Boston, it is 10:10 p.m. Eastern, U.S. wartime. It is Thursday, April 2nd. 2026. It is day 32 of the U.S. war with Iran. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 4:10 a.m. in South Africa. It is 5:10 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. It is 5:40 a.m. in Tehran, Iran, Friday, April 3rd, 2026. I pray for a good Friday, says Mary, for a good Easter and Passover weekend. May all people be able to pray in peace. Francine, Mary P, Diane, Doug, X1R110, JRP, Liberty St. J, Michael Brown, God bless you, El Cid, Maysoon, Trelly, Francine, again, you're wonderful. Mary P, Gina, how long? All of you that I saw today. AI, Ancient Intelligence, Trelly, all of you. Bunny Towel Mom, God bless you. And Kofi and Bo and Francisco Castillo and Yolande. Every single one of you. In Monston, it was great to see you. Maysoon. You're all so wonderful in every single way. I could keep going. Know how much you're all loved and appreciated. Peter, good night. God bless you, my friend. Signing off from Boston. Until tomorrow, praying for peace, praying for the protection of our animals. Save the goats and the cows and the turtles and the cats and the dogs and the snakes. And if I didn't say cows, and sheep, and the goats in particular, and the baby goats. And God bless you, Mimi, wherever you are out there, and God bless Nellie, the baby goat. May God protect our troops and the troops of our allies, and may God protect and bless the United States of America. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night, God bless, and thank you for being with me today.